continent they lived on wasn't just land. It was the beating heart of an empire, so powerful it ruled everything under the sky. And this empire was built on 4 colossal pillars, each one shaping the fate of the world. First was the noble house of the Golden Lion, a lineage that stood at the peak of martial arts and swordsmanship. Their armies marched like thunder, their blades symbolizing strength itself. Then there was the assembly of subjects and priests, worshippers of countless gods scattered across the continent. Their faith held the empire together, and their influence was so vast that people called them the Protestant Alliance. In the shadows operated the Inspection Bureau, a ruthless group responsible for gathering information and eliminating threats. They were the silent guardians of the imperial family, killing spies long before those spies even knew they were discovered. And finally, the Magic Tower. For over 1,000 years, this army of mages had ruled the magical world with absolute authority. At its peak stood a single family, the ones who signed the tower's name into history. The Melvinger family, the protagonist's bloodline. 30 years ago, when demons rose to destroy the world, it was the hero of the Melvinger family who led the final battle. They won, but victory came at an unbearable price. His father, broken by the war, slowly wasted away. His mother, a brilliant magic teacher, died soon after. In the end, only 2 children remained, the main character and his older sister. And when the family fell weak, their own vassals betrayed them, like vultures circling a dying lion. The boy saw everything. He clenched his fists, hatred burning in his chest, and swore he would rise as a great magician and restore his family's honor. That was the plan, but fate had other ideas. Because the boy had a rare condition, blockage disease, a cruel curse that prevented him from using magic at all. Overnight, the proud heir of a legendary family became the world's joke. A punching bag. A failure. Still, he refused to give up. He pushed himself day and night, searching desperately for a cure, even if it meant working himself to death. But nothing worked. No healer, no magic circle, no potion could unlock his power. Then one day, everything changed. While staring into the sky, the boy saw something impossible, a massive dragon descending from the clouds. Its wings cast a shadow over the land, and atop its corpse stood a figure wrapped in darkness. A demon. With a twisted smile, the Demon King looked down at him and declared, "You will become my new vessel." He spoke as if fate itself had already been decided. He promised the boy power, real power, in exchange for becoming the body he would use to break free from his ancient seal. Black streams of demonic magic surged toward the boy, filling the air with corruption. His vision darkened. His body trembled. His soul felt like it was being pulled apart. Yet, in that moment, something inside him awakened. Instead of surrendering, the boy gritted his teeth. His eyes snapped open, blazing with defiance. "No, Elric Melvinger, will not be devoured like this," he growled. A shock wave burst from his body. The demonic energy was thrown back, rejected completely. Light clashed with darkness, refusing to let the Demon King take control. If he had known this entire scene was nothing more than a test from the demon dragon, he never would have chased after it. But now, standing under the swirling sky, one thing became clear. This boy, sick, powerless, mocked by everyone, was different from normal people. Very different. And whatever lived inside him had finally begun to stir. Elric's body was cursed from birth. A rare disease, one that choked his mana before it could even circulate. Because of it, he lived every day trapped inside a body that refused to awaken. Right now, he sat in the Royal Magical Hospital, facing a doctor who could only sigh and shake his head. "I'm sorry. There's nothing more we can do." Elric lowered his gaze, staring at the floor with a heavy, defeated expression. Cut to Weston Academy. A glowing communication orb hovered in front of him, and from inside it, a girl's soft voice called his name. "Elric, how are you feeling? Did they find a cure?" He forced a smile, one meant to reassure her, even though he was crumbling inside. "Sis, calm down. Don't worry so much. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll get better soon." But as he spoke, voices echoed behind him. His friends were calling. "I'll talk later," he told her. "They're waiting for me." The moment the call ended, his expression twisted. Elric clenched his teeth. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth, that he might never return home at all. Soon, shouts filled the academy hallways. The rankings are out. Final exam results. Students rushed to the board, eager to see their grades. Elric walked toward it slowly, dread already eating at him. When he saw his own results, failure, for the 4th time, he covered his eyes in shame. According to academy rules, failing this many times meant expulsion. Elric stepped out of the office with a numb expression. He had studied day and night, forcing himself to adapt, to keep up with the academy's brutal curriculum. He memorized theory until dawn, practiced until his hands shook, and still, it wasn't enough. For a moment, he looked around at the other students, murmuring, laughing, celebrating. "I always thought I was special," he whispered. Ahead of him, the patron's voice echoed from the ceremony stage. Elric is not only intelligent, his sensitivity to mana far surpasses others. It was true. In theory, in perception, in understanding how mana moved, Elric was exceptional, better than almost everyone. But theory meant nothing for a mage who couldn't create even a single circle. All around him, students were performing the foundational ritual, swallowing the mana in the air, gathering it into their hearts, forming their first circle. Elric tried. His hand trembled. His jaw clenched. Nothing. Whispers spread behind him. Poor guy. He's working that hard, but still can't make a circle. Why doesn't he just give up and become a scholar? Elric walked away silently. A scholar. Yes, that was the best he could hope for. Because with his illness, he could never use magic. Not truly. Later, he found himself standing before a towering monument, a statue of his grandfather, the great hero of the Demon War. Melvinger, the man who created magic of the stars, a force so devastating it could tear apart even the depths of hell. A magic strong enough to end a war. Elric stared up at the monument, a boy born into a legendary family, but cursed with a body that betrayed him. And in that moment, he silently wondered, if his grandfather had been here, would he have been proud of him, or would he have turned away? Elric stood before his grandfather's monument, towering, proud, carving the image of a hero who once saved the world. He muttered himself, half bitter, half admiring. The best National Magic Academy, named after him. He didn't notice the students whispering about him from a nearby window. Can you believe the guy is the director's first grandson? What a disgrace. Born into greatness, but can't even use magic. Laughter followed. Sharp. Cruel. Elric's feet stayed planted, unmoving. His expression didn't change, but inside, the words cut deep. A group of students walked past him, still snickering. Elric suddenly called out, "Hey, you two." They stopped, confused. He stepped toward them, calm, almost too calm. "Your first year's in the physical magic department, right?" The boys blinked. "Ah, yes." Elric approached slowly, smiling faintly. "Do you know Professor Sean? I'm looking for him." He paused, then added casually, "Also, what are your names?" The boys exchanged a nervous glance. Something about Elric's sudden friendliness felt wrong. They bowed quickly. Sorry, we're in a hurry." And they ran. Elric watched them disappear, then let his gaze drift back to the monument. His jaw tightened. His fists clenched. "I can't give in," he whispered. "No matter what. I'll fix this." Scene shift. Elric sat on a table in the academy library, flipping through his first research reports. Nothing. No clue. No breakthrough. He slammed the paper down, frustrated. Then, a fist crackled with mana somewhere behind him. Students gasped, backing away in fear. Elric turned sharply. "What now?" he growled. A tall man stormed toward him, furious. "Elric," the man snapped. "Why did you call my name like that again?" Elric opened his arms dramatically. "What? No hug. This isn't the friendly Sean I remember." Sean's eyebrow twitched. He was not amused. Minutes later, the two sat across from each other at a cafe table. Elric ordered drinks with a smile. Sean glared at him, like he wanted to flip the table. Elric narrowed his eyes. "I told you before, don't piss me off." He shut his eyes for a moment, letting the annoyance pass. After the fall of Elric's family, the Magic Tower had been split among 6 royal families, the Hexagram. Sean was a direct member of one of them, the Nemister family's heir. Elric watched in surprise as Sean pulled a folder from his bag. After graduating early, Sean had become a professor and an elite mage. Everything Elric himself once dreamed of becoming. Sean muttered, "Even if you're walking in the opposite direction, I'm still on your side, idiot." He shoved the document into Elric's hands. "Here, take it." Elric blinked, confused. A research plan? About a diamond dragon. He took a sip of his drink, eyes narrowing. "Why are you giving me this?" Sean crossed his arms, his tone suddenly calm. "Because the artifact in question wasn't just rare, it was ancient. A pitchfork from a bygone age, recently excavated, and beside it, traces of something even more shocking. A dragon's nest." Sean leaned forward, eyes serious. "That's why I want you on the team, Elric." Elric tightened his grip around the paper, knuckles turning white. His eyes scanned the report with growing interest. If diamond dragons are supposed to be extinct, then what you found might be their wrath, the source of all magic itself. Sean smirked. "If you're lucky enough to find the artifact, the Academy might overlook your expulsion." Elric's expression shifted wildly. Shock, hope, disbelief, each emotion fighting for control. If the nest was real, if the artifact was real, then maybe, just maybe, something inside it could cure his disease. He slammed the sheet down on the table. Thud. Sean flinched. "Hey, why hit it so hard?" Elric didn't answer. His lips trembled. His eyes widened. And then, he burst into laughter. Loud, unrestrained, head thrown back. Sean stared at him like he had lost his mind. "What is wrong with you?" Elric jabbed a finger at the map. A bright red mark stood out. "There's no nest there," he said, still grinning. Around them, students were reading, chatting, minding their own business. No one paid attention. "Good." Elric grit his teeth, relieved their conversation was still private. Do you even realize how many professors are involved in this? Sean hissed. Elric sat back down, raising an eyebrow. So it's true then? Sean glared, and immediately smacked him on the head. Idiot. Elric covered his face. Is this how the heir of the Nemister family is supposed to behave? He pointed toward the magic orb. Just watch. One of the glowing fragments on the map lit up. Then the entire region burst with blue light. The world around them warped. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Elric and Sean were pulled into another universe, floating above a rift where two-dimensional layers collided. A massive stream of raw mana poured out of the crack like a waterfall of light. Elric narrowed his eyes. So that's why everyone thought it was a dragon's nest. He turned to Sean. Do you remember the rule of the 3 mana streams? Sean snapped. Are you mocking me? Of course I do. Elric pointed ahead confidently. The flow always goes top to bottom, from wide cracks to narrow ones. They drifted through a cavern. Heat and cold mixed strangely within the space. It starts from hot to cold, Elric explained, pointing toward shimmering icicles. That's the indicator. Sean's eyes widened as Elric continued. You assumed it was a dragon's nest because of the extreme mana concentration. But look, he pointed toward the main fault. Magma flows through that crack, extremely hot. Nothing collects there. No energy, no mana concentration, nothing. Dragons cannot live here. Sean stared, stunned. Below them, molten lava surged from the volcanic core, scattering sparks of heat everywhere. And with that, everything Sean believed crumbled. Elric's eyes widened as he examined the scene again. Magma, from the Acheron volcano, flowing under the entire continent. Sean shot back immediately, his voice echoing through the shifting world around them. We tracked the mana wavelengths of a dragon near the area. There's no way the nest isn't there. Elric raised an eyebrow. I never said it wasn't. His lips curled into a small, confident smile. The nest is here, just not where you thought. He pointed toward another mark glowing on the map. The Karagul Cave. That's where it is. Scene shift. A massive dungeon door glowed with golden light from the inside. Beyond it, piles of treasure, mountains of gold, shimmered like a dragon's hoard. Sean stood frozen in front of it. How am I supposed to report this? He muttered, rubbing his forehead. His hand brushed the golden door. Elric snapped. Don't touch that. If the dean finds out, we'll both get kicked out. They hurried down the corridor, until Sean suddenly stopped. His eyes widened. Inside a training room, Elric stood alone, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he tried to force mana through his crippled body. Every attempt ended in pain. Every breath trembled with frustration. Blockage disease. His lifelong curse. But Sean, he smiled. Because for the first time, he saw a spark in Elric's mana flow. He might actually cure it, Sean whispered. Scene shift. Dean's office. Papers rustled in Barricks's hands as he glared at Sean. You want my erroneous search report? What? Sean responded calmly. I just wanted to know the dean's thoughts. It's a good opportunity. Barricks narrowed his eyes. I don't know how you reached this conclusion, but if you're wrong, it'll be bad for you. Sean swallowed hard. Even as a member of the Nemister family, one of the hexagram, Barricks wasn't the type to let things slide. Mana swirled in the air. Heavy. Crushing. Sean flinched. 7th circle mana. Elric stepped inside suddenly, smiling awkwardly. Sorry for intruding. Barricks turned toward him, irritated. So this was your idea? The assistant application. Elric nodded with a polite smile. Barricks's face split into a grin. Well done. Even the dean didn't expect a simple student to come up with this. Then his expression twisted in the next second. But your theory has zero evidence. Just guesswork. Elric didn't back down. It's common sense, he replied calmly. Even a 3-year-old would figure it out. Barricks's smile froze. Elric stared right into the dean's eyes. A silent challenge. The room went dead silent. Sean, watching from the side, nearly fainted. Why is he provoking him? Has he lost his mind? Barricks threw his head back and burst out laughing like a madman. Huh. You're an ordinary failure. He pointed at Elric, eyes burning with disdain. You can't even condense a single drop of mana. The words slammed into the room like a hammer. But Elric didn't flinch. Elric stared at Barricks and asked calmly. So, you're saying my guess was wrong? Barricks folded his hands behind his back, expression unreadable. Few people are lucky in this world, he said quietly. Elric smiled. Being called garbage didn't break him anymore. It only fed the fire inside him. He opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't move an inch. His confidence didn't waver. Barricks narrowed his eyes. As a professor, I cannot ignore a student's theory, he said. Elric's heart flickered with satisfaction. But then the dean chuckled darkly. In fact, how about a little bet? Elric blinked. A bet. Barricks stepped closer, smiling like a predator. If your theory is correct, I'll give you everything a team has. Artifacts, documents, permissions. All of it. Elric's breath stopped for a moment. But if you lose... Barricks tapped Elric's chest with a finger. We take the one heirloom left behind by the first director. A priceless artifact. Something only passed down within the Melvinger bloodline. Scene shift. Voices echoed from the academy carriage as Elric flipped through a book. Sean was pacing, furious. Elric, what were you thinking? Elric waved him off with a smile. Relax. They said they wouldn't stop me as long as I find a nest. Sean snatched the book from his hands. That's the problem. What if you don't find it? They'll take your heirloom. Elric froze, staring at the pendant hanging around his neck. This? Sean nodded, eyes sharp. That pendant is only handed to the head of the Melvinger family. Elric smirked slightly. Funny. The old man never even wanted it. He covered his eyes and laughed with relief. And you're still on my side? Huh. Sean dragged a hand down his face. If you fail, it's the end for me too. Elric leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. Do you really think I accepted this bet because I was desperate? He asked. Sean stared at him, caught off guard. Elric smiled again, calm, confident, almost arrogant. If Barracks dares to risk the Melvinger heirloom, then he's basically gambling with his position as dean. Sean blinked, stunned. I forgot you had 2 nicknames, he muttered. The shame of the Melvinger family, and the worst of the Melvinger family. Elric only shrugged. Scene shift. The two sat facing each other, and Sean shook his head, smiling helplessly. You're acting like this again. Elric leaned back, letting memories pull him in. He remembered the first year. 7 years ago. The training hall was loud, filled with students forming their first mana circles. Elric at age 15, sat in the corner alone, staring at the floor. Voices echoed across the room. Are you sure you're even a Melving? He can't do anything. Maybe he was picked up from the streets? One boy with a smug grin pointed at him. You can't even form mana like us. Elric had laughed back then, trying to play it off. Maybe I really was picked up, he said. But El's eyes, 15-year-old Elric's eyes, looked empty as he stared at the ground. The other students turned away, leaving him to sit alone in silence. Elric's hand slowly reached for something. Before the mocking students could react, bam, he threw a glowing magic orb right at them. The boys staggered back, stunned. Elric just stood there, calm, almost bored. They recovered quickly and spat the same insult they always used. Cripple. Later that day, Elric was hauled before the discipline committee. A stern professor glared down at him. You attacked a child of the Viscount's family. Do you deny it? Elric smiled politely. He insulted the head of the Melvinger family. I punished him according to the laws of the Empire. Whispers erupted around the room. Did he say head of the family? He actually fought back. No way. Sean watched from the side with a tiny grin. Other professors stared at Elric as if they were seeing him for the first time. But the academy rules were absolute. All students are equal. No noble privileges. So the committee had no choice but to clear him. From that day on, no one dared touch him again. The forbidden book. Inside the carriage, Sean clutched his head. Elric, what is that? Elric looked up from an ancient, dust-covered tome. Oh, this. Just a forbidden book on the effects of physical augmentation. Sean's voice cracked. If someone catches you with that, they'll burn you alive. Elric laughed. Relax. I'm just studying. Sean glared, exhausted. You're insane. Elric leaned back, thoughtful. You remember the Beast King's invasion, right? His beastmen used body enhancement artifacts. During the war, I struggled more than anyone. My disease couldn't handle their buffs at all. He curled his fingers. When the Empire pushed them back and built the wall, all those artifacts vanished. Sean raised an eyebrow. And the researchers still can't restore them. Elric shrugged lightly. I restored them years ago. I just don't know how to apply them to my body. Sean stared at him, defeated. I'm tired of being surprised. The carriage stops. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Both of them leaned out the window. Why do we stop? A group of people approached. Elric's old classmates. It's been a long time, one of them grinned. Elric blinked. I didn't expect to see all of you. His old group laughed loudly, bragging about how much Elric adored his classmates. Sean snapped at them immediately. Stop bragging. You're not helping. One of the students smirked. The dean asked us to support you too. Elric froze. He sent you. Sean leaned in and whispered, eyes wide. Do you feel that? Their mana capacity. They're hiding ridiculous amounts. Elric calmly opened his Tenzit. I prepared things too. Sean nearly choked. Where did you even get this stuff? Elric flashed a sweet, innocent smile. Nearby, Barracks glared daggers at his trembling assistant. The one who had secretly handed Elric the breath of Gehenna. An Azure Sky Lord armor. Elric held up 2 jars of monstrous power, smiling as if they were nothing more than snacks. Barracks, the dean, stared at him in pure horror. How? How did you get equipment strong enough to turn an entire city into dust? The door slammed shut behind them. Inside his office, Barracks gripped a newspaper, his jaw tight. If the other candidates learned about this, if they learned Elric now carried city-destroying gear, it would ignite chaos. He looked to the side as if trying to steady his thoughts. Meanwhile, Elric casually dug through research papers, humming to himself. He was really planning to find the dragon's nest. Barracks finally spoke. Well, not bad. You can't fool blood. A Melvinger is still a Melving. Then his face twisted with irritation. He threw the newspaper onto the table. That useless research team, he roared. Calling themselves scientists. yet missing things even first-year students can identify. He turned his back, but a slow, confident smile appeared on his face. With these people, he whispered, I'll master magical bias. And once I have it, his fingers crushed the paper. I'll become the next director. He laughed under his breath. Even if Elric wins the bet, victory is mine as long as he dies before claiming it. The light pillar appears. Elric calmly flipped through his book while the others stared at him like he had grown another head. One student shut his eyes. A surge of power trembled in the air. Then, boom, a beam of golden light shot through the entire region. The ground glowed. The sky rippled. Sean's jaw dropped. He was right. The whole group froze, stunned. The dragon's nest. The real one. It was here. Elric didn't even look surprised. I knew this would happen, he said flatly. Move, one of the students screamed. We have to get there before the pillar disappears. Sean grabbed his gear and sprinted. Elric followed. The others tried to catch up. Wait, Sean, Elric, stop. But they were already far ahead. Nothing but blurs in the distance. The group eventually caught up, panting. Riven peeked out, exhausted. Why didn't you two wait for us? He groaned. Elric and Sean stared forward, completely focused. Streams of yellow mana twisted in front of them. But the nest that should have been there was gone. Riven glared at Elric. As expected of a Melving, you always bring disaster. One of the students cracked his knuckles. Now's our chance. Let's just break his skull and end this. Elric snapped his head toward them. Don't even think about it. Before they could respond, Sean and Elric stepped forward together, opening a massive hole in the ground. Sean muttered ancient words. A portal ignited to life. Elric activated a flash spell. Boom. Light exploded everywhere. Objects flew. The entire area trembled violently. When the dust settled, the mouth of a colossal cave appeared. Sean and Elric stared into it. This is what we found. Sean whispered. Elric narrowed his eyes. A cave this big means the dragon that lived here was gigantic. Suddenly, blue magic spiraled into the sky like a storm. Students screamed. Professors shielded their eyes. No one could understand what was happening, because the mana pouring from the cave was unlike anything humans had ever felt. One of the students froze, staring ahead in disbelief. A giant hand-shaped imprint stuck out from within the cave wall, as if something enormous had pressed its way through. Elric stepped forward calmly. That's just pent-up mana, he said. It must have burst out when we opened the hole. Then he pointed into the cave. Move. All of you inside. The others hesitated, but Elric's voice left no room for debate. They followed him into the darkness. Icicles hung everywhere, glowing faintly. The deeper they walked, the colder it became. Even fire spells did nothing to warm the air. Sean and Riven shivered. Elric, what do you see? Sean asked. Elric looked ahead, a chill crawling up his spine. Something wrong, he murmured. I can feel it. Suddenly, his Melvinger medallion began to glow. The professors tightened their grips on their staffs. A faint silhouette watched them from between the rocks. A demon's twisted grin. Finally, the path opened into a massive chamber. A door stood there, towering, ancient, painted with a golden dragon spanning its entire width. The students gasped. Should we push it? Riven suggested. The professors raised flames in their palms. We can blast it open. Stop, someone shouted. Elric stepped forward, pointing at the door. Do you see that? That's a dragon seal. If you damage it, you don't know what will happen. The room fell silent. Riven swallowed. Understand. They began analyzing the door for a way to open it. That's when Riven spotted something. Wait. Look, he said, pointing at a hidden lever. Elric snapped his head toward him. From here on out, No1 acts alone. He reached out to examine the mechanism. Hey, Riven screamed. Don't touch anything. Fire suddenly burst from the cracks in the door. Elric clenched his teeth as the shockwave threw him to the ground. What the? Hieroglyphs ignited across the door surface. Even the professor stepped back, baffled. Elric's eyes widened. It's a trap, he shouted. A moment later, boom. The first explosion erupted. Flame shot across the chamber. Block it, someone yelled. Sean threw up barriers, his teeth grinding under the pressure. Elric, what do we do? Sean screamed. Elric forced himself to breathe. Wait, give me a moment. I have to read it. He shut everything out. The explosions, the screams, the roar of magic. He imagined himself back in a quiet classroom, solving an exam. This is just a test, he whispered. A test. A question to answer. He opened his eyes. His hand moved quickly, writing counterglyphs into the dust, matching the patterns on the door. Boom, boom, boom. More explosions erupted, shaking the chamber. But Elric stayed calm. Sean, sweating, blocked every burst of fire, enduring the heat. And Elric, with unwavering focus, began to unravel the trap's ancient code. Elric kept writing without hesitation, his hand moving across the glyphs with surgical precision. With his other hand, he pressed down firmly on the mechanism embedded in the door. I'm not doing anything wrong, he muttered, refusing to let go. He shut his eyes and whispered an ancient counterspell. And then, silence. The explosion stopped. The flames died. The cave went still. Sean collapsed to his knees, staring up at the ceiling. I thought I was dead, he breathed. Elric sprinted to him. Sean, are you okay? Sean exhaled shakily, then cracked a smile. Thanks to you, yeah. I'm alive. You really are something, Elric. Elric's expression softened. Don't make me worry like that. Around them, the group tried to catch their breaths. But one student suddenly screamed. A streak of icicles shot toward them. Before anyone could react, the hand of one of the professors began to fade. No. His entire arm disintegrated. Then his body. He turned into dust before their eyes. Elric froze, horrified. But the danger wasn't over. Hundreds of frozen icicles launched toward them like arrows. Block, someone shouted. Barriers formed everywhere, students and mages pushing their mana to the limit. Elric clenched his teeth, gripping the paper filled with his glyph calculations. Hurry, Sean yelled, struggling to hold back the storm of ice. Elric's eyes glowed, bright, sharp, filled with pure magic. He finally understood it. The trap was powered by a dragon's dragon tongue magic. A living source. A dragon's will. Fear flashed in his eyes, but he didn't stop. He wrote faster, glyph after glyph. The icicles rained down harder. Sean roared, Elric now. Elric slammed his hand forward, channeling weapon magic into the mechanism. A blast of azure light erupted. The azure sky lowered armor forming around him in an instant. Riven gasped. That's impossible. You can't use it by yourself. An icicle stabbed toward Elric, but shattered harmlessly against the glowing armor. More spells flew toward Sean's head. Elric reacted instantly, throwing himself between them, directing the azure armor's shield forward. His eyes went wide as the magic surged through him, almost too much to handle. Then, whoosh, the icicles dissolved into thin air. The blue magic faded. The trap finally died. Elric collapsed onto the ground, panting. I thought I was done for, he said, half laughing, half terrified. Sean dropped beside him, exhausted but grinning. You're insane, but damn, you did it. Every professor turned toward the door, which had begun to creak open. A golden light spilled out, illuminating the cave. Elric sat up, eyes widening. Inside, treasures, mountains of gold, artifacts, ancient relics untouched for thousands of years. The others gasped, rushing forward to examine the riches. Riven nearly cried as he spotted shelves packed with preserved ancient books. Elric looked around, smiling faintly, letting the reality sink in. One professor approached him with awe. You're amazing. Elric blinked in surprise. Behind him, another professor eagerly waved, cheering. Sean grabbed Elric in a hug, laughing. You did that. You actually did that. Elric only smiled. The door of the dragon's nest had opened, and their real journey had just begun. Elric let out a breath, telling the hero that he hadn't done anything special. He just treated the whole ordeal like another exam. He broke everything down with geometric logic, applied elemental theory, and solved it. Simple. But the protagonist just stared at him, eyes widening in disbelief. While Elric rambled, the hero drifted off, thinking about real exam questions, lost in his own world. Sean nudged him, asking what he was spacing out about. Before Sean could tease him further, the hero grabbed Elric by the shoulder and told him, almost scolding him, that today was a day to smile. Sean grinned, patting the guy on the head, telling him that after today, nobody would ever be able to ignore him again. Elric watched all of this, stunned, as if seeing a new world open in front of him. Riven stepped forward, holding a glowing magic orb in both hands. The hero looked at it and finally smiled, really smiled. Suddenly someone grabbed Elric by the wrist and pulled. The professor arrived, telling the hero to head straight to the lab. Sean laughed, saying the kid had finally grown up. People were even calling him leader now. But Riven's face darkened. He whispered that behind the treasure lay a dragon's corpse. Sean's smile didn't fade. Then let's go see it, he said, already walking. The group moved together, the air heavy with tension. They reached it. A colossal skeleton, bigger than anything they had ever imagined. Elric froze, confused, then bolted somewhere like he'd suddenly discovered a disaster waiting to happen. The hero called out, asking what the group was doing. Elric spun back, furious, demanding the same from them. But the professor only smiled, saying it wasn't anger, just duty. The hero answered calmly, saying his work came first. Sean and Riven stood closest to the corpse. Sean narrowed his eyes at the enormous skull, swearing the thing had moved. He glanced around, confused. Where's everyone? The boys whispered among themselves, shaken. None of them had ever seen anything like this. The professor stepped forward, directing his magic toward the hero. Elric's breath caught, the pressure rising like a storm. Then happened. The professor's spell hit the ground, and space itself trembled. Magic roared across the chamber. Everyone screamed, scrambling to escape. The hero flinched, unable to understand what was happening. The professor collapsed to one knee, his palm still burning against the floor. And then came the sound. A low, ancient growl. Two boys sprinted in from the sides, screaming the word that froze the air itself. Dragon. The corpse moved. Bones scraped together as the skeletal dragon lifted its head, growling straight at Sean and Riven. The hero clenched his fists, furious. No, this isn't how this should be. The dragon let out a deafening roar. Sweat ran down the hero's face as he forced himself to breathe, telling himself to stay calm. Another test. This has to be another test. Riven fell to the ground, trembling, and the entire expedition backed away in shock. But the hero wasn't looking at the dragon. He was thinking about the nest. If the corpse is moving, then the nest must be close. Elric suddenly gasped, eyes going wide, everything clicking for him as he whispered the only truth that mattered if he wanted to live. We have to avoid the dragon, or we're dead. The hero stared at the dragon, its jaws wide open, lightning swirling inside its throat like a miniature storm. Yet he wasn't moving. He just stood there, eyes narrowed, visualizing, thinking. And in that frozen moment, something clicked in his mind. Dragon language magic is still just magic. Dragons are overwhelming, but not unstoppable. Sean is still safe. Riven is still an idiot. And absorbing raw magic won't be enough. Breath. I need time to prepare the breath. A calm, confident look settled on his face. He spun around, voice booming across the cavern. Everyone, group up. Form a defensive line. The shield bearers scrambled, pushing forward and locking shields. Their captain roared. Raise shields. Hold your ground. Sean and Riven stepped up behind them, chanting rapidly, gathering all the mana they had left. Stand your ground. Don't move. They shouted as a glowing barrier formed before the shield wall. Elric's eyes shot open. It's coming. The dragon snapped its jaws wide and unleashed a blinding torrent of lightning. The magical barrier shook violently as the attack slammed into it. Under the force, cracks spread like broken glass. The hero gritted his teeth, calculating in real time. The breath lasts 20 seconds. If we hold that long, we live. Sean strained, his hands trembling as he pushed mana into the barrier. Hold. Hold until the end. Behind the shield wall, a half-open door came into view. Elric darted a look toward it, his mind racing. 17 seconds to reach it, 3 seconds to shut it. If we time it perfectly, we survive. Then he looked forward, and his face drained of all color. A stream of lightning pierced through the cracked barrier, straight into one of the expedition members. The man didn't even scream. He was reduced to bone and ash in an instant. Where'd the shield go? Elric choked, panicking. The barrier shattered. Segments disappeared completely, allowing the dragon's magic to rip through the formation. Elric's voice cracked. We need to move. Now. The dragon paused, gathering another attack. Run, he bellowed. Riven was already sprinting, screaming, move. Hurry. One of the guys ahead of Sean yelled. If we get caught, we're dead. The hero ran with a strange smile. Calm. Almost relieved. It's fine. If we keep this pace, then... His thought snapped. A shadow fell in front of him. The ceiling above cracked with a sickening sound. The man running ahead of him dropped instantly, blood spraying across the ground in a horrifying arc. Elric skidded to a stop, eyes wide, unable to breathe. The guy's body twitched, then collapsed face first, blood still pouring. Before Elric could even scream, another teammate was flung over him, cut into pieces midair. Panic flooded his eyes once more. This can't be happening, he whispered, voice shaking. Then the real horror appeared. Armored monsters, massive, silent, merciless, materialized from the shadows and charged straight at the collapsing group, blocking every path of escape. The path ahead vanished as one of the armored monsters stepped directly in front of the hero. And the moment he saw its shape, his heart stopped. The Spartoi, the legendary guardians created for one purpose, protect the dragon. His throat tightened. No words came out, only a trembling gasp. He could barely breathe, let alone fight. Then, a blazing fireball shot past his shoulder and exploded against the Spartoi, forcing it back. The hero spun around. Sean stood there, covered in cuts, fighting off two Spartoi at once. Pull yourself together, he roared, blocking a spear strike by a hair's width. The Spartoi lunged again, its weapon slicing the air where Sean's head had been a second earlier. Blood ran down the hero's face. He wiped it away slowly. No more running. No more waiting. If anyone could deal with this, it had to be him. Behind him, the dragon rose once more, shaking the cavern. Two Spartoi stood forming a wall before it, motionless, merciless. His amulet swung against his chest, glowing faintly as he assessed everything with sharp, serious eyes. He forced himself to breathe. Every problem has a solution. Then the amulet flashed. A violent surge of pain stabbed through his skull. He grabbed his head, teeth grinding, unable to understand what was happening. When he opened his eyes, everything had changed. The world was tangled in green lines. A glowing web stretched across every surface, every movement, every possibility. What is this? He whispered. He could see paths, trajectories, intentions. Sean's mouth moved, shouting something, but the hero couldn't hear him at all. It was like the world had gone silent. Then a piercing voice cut through the emptiness. "Dodge!" He froze. The warning sounded distant, distorted, yet unmistakable. He glanced sideways and saw something looming behind him. He couldn't understand at first. Then he saw it. The Spartoi in midair, spear raised, descending toward his skull. He finally understood. He threw himself aside. The spear slammed where his head had been, cracking stone. The Spartoi halted, shocked, and the hero was just as stunned. He had actually dodged it. The monster swung again, a wide, brutal strike. The hero moved before he even thought. His body slid into the perfect blind spot. His eyes glowed bright green. This was an instinct. This wasn't luck. He was seeing it. The web showing him every path the Spartoi would take, and every path that would let him live. Each strike came closer. Each dodge was perfect. The Spartoi's attacks cut the air uselessly as the hero moved like he'd already lived this moment before. Then he noticed them. Tiny, bright green points lighting up the ground ahead of him. If I follow those, I survive. But then a sickening thought twisted in his mind. What if the dots are a trap? Sean, now bleeding from his cheek, pushed against another barrage of attacks, barely holding on. The rest of the group was losing ground fast, shouting desperately for help as they dodged wildly. Meanwhile, the hero calmly avoided the strikes of 3 Spartoi at once. There was no time left to doubt anything. Another blow came, this one infused with mana, roaring toward him like a falling star. And Elric leaped high, narrowly slipping out from under the incoming strike, landing hard and tearing off in a sprint. He twisted around mid-run and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. If we stay here, we die for nothing." 2 members dragged a third between them, stumbling forward. Sean, covered in dust and blood, ran while shouting, "Hurry, move." Riven, half-crawling, screamed, "Wait, take me with you." Another party member yelled back, "Hold on, we're coming." But Elric didn't slow. His expression sharpened, confident, absolute. "We go where I can see. Don't stop." Behind them, the enraged dragon unleashed another shockwave. Spartoi charged like metal shadows, their spears tearing through the air. Elric weaved between them effortlessly, his green-lit eyes predicting every strike. He yelled instructions as he dodged. "Duck now. Jump left. Turn. Turn. Keep running straight." Then he spotted Chance. "Sean, fireball left leg. Do it." Sean didn't question. He spun, blasting a fireball into Spartoi's leg, staggering it, and opening a narrow escape window. The group stormed toward the door. Someone cried out with relief. "We're almost there. Just a little more." A man wearing a cap burst out through the crack in the door yelling, "We're out." Elric caught up behind him, heart pounding, thinking, "We made it. If we just shut the door." But then, a scream sliced across the corridor. "Help. Please help." Rivo had fallen. He clawed at the ground, reaching toward them, while several Spartoi closed in from behind. Elric froze mid-step. "If I close the door now, I have to abandon him." He clenched his teeth. Riven, this idiot, this pain in the ass. Then Elric caught himself grinning, realizing something dark, sharp, and new about himself. But as a Spartoi lunged toward the glasses-wearing boy, Elric snapped. "Even if he's annoying, even if he slows us down, I can't let him die like this." He turned back. He reached out his hand. The Spartoi's spear came down like a guillotine. "Elric!" Someone screamed from behind. For a heartbeat, everything froze. Riven opened his eyes and saw a shimmering yellow barrier blocking the Spartoi's attack, just inches from his skull. Elric stood over him, panting, mana crackling around him. "It seems," he said between ragged breaths, "these monsters can't cross the boundary." Riven collapsed backward, gasping, tears mixing with sweat. I'm alive. I'm actually alive." Sean rushed over, furious and relieved at once. "Are you out of your mind?" Elric casually pulled his hand away with a grin. "He's the one with weak legs. Why are you yelling at me?" The Spartoi, seeing the barrier it couldn't pass, backed away reluctantly. The others behind it did the same, silent, watching. Elric stared after them. Are they really unable to leave this place? Slowly, he lifted his gaze. Above them, the massive door towered, its surface glowing, crackling with energy. Elric raised his eyes toward the glowing door, and a thought struck him. Now that I think about it, there were signs of destruction inside the dragon's lair. From above, were we the only uninvited guests? Or did someone else come here before us? Before he could dig deeper into the idea, the dragon staggered across the broken bridge behind them, its massive weight crushing stone with every step. Elric took a closer look and froze. There was something on its head. A needle. Thin. Metallic. Buried deep between the scales. What is that? Before he could even blink. Boom. The ceiling split open. Rocks rained down like a collapsing mountain, and the entire cavern trembled. Someone screamed. "What's happening?" Riven looked up, his voice cracking in terror. "The Spartoi. They're coming down." More shouts erupted. "What the hell is going on? Why are they still after us?" A spar toy dropped behind Elric with a metallic thud, its glaring helm fixed on the group. Panic spread instantly. Run. Just run. Didn't we already escape? Why is this still happening? But Elric, he already knew. Sean looked back, and his eyes widened. Elric had stepped back inside the gate, past the threshold, into the lair again. The door began to close. What are you doing? Sean screamed, sprinting toward him. Elric turned, smiling, calm, fearless. Sean, go ahead. Don't joke with me. Sean roared, lunging for him, but the giant stone door slammed shut right in front of his face. Elric! Elric! Sean pounded the door with everything he had, his voice breaking. You're crazy. Why won't this door open? Elric! But no matter how hard he hit, no answer came. His hands trembled, his breath shook, and slowly, a memory surfaced. 7 years ago, after Elric's punishment and removal, Sean stood in front of a quiet boy sitting alone. Are you Elric? He smiled gently and held out his hand. My name's Sean. Nice to meet you. Do you want to be friends? Elric looked down at the ground, eyes empty, then lifted his head. Off. Sean froze, shocked. A library bathed in cold moonlight. Elric sat alone reading. A hand appeared before him again. Sean's hand. I'll say it again. Want me friends? Off. A hallway. Footsteps echoing. Elric. Wait up. Get lost. Sean stopped mid-stride. He hadn't even asked anything yet. Night sky. 2 boys standing under the stars. Sean asked again. Can we be friends? Off. Sean let out a weak laugh. I didn't even finish my sentence. A training settlement in the mountains. A teacher shouted. A real magician needs endurance. You will earn points based on the order you arrive. Moo. Sean and Elric stood side by side, breathless, uncertain, far from friends but closer than they realized. The instructor's voice echoed through the mountain pass. Remember, if you use magic, you're disqualified. The moment the start was announced, dozens of students scattered like startled birds. Some shoved, some slipped, some clawed their way forward in desperation. Riven was pushed into a bush immediately, screaming. But one student moved differently, cutting through the chaos with sharp, effortless steps. Sean. He sprinted past everyone, an arrogant smile plastered across his face, weaving between trees like he'd already won. Glancing back, he laughed. I'm already halfway up the mountain. Huh, should I go back and drag Elric with me? But his victory lasted exactly 2 seconds. His foot caught on something. He flipped forward mid-stride. Huh, what the? Boom. A massive explosion erupted behind him, blasting him high into the air. More explosions followed, dozens of them, rippling across the forest. Sean crashed into a rock, blood spilling from his forehead. He dangled helplessly over a deep cliff, fingers locked onto a jagged edge. Is anyone there? He croaked. Help anyone, please. 3 silhouettes approached. They smiled down at him. Riven stepped forward, sneering. Just use magic and climb up, idiot. Why are you hesitating? Sean's fingers shook violently. His vision blurred. He didn't know how long he'd been hanging, or how much longer he could hold on. I could die here. Just use magic. Even if I'm disqualified. If I get expelled, how will I even face Father? Tears streamed down his face, dripping into the abyss. His hand slipped. He fell. Damn it. A hand caught him. Sean froze. Elric, gritting his teeth, held him with one arm, fighting to pull him up. You. Sean whispered, stunned. You came back. Hold on tighter. Elric roared, veins bulging from strain. With one final heave, he dragged Sean to safety. The two collapsed opposite each other, breathing hard. Sean's leg bent at an unnatural angle. Broken. You need to go, Sean winced. Don't wait for me. You'll be late because of me. Elric opened his eyes slowly. He wasn't looking at Sean's face. He was staring at the broken leg. Then, without a word, he lifted Sean onto his back. Wait. What are you doing? Sean panicked. I told you to go ahead. Elric glanced over his shoulder. Weren't you the one who asked me to be your friend? Sean's eyes widened. His cheeks flushed red. Well, why yes, but you told me to F off. That doesn't count. Elric cut him off. Forget that. Just give me some artifact from your house later. Sean's expression twisted. Are you serious? You're helping me and charging me for it. Elric smirked. Same amount will be fine. We're friends, right? Sean's jaw dropped. You're trying to scam your friend. Elric adjusted him on his back. I'm providing a premium service. Sean exploded. Premium. Put me down, you damned. Elric kept walking, calm and unbothered as the forest stretched ahead. No refunds, he added. Sean nearly fainted from rage. Elric once told Sean that since he saved him from drowning back then, Sean owed him a reward. And as they walked through the forest, Elric casually added, by the way, your hair looks better when it's messy. Why don't you ever push your bangs back? Sean puffed up with pride. Combing my bangs back is a matter of honor. A warrior never compromises his style. Elric had rolled his eyes. That was then. Now, back in the present. Sean stood helplessly in front of the sealed door while Spartois hammered the other side. He slammed his fist against the stone. That idiot. That absolute idiot, he shouted, voice shaking. Even if he's weaker than me. Who does he think is trying to protect who? Behind him, the surviving expedition members screamed as Spartois continued to break through the floors above. Help, please. Sean grabbed the door with both hands, trembling so hard he could barely speak. Elric, just hang on. I'll get the elders. Or my father. Just hold on. Then he spun around and sprinted in the opposite direction. But please, he muttered, voice cracking. Don't die. That's all I'm asking you. Just don't die. Inside the sealed chamber, Elric stood with his back against the heavy door, listening to his friend's desperate voice fade into the distance. A small smile tugged at his lips. Thank you, Sean, but I won't let you get dragged into this. He pushed off the ground and ran straight toward the dragon. Dozens, no, hundreds, of Spartois blocked the path ahead. Their spears glowed. Their armor burned red hot. Elric slid under the first attack, sparks scraping off the floor. Who do you think I am? He roared. His green-lit eyes scanned the battlefield. Lines, paths, weak points. Then he saw something others couldn't. The Spartois were attacking each other. Found it. He twisted, dodged 3 spears at once, and sprinted toward the center of the chaos. Another blade crashed into the ground beside him. He rolled, reached out, and grabbed something buried beneath the rubble. A violent blast of magic erupted, engulfing him in flames. When the fire cleared, he stood holding breath of Gehenna, glowing like molten glass. He whispered, voice low, well, whatever happens, happens. His eyes flickered crimson. You want to feel it on your own skin. The breath of Gehenna ignited. His entire right arm burst into flame. Blood streamed down from his eyes. His life force surged. This artifact wasn't meant for someone without mana. But he didn't care. He would burn himself if that's what it took. He activated the forbidden skill. A wave of fire screamed outward. The Spartois didn't even have time to scream. They were incinerated down to ash. All of this, the hero said through clenched teeth, is just another dragon test. Fire swirled around him like a blazing storm. The dragon responded with its own breath, a burning torrent meant to erase everything. Elric sidestepped casually, flames skimming past him. If this is a test, then the answer must be somewhere inside it. The dragon inhaled again, charging an even stronger blast. The hero stared at its head, at the object stuck between the scales. He crouched, then jumped, straight into the burning inferno, landing directly on the dragon's massive skull. Standing in the flames, inches away from the mysterious object, he finally reached the truth. Standing atop the dragon's burning skull, Elric narrowed his eyes at the spear lodged deep between its scales. Maybe this spear is the key, like the final answer to an exam question. Below him, dozens of Spartois scrambled up the dragon's body, climbing over each other just to reach him. Elric glanced down at them, surrounded from all sides. If I'm wrong, if this is all just some sick joke, then I die here. A crazy smile stretched across his face. But retreat? Never. I'm a Melvinger. He reached for the spear. Hands grabbed him, Spartois pulling, clawing, dragging him down. Then, boom. A monstrous surge of energy erupted from his body. The Spartois were blasted away like dust in a storm. Elric stood still, looking up. What is this? The world around him warped, colors shifting, sounds dissolving. He blinked, and suddenly, he wasn't standing on a dragon anymore. He was standing inside someone else's memory. In front of him hung a massive dragon, alive, furious, towering over a lone human figure. The dragon inhaled deeply, charging its devastating breath. But the human wasn't human at all. The figure turned, slowly. A predatory smile carved across his face. The Demon King. Elric's breath caught in his throat. Did he just look at me? Can something inside a memory see me? The demon lifted his spear, purple energy spiraling into a growing sphere in his hand. His entire body ignited in a deadly, scarlet aura, thick enough to make the air tremble. The dragon unleashed its attack, a colossal beam that could erase a mountain. The demon laughed and swung his spear. The beam split in half. The dragon recoiled in shock. Then the demon moved. He blurred, rushing the sky lizard with insane speed. Every strike shook the cavern. Every collision shattered stone. Elric shielded his face, overwhelmed. This mana, this is an 8th circle. No, this is far beyond it. The demon danced through the dragon's blows, too fast, too vicious. The dragon roared, unable to keep up. Chunks of ceiling crashed down. Walls cracked and collapsed as the battle tore the chamber apart. With a bloodthirsty grin, the demon lifted his spear high, then slammed down with enough force to shake reality. The spear pierced the dragon's skull. A deafening silence. The demon stood there, victorious, 1 foot on the dragon's head, his spear buried deep. Elric stared in disbelief. He killed a dragon. Alone. The demon looked directly at him. You're the one who freed me from that miserable seal, he said, smiling too wide, too sharp. Therefore, you will be my new vessel. The demon's body dissolved into swirling black fog. That's right, he whispered, drifting toward Elric. Let me merge with you, and together, little human, we shall take over the world. Elric froze, trembling, panic exploding across his face. But then, he noticed something behind the demon. Something moving. Something the demon hadn't seen yet. The dragon, the once fallen corpse, suddenly revived. It roared and unleashed its attack directly at the demon. Chains of pure magic snapped into existence around the demon's limbs, binding him. The dragon turned its glowing head toward him, its voice ancient and trembling with fury. Demon King Mephistopheles. Elric froze. Demon King? He heard that right? He's the Demon King. Light wrapped around the dragon's bones, holy and wrathful. You and I shall be buried here together, the dragon declared. But then, the same chains crawled onto the dragon, binding it as well. Mephistopheles chuckled. Chinook, even if you seal me alongside you thousands of years ago. Demonic power surged from Mephistopheles' body and shot straight toward Elric. This time is different. A violent, dark haze tore through the air and rammed into Elric. It invaded through his eyes, through his mouth, through every pore. Elric gagged, clawing at his face, trying to scrape the darkness off him. This wasn't the dragon's test. This was a trap designed by the Demon King. The dragon's holy light flickered. Its life force, its mana, began draining out of its bones and flooding into Elric. Elric collapsed to one knee, screaming as both demonic energy and dragon mana ravaged his body. Mephistopheles laughed hysterically. Shun's mana will make your body a perfect vessel. Stronger, endless. The dark fog spiraled into Elric's chest. A curse took shape inside him. Then, the world vanished. Coffins. His parent cold bodies lying side by side. Elric watched from the shadows, a child staring at death. He remembered. His grandfather, his uncles, his retainers, all sacrificing themselves in the Great Demon War, all dying to drive monsters away. Even when his parents perished, when a Melvinger family was on the verge of extinction, only he and his older sister remained. He saw the two of them sitting at the seashore, hugging each other under a lonely sunset. Only the two of them, against the world. Dark silhouettes surrounded them, eyes full of mockery, voices dripping with greed. The imperial family, the magic tower, the subjects of their house. They all revealed their disgusting, selfish desires. A man approached from behind. Someone Elric once trusted more than anyone. A man hidden in the shadows, smiling cruelly. Even him. Even the man I relied on the most. He reached for the badge on the man's uniform, the badge of a loyal vassal. His sister clung to him, crying, "Uncle, please help us." But the uncle pulled away, walked off, left his sister kneeling on the ground, left Elric with the final truth. Their uncle abandoned them. Elric screamed, body twisting under the unbearable pain. Inside the memory, his uncle turned his head as a stone smashed against his back. Little Elric stood trembling, another stone in his hand, eyes red with rage and despair. His sister hugged him, trying to stop him, whispering his name. What could I have done? I was too small, too powerless. The mansion's door slammed shut, leaving the two children outside, alone, betrayed, forgotten, and in the present. Elric screamed again, both dragon and demon magic tearing him apart from the inside, as the seal tried to forcefully make him the next vessel. The hero understood one thing clearly. This was worse than anything he imagined. Even as the violent surge of demon and dragon energy tore through his body, he clung to one final conviction. No matter what, I will cure my blocked mana. I will revive my family. His consciousness began to fade. Images of those who betrayed them, those who abandoned them, flashed in his mind. No, I haven't even started. I can't end here. Not like this. Then, BADUM. His heart slammed against his chest. Once. Twice. Faster. Stronger. A single word burst into his mind. Melvinger. His amulet responded, glowing with a radiant golden light. The hero opened his eyes, trembling. No, I won't let someone like Mephistopheles consume me, he growled. You're a bad person. Golden symbols ignited around him, spinning in the air like ancient runes awakening after centuries. His entire body glowed. His eyes exploded into a fierce, bright green light. Voices echoed through the darkness. Old, distant, sorrowful. We pray that in the far future, our voices will reach our descendant. A blast of green energy erupted from the hero, knocking the demon fog backward. Mephistopheles' grin faltered. What is this power? The hero lifted his hand slowly, as if guided by someone else. He pointed straight at the demon. Green energy surged forward, swallowing Mephistopheles' essence. The hero, half conscious, half possessed, released an overwhelming wave of magical force. Another echoing voice whispered, according to the ancient pact, this is where the first demon will be absorbed. Floating upward, Elric snapped his fingers. A burst of blue magic detonated, shredding Mephistopheles' fog like paper in a storm. Mephistopheles screamed, This isn't possible. This isn't possible. Green mana consumed him, tearing away his shadowy form piece by piece. Right before dissolving completely, he shrieked, "Everything is wrong." Then silence. A tattoo burned itself into the hero's arm. Mephistopheles was gone. Inside the void between worlds, Elric looked at his hands. Transparent, fading like smoke. Where am I? A man stood before him, wearing a tattered white robe, eyes tired yet gentle. A glowing book floated beneath their feet. Elric stared. Why do you look familiar? The man turned, speaking calmly. We were once a group of scholars, seeking perfect magic. Elric's eyes widened. That voice. I've heard before. A red sphere appeared, pulsing with power. Then it darkened into scarlet, as dark energy poured into it. Our greed for greater power led to disaster, the man said. We were defeated by the demons, and brought ruin to the world. The sphere devoured more corrupted energy. To correct our sins, to repent for the destruction we caused. The man smiled faintly, golden hair glowing softly. We created a family. The vision shifted. A colossal demon silhouette rose in the sky, a dark sphere in its hand, while a lone man stood at the edge of an abyss. The hero's breath stopped. Is this the demon king? No, this is the demon god. The man continued. We created a family to eradicate demons. He extended his hand. His skin shimmered, part flesh, part swirling cosmos, as if the universe itself was stitched into his arm. In the distance, birds soared into a glowing sky. The sky trembled. Dragons, massive, ancient, godlike, hung above the robed man. He looked up at them and spoke with quiet conviction. Destroying demons, that is the duty of the family we created. He lifted his other hand, and it, too, was covered in that star-patterned cosmic mark. Beneath them, stone shattered. A demon climbed out of the rubble, standing tall, its presence heavy enough to crush the air. The man didn't flinch. However, he continued softly. Demons will never truly disappear. They will always return again and again. Behind him, a crowd of demons materialized, dozens, hundreds, eyes blazing red. That is why. He raised both hands, forming ancient gestures. Steam burst from a glowing fissure in the ground. We must absorb them, repeatedly, until not a single demon remains. He pulled his hood over his head. The demons shrieked and lunged. The man extended his hand, and his entire body shimmered like a constellation, woven from stars themselves. In the far future, demons will battle dragons again. The earth rippled like liquid from the force of that imagined war. And when that time comes, our descendants will inherit our will. The demon's silhouette warped, its body covered in chains and seals. Its form blurred into darkness, but its two glowing eyes stayed fixed on the man. A massive hand reached out of the shadow, stretching toward the hooded figure. The image warped violently. The world twisted. Elric staggered. What? The image is breaking. A hand reached out toward him. Careful. He blinked. When he looked down, his own hand was trembling in midair, grabbing at nothing. What happened? Sunlight spilled through a window. He was lying in a bed. With a long exhale, he wiped his chin, then noticed someone sitting beside him. Sean, sitting on a stool, back hunched, head down. Elric blinked. Sean, what are you doing? Sean jerked upright. Huh? What do you want? Elric squinted. Were you crying? Sean's back stiffened. Do you seriously think I was crying? He was shaking. His shoulders trembled silently. Why'd you wake up now? Sean muttered. And why is that even embarrassing? Elric smiled lightly. I'm still pretty sure you were crying. Sean's face was hidden in the shadow, but his silence answered everything. It's okay, Elric said gently. You can cry if you want. He chuckled. Actually, you cried in the nest too. That did it. Sean whipped around, furious. What did you say? Elric panicked instantly. Wait, my bad. Later at the academy, Elric found out Sean had personally brought an entire rescue team to save him. Sean confirmed it while Elric rolled an egg across the huge bump on his forehead. That's exactly what I did, Sean grumbled. Elric frowned. Couldn't you use healing magic instead of giving me an egg? You should thank me, Sean snapped. At least I gave you something, your mother. Elric froze. As the head of my family, hearing your mother that is a bit. Sean cut him off, slamming the table. What did you just say? Elric opened his mouth, trying to explain what he wanted to say earlier, but Sean shut him down instantly, shaking his head like, nope. I didn't hear anything. That irritated glare on Sean's face said everything without words. If you pull something dangerous again, I swear. But then his expression shifted. Something caught his eye. Sean suddenly shot up from his chair, excitement bursting out of him. Get up. Now. Elric blinked. Why? What happened? Just shut up and stand. Sean barked. Fine. The moment Elric stood up, Sean raised a hand beside him, measuring him, eyes widening in disbelief. Bro, did you get taller? He dragged Elric toward the mirror. Look at yourself. Remember your old height. Elric pupils trembled. He didn't understand. Did this happen because someone tried to take over my body? Before he could gather his thoughts, Sean leaned in, urgently asking, what happened? What went down inside that nest? And the dragon, what about it? Elric turned away. He couldn't. Not yet. I'll tell you, when the time is right. Sean exhaled, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. All right, I trust you. Just make sure you know what you're doing. Then he immediately shoved Elric away, grumbling under his breath. And I'm still mad that you don't tell me anything. Elric hugged him from behind dramatically. Don't be like that. Sean peeled him off, rolling his eyes. Fine, fine. Whatever. Anyway, what happened to the nest? He cracked open an egg and started eating it casually. My family's guarding the lair. Elric sat on the windowsill. Then they must be busy excavating, right? Nope. Sean plopped down beside him. They're guarding it so no one enters. Elric's face twisted in horror. What? What? Sean swallowed the egg before answering. Because it belongs to you, idiot. You're the one who found the nest. My family can't just take it and do whatever they want. Cut to a group of men in business suits shaking hands in front of a massive chained-off door. Elric narration filled in the rest. By law, whoever discovers a dragon's nest owns it. But big scientific institutions? They always buy their way into a share. Excavation rights, research rights, anything they can grab. Sean laughed. The Magic Tower and the Academy are losing their minds trying to get a piece of it. Elric turned slightly pink and stared at his friend. Sean flinched. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Elric bowed his head slightly. Thank you. Sean jerked his gaze away, embarrassed. His smile returned, quiet, confident. He knew the Nestor family wanted a license too. Yet they were protecting the nest for him. You piss me off, Sean muttered. And don't ever say stuff like that again. The two bumped fists, a friendly punch. Sean grinned. You find this funny? You're crazy. Elric snorted and pushed Sean's shoulder back. Thanks for the compliment, you son of a dog. Sean froze. But before he could even react properly, Elric's expression shifted. His smile evaporated. His eyes sharpened. Something important had just snapped back into place in his mind. The Dean. That crafty old man. Elric could already imagine him pulling every string he had, twisting every connection, begging for a license before anyone else could touch the nest. A quiet fire burned behind Elric's eyes. Then, with a slow, insane smile spreading across his face, he muttered, So Barracks tried to kill me, and now he want a license? He really dared, huh? Sean saw the transformation, the crazy grin, the ominous aura, and screamed, pointing at the reader like he wanted witnesses. Hey, what is he trying to do now? I know that smile. He always does something insane when he looks like that. Elric turned toward him calmly. Sean, don't. You better not. Sean backed up immediately. But Elric kept walking toward him with that devilish, glowing smile. I need a small favor. I can't. I'm not listening. Lalelo. Spread the word that I was seriously injured. Sean collapsed into a chair, burying his face in his hands, as if accepting his fate. Why do I hear things I shouldn't hear? Meanwhile, footsteps echoed over the cobbled path. A man in polished armor marched toward the entrance of the magical Imperial Hospital, a family crest shining on his cape. Several guards were stationed outside. Barracks stood among a crowd of scholars, nobles, and opportunists, looking ready to cough up blood from frustration. What did you just say? He demanded. A bespectacled man peeked out from behind the gate. Cadet Elric Melvinger is in a coma, due to severe injuries sustained inside the dragon's nest. You cannot enter. Please leave. Barracks trembled with rage. I traveled all the way here, and you're telling me to go back. Another man with a gray mustache pushed forward. What about the excavation rights? A third shouted. Are you planning to abandon the nest? The crowd erupted. Why is the Nestor family blocking the hospital? Let us in. This is unfair. Elric watched the chaos unfold from his hospital window. Idiots, he muttered. Just then, the door opened. A man entered carrying a wooden plate. Carl Donitz, a representative of the Nestor family. Sir Elric, he said gently, please rest. Your health is the priority. Elric didn't answer. He just stared out the window as the evening light spilled across the room. Carl bowed slightly and stepped out, closing the door softly behind him. The moment he left, Elric exhaled, and a slow, dangerous smile crept onto his lips. Perfect. He turned, eyes piercing straight at the reader. Mephistopheles, can you stop staring at me like that and start talking? How long are you going to keep this up? A low growl filled the room. The demon's lip curled in irritation. Show some respect. You're speaking to the king. Images flashed through Elric's memory. Mephistopheles standing atop a mountain of bones. The former demon king who once drowned the world in chaos. The ruler whose name terrified entire continents. But now, the same demon was hovering in Elric's mind, constantly watching, constantly criticizing, constantly judging. And Elric stared right back, unfazed. Elric casually picked his nose, completely ignoring the demon's murderous glare. Well, in that case, he flicked his booger away without shame. I think I'll call you Furies, the legendary demon king, the terror of eras, the destroyer of nations, froze. For the first time in 1,000 years, he had no comeback. He just sputtered in pure rage. Because right now, The great Mephistopheles was nothing more than an angry, evil spirit floating around Elric like an offended mosquito. Suddenly, Mephistopheles lunged at him, pounding Elric on the back as if trying to kill him. Die, die, die already, human. Elric didn't even flinch. Your hits feel like a cotton ball. Not bad for a massage. Mephistopheles screeched. Imperial Hospital, behind the fence. Away from the chaos of the crowd, Elric leaned against a closed wooden door, rubbing his chest. Well, in any case, a sophom vibrated under his palm. Blue energy leaked from beneath his skin, pulsing like a heartbeat made of mana itself. So I wasn't imagining it, he muttered. Inside him, the dragon's heart, the core of the ancient dragon race, the source of perfect authority, was beating. He remembered the moment clearly now, when Mephistopheles thrust his spear into the ancient dragon, when the creature let out its final roar. At that exact moment, the heart had flown into Elric. He could still feel the dragon's mana swirling inside him, wrapping around his own heart like a second life. I can only recall everything up until Mephistopheles tried to take my body, he whispered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Inside his thoughts, images flashed like illustrations from an ancient scripture. Between light and darkness stood two colossal gods. Around the demon lord, the god of darkness, stood his four servants. Finus, the eastern dragon whose flames could end worlds. Insaner, the bird whose screams drove armies insane. Fornications, the twisted man with two snakes for hair, each one whispering ruin. Est originale peccatum, the firewolf with a skull head, howling at the moon. And above them all, the strongest of the strong, the apex of all demons, Mephistopheles, the highest demon king in history. The same guy who was now vibrating angrily behind Elric, like an offended chihuahua. Elric's thoughts shattered as Mephistopheles screeched, stabbing his forehead with an angry finger. I told you already. My name was bestowed upon me by the demon lord himself. He glared, stepping forward like a furious goblin. I swear I will rip you to pieces. Elric sighed. You're seriously annoying. Mephistopheles twitched. Then Elric added with a blank face. Are all demon kings this stupid? Must be an age thing. Maybe your hearing's going bad. Mephistopheles' jaw dropped, so far it almost hit the floor. Elric lay down on the bed, scratching his but casually. Mephistopheles hovered behind him, trembling with centuries of rage. 1,000 years. I waited 1,000 years, and my mana was stolen by this brat. A distorted silhouette of Mephistopheles flipped upside down behind him. A demon who once believed the world should kneel beneath his feet, now reduced to arguing with a kid lying sideways on a hospital bed. Mephistopheles gritted his teeth, so hard sparks almost flew. In Mephistopheles' fading consciousness, the past rose again like a nightmare carved into stone. He remembered the mountain of corpses, the battlefield where he stood tall above the defeated. Back then, the carnage stretching beneath him wasn't horror. It was purpose. It was the meaning of his existence. Then came the roar. A massive silhouette soared across the full moon, wings blotting out the sky. Closer, closer, until every scale gleamed like polished steel. Shaynark, king of dragons. The ancient dragon opened its colossal jaws, preparing to unleash a world-ending breath. Mephistopheles only smiled. That cold, merciless smile of a being who knew, absolutely, who was superior. With a single motion, he slashed through the dragon's attack, cutting the stream of power apart with his spear. The dragon roared again, releasing thick chains from its mouth. Divine restraints forged for demon kings. Mephistopheles remembered it all, clearly. The moment Shaynark blocked his path. The moment the dragon lunged. The moment those chains wrapped around them both. He remembered the crushing weight as the dragon dragged him down, burying both king and demon deep beneath the earth. But that time, there was no vessel nearby. No human body to slip into. No soul to claim. So Mephistopheles waited, and waited, and waited. Thousands of years passed in darkness, until a group of heroes stepped into the cave. Their torchlight cut through the gloom, and among them stood the boy. Mephistopheles' lips curved into a predatory grin in the memory. Finally, my vessel is here. He remembered Elric looking up toward his presence, as if the boy could sense him through the seal. Yes, this was the child who would free him. The perfect vessel that passed every trial meant for the demon king himself. He remembered how close he came, how he almost succeeded in devouring Elric's body and soul. But then, the boy's bloodline awakened, a force Mephistopheles had never seen, a power that absorbed him instead, crushing his millennium-old plans in a single instant. Back to reality, Mephistopheles drifted weakly beside the window, his expression twisted with bitterness. All he had left now were scraps, particles of demonic residue, clinging to existence. What kind of power was that? He whispered, trembling with rage at the memory of being consumed. Elric, lying on the bed, glanced at the demon-possessed amulet. Stop acting so high and mighty. You're not exactly powerful anymore. That snapped something in Mephistopheles. The demon exploded. How dare a mortal offspring speak to me like that? If I were 1,000 years younger, I would. This is the problem with you Melvingers. Acting like you're something divine. In MY era, I went against the entire world. Elric didn't even look at him. He just squinted with one eye into the amulet, tuning out Mephistopheles' tantrum. Inside the crystal reflection, he remembered the words. The prophecy that whispered through his dreams. One day, in the distant future, our voices will reach the descendants. He saw again the moment he was nearly overwhelmed by demons. And the instant when this mysterious power awakened within him. He rolled the amulet between his fingers. In his mind, an image formed. The profile of his grandfather, and the mysterious man from the visions. Could it be his voice? He murmured. Then the memory struck sharply. The moment he absorbed Mephistopheles. The echoing voice that followed. According to the contract, the first demon shall be absorbed. Elric's eyes widened. Everything clicked at once. Elric's eyes snapped open, pupils trembling. Wait, if I absorb Mephistopheles, does that mean I absorb his power too? He jumped out of bed and grabbed the pendant in his hand, staring at it like he had just discovered a divine treasure. So this thing, this magic pendant, it's an item that absorbs the Demon King. He looked even closer. No, not just the Demon King. His voice lowered, eyes narrowing with realization. It's an item that absorbs demons. A single drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He slowly turned to look at Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles stared back. Why are you staring at me like that? The demon asked nervously. Elric didn't answer at first. He just studied the pendant, then the demon, then back to the pendant. If that's the case, then is it possible to absorb demons like Mephistopheles too? Images flashed in his mind. The 4 great demons, the first demon, the ancient ones scattered across worlds. If there was a first, then there would be a second, a third, a fourth, a whole lineage. A wicked, predatory smile crept across Elric's face. His pendant glimmered ominously. I hit the tens pot, he muttered. Kings, better get ready. You're already dead. Mephistopheles shivered violently as an icy wave crawled down his spine. The atmosphere around Elric felt wrong. Too calm, too focused, too dangerous. Later, Elric and Mephistopheles stood before a long stretch of mountain ranges split by a flowing ribbon. The winds were gentle, but the tension cut like a blade. Mephistopheles blinked. What is this sudden walk for? Hey. When an adult asks a question, you should answer. Elric sighed. You're too loud. Shut up for a while. He removed his cloak and laid it neatly on the ground. Then he sat down cross-legged, folding his hands. Until I understand how to use this pendant, I need to confirm something. With calm breath, Elric closed his eyes. The world fell silent. Meditation realm. Then, everything exploded in color. A brilliant blue light washed over the entire landscape. He felt flowers nearby. He sensed a tiny bug buzzing toward them. A ladybug landed gently on a petal. Fwhip! The flower behind it burst into drifting petals, floating upward like glowing feathers. Then, they accelerated. They raced toward Elric, swirling in the air like they were answering a silent command. Still with eyes closed, he whispered in awe. I can feel it. The ladybug's wings. The breeze touching the petals. The smell of flowers in the air. I can sense everything. His eyes opened. If my guess is right, he reached forward. His hand touched a shimmering green mesh. Pure, concentrated magic. His face darkened in shadow. He slowly closed his hand, then clenched it into a fist. His heart thundered in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. A spark flickered at the tip of his finger. Then, burn, whoosh. A violent pillar of flames roared upward in front of him, turning the air molten. Elric's face twisted in pure shock. What? A close-up of his widened eyes. Mephistopheles stared, horrified. That's... His voice trembled. That's dragon magic. Elric stood there, flames still crackling in front of him, his finger raised in disbelief. Mephistopheles stared at him, completely stunned. This is impossible. How can a mere human use dragon magic? Even for a Melvinger, this is far too much. The last wisps of magic dissolved into the air, scattering like glowing dust. Elric raised his head and laughed softly. Fire burned in front of him, wild and alive. He stared into it, then pressed his lips together, because he finally understood. He could use magic, not a trick, not borrowed strength. His magic. And that meant one thing. The curse that had blocked his entire life. The disease that strangled his mana. The condition that made the world call him useless. It was finally cured. His mind flashed back to childhood, to the voices that had stabbed him over and over. Disgrace of the Melvinger family. Probably picked up from the street. He's trash. A failure who doesn't know his place. On lonely nights, he had heard every whisper, every insult, every cruel laugh. Now, standing in the glow of the sunset, firelight reflecting in his eyes, Elric exhaled slowly. Everyone who betrayed his family. Everyone who ignored him. Everyone who spat on the Melvinger name. His face hardened. Determination blazed in his eyes. I'll make every one of them regret it. A group of reporters stood near the riven bank, golden light dancing across the water. Camera lenses zoomed in. "We have news regarding the student Elric Melvinger," one reporter announced. "Details about the dragon's nest excavation will be released soon at the Magic Tower." Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Carl, the servant who had been forced into humiliating tasks, all thanks to Sean's reckless temper, walked quickly, his nerves frayed. He had lied to the Imperial family. He had deceived the Magic Tower. And all because Sean insisted everything would work out. Sean claimed he had it under control. Carl wanted to believe him. He really did. But the consequences could be disastrous. Carl hurried back to the room and asked where Elric was. "Gone," someone replied. "He left. Didn't say where." Carl froze. What? All that remained was a small note Elric had left behind. Carl unfolded it, and his face drained of color. He immediately turned to Sean. "We have a problem." Sean sighed loudly. "What now?" Before Carl could answer, bam! The doors burst open with explosive flare. A young woman strode in, flames flickering faintly around her hair. Sean's jaw dropped. "Sister." His sister stepped forward, irritation on her face. "Why do you look surprised? Are you not happy to see me?" This was Tasha Nister, the Firebird Witch, the youngest Grand Mage in Empire history. A prodigious genius forged by the Magic Tower, the Imperial family, and the Protestant Union. One of the Empire's legendary 3 new stars. And she was currently glaring at Carl Donuts like she was about to burn him alive. "Did you do what I asked you to do?" Carl nearly fainted. Yes, Lady Tasha." Sean rubbed his temple, overwhelmed. "Why are you even here?" Tasha crossed her arms. "I heard about your mess," she said, voice sharp. "And there was no way I could just sit and watch." Carl swallowed hard, fear twisting inside him. If someone like her was stepping in, things were already far worse than he imagined. Sean knew it was bad, very bad. If Tasha entered the room and didn't see Elric, his sister could sense trouble instantly. She grasped everything on the fly. He needed to keep her away before she discovered anything. But Tasha asked the most dangerous question in the world. "Is it all true?" Sean smiled nervously. "Well, you should leave. You'll disturb the doctors." Tasha blinked. "Did my little brother just tell me what to do?" She stepped closer, expression sharp. "Reveal the truth about the dragon's nest excavation." Sean nearly choked. Of all things, she remembered that. Of course she did. Tasha had been obsessed with dragons since childhood. "No one took the dragons, right?" she asked, voice trembling with excitement. Sean forced a straight face. "I'll handle it myself." She grabbed his wrist tightly. "Call me the moment your friend wakes up." Sean froze. Like hell I will, he thought. But then Tasha leaned in, eyes glowing. "Or I'll beat you." Sean flinched like lightning struck his back. "Yes, I'll definitely. Absolutely. Probably call you." Panic swirled in his mind. "Elric, think of something, please." At that moment, Carl staggered in, clothes torn, face bruised, clearly beaten. "It's over," he whispered. "There's a rumor spreading that the heir of the Melvinger family is in a coma." Sean nearly fainted. A long coat swayed behind him as he walked calmly down the town's main street. He passed Sean's newspaper stand and paused at the latest issue. On the front page, a familiar face. "Dean." Elric stared. The man was smiling confidently in the photo. Far too confidently. "So you got yourself on the front page. Congratulations," he muttered. The dean hadn't wasted a single second. He was already plotting something insidious. The dean entered the director's office proudly. "Now I finally have the right to do everything I wanted." The old director didn't even look up. "Don't rush. The elections haven't started." The dean frowned. "You were reckless. I failed to notice how much you wanted to protect that boy." The director sighed. "I'm not a director yet." He paused. "What about student Elric? How is he?" The dean smirked mockingly. "Unfortunate. If he wakes up, it'll be troublesome. We'll need mercenaries to handle him." Slam. "Shut up." The director's voice thundered through the room. The dean immediately bowed his head. "I apologize. Forgive my words." The director leaned back, smoking a cigar. "There will be a vacant professor's position soon." The dean blinked. "Who will take the position?" "You." The dean panicked. I can't be a professor. I don't even know what's happening outside the academy." But then pride won. "However, I will not disappoint you." The director exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, watching him with unreadable eyes. The entire city lay under a quiet blanket of darkness. Elric walked through the empty streets, footsteps slow, deliberate. He stopped. Should I start with the third eye? He focused. The world around him dimmed. He could see another world layered on top of his own, an ethereal plane. He needed a hidden place, a quiet location to channel mana through the dragon's heart, a safe way to tear open the boundary to another world. He gathered power. Boom! An explosion erupted across a distant cliff. Dust and flame rose into the moonlit sky. A silhouette stood there, a man in a cloak, unmoving, watching Elric from afar. The night grew colder. But who was that? Elric narrowed his eyes at the distant cloaked silhouette, but the figure vanished into the darkness like smoke. He lowered his hand and inhaled deeply. I can use magic without complicated spells. The realization hit him again, a rush of relief washing over his face. Finally, Shangle. He exhaled, staring up at the dark sky. He was standing at the starting line, just a few steps away from everything he wanted: revenge, strength, and the truth. To execute his plan, he needed to become stronger. Much stronger. Elric looked out over the night horizon, wild ambition burning in his eyes. He advanced slowly, taking his first step toward the unknown. He glanced sideways at the sky, gathering mana around his feet. Then, he pushed off the ground and jumped. I'm at the starting line. From behind, the Demon King scoffed. That pathetic jump? After I bestowed my power on you. Elric shut his eyes tightly. He's right. I need to be faster. And stronger. What are you doing closing your eyes? Mephistopheles roared. In my era, humans, demons, and dragons trembled in fear at my presence. But Elric was remembering something. The dragon seal. The ancient teachings he'd glimpsed inside the nest. Among the dragons, magical language. There was something called soul speech. He reached his hand into the magic around him, and a glowing symbol formed before his palm. Elric whispered a word woven from mana itself. The Demon King froze. The symbol pulsed, and magic exploded outward. Elric clenched his teeth as his body lifted off the ground. Slowly, higher, higher. Then suddenly whoosh. He shot into the sky, carried by raw mana. WWHA. Mephistopheles' jaw dropped. You created flight? Elric soared above rooftops, lights shrinking beneath him. The city spread out like a shimmering map, every street glowing faintly. His eyes widened in fear. I'm too high. The spell was simple, yet unbelievably powerful. And he wasn't done. He cast it again. Mephistopheles flew after him, voice cracking. A child who just learned magic, using soul speech, and a double spell. The Demon King couldn't believe it. Even among the monstrous geniuses of the Melvinger clan, no one possessed this level of talent. There had only been one person, a man whose face was always hidden beneath cloth. The predecessor of the Melvingers, a smiling monster of a mage. Mephistopheles remembered him too well. And now this brat. The Demon King's expression darkened. If Elric kept growing like this, before long, he would become something terrifying, which meant only one thing. Mephistopheles had to take over his body, destroy the boy's ambitions, claim the vessel before it was too late. He flew closer, thinking desperately of a method. Meanwhile, Elric looked ahead, wind tearing past him. The soul speech was incredible, but hard to master alone. He clenched his fists. To grow stronger, I need to understand real dragon magic. His eyes narrowed. And for that, I need a teacher who can keep a secret. Elric knew one thing for sure. The academy was already under Barak's control. There wasn't a single mage left who was qualified, or trustworthy, enough to teach him dragon magic. He stepped firmly onto the ground, then sat down, folding his legs. I need someone who's at least Castellan rank, he muttered. His grandfather flashed through his mind. His father. His uncle. Strong mages all gone. Mephistopheles hovered off to the side, watching him silently. Elric suddenly called out. Mephistopheles. The demon blinked. What now? Elric smiled. Can you teach me magic? Mephistopheles' entire face twisted in confusion. What in the abyss are you talking about? Elric stared at him, without blinking. The Demon King's expression slowly shifted, and then a sly smile crept across his lips. What do I get from this? Mephistopheles asked calmly. Elric smiled, even wider. I'll make a brand new vessel for you, using alchemy. Mephistopheles stared at him like he'd just heard the world's dumbest joke. A human brat making a vessel strong enough to contain me? Impossible. Elric shrugged. Then make your own offer. Mephistopheles frowned. No. He closed his eyes as if lecturing a child. Why should I pass information to you? If anything, he smirked. You should become my ally. Then I can consider it. He watched Elric's face carefully. The boy worried for a moment, and Mephistopheles chuckled. Serves you right. You were too weak to absorb me, he mockingly added. But, the demon continued, lowering his voice. If I teach you just a little dark magic, your soul will be influenced by it, slowly corrupted, and eventually, a wicked glint flashed through his eyes. I'll absorb you anyway. Mephistopheles leaned forward, smiling like a viper. Fall to your knees. Beg me to accept you as a disciple. Elric blinked. Mephistopheles blinked back. Forget it, the Demon King said. No deal. Elric tilted his head, smiling. You really don't get it, do you? If you play hard to get, you get nothing from me. He released a small wave of magic. The demon jolted. Hey, what are you? Elric looked forward calmly. Close your mouth. Mephistopheles' mouth snapped shut instantly. The protagonist smirked. It works even better than I expected. Mephistopheles thrashed, trying to scream through a sealed mouth. You, MF, MMM. You can't control me with just soul speech. The demon tried to yell, but his voice was barely a muffled growl. Elric raised a finger. Be a cute bunny. The world went silent. Two fluffy pink bunny ears popped onto Mephistopheles' head. A tiny glittering blush mark appeared on his cheeks. His expression turned adorably harmless. Elric stared. Mephistopheles stared. Elric went pale, gagged, and turned to the side. Bluer. He spit into the grass. Why? Why did I even order that? The protagonist held his stomach, horrified at himself. Mephistopheles stood there with bunny ears, looking like the most humiliated demon king in history. Elric wiped his mouth and glared at Mephistopheles. I don't want to see that either. If you've changed your mind, he pointed at the notebook. Write a full explanation of soul speech. He stood, stretching his arms, deciding to use the time for training. Mephistopheles snarled. I will not simply obey you. Elric trained tirelessly under the moonlight, carving runes into the air, sweating, focusing. Mephistopheles hovered behind him with crossed arms. I might forgive you, he said smugly, if you admit you were wrong. Elric ignored him. Elric continued training. Mephistopheles continued waiting for Elric to beg him for magic lessons. He didn't. Elric pushed his body harder. Mephistopheles stared at him, now confused. What is wrong with this kid? Mephistopheles sagged with exhaustion, watching the boy practice. Finally, he decided to pretend to obey, just to see how Elric would react. Elric didn't react at all. He simply sat by the fire, taking notes, jotting down symbols and phrases. Mephistopheles growled. I can't just obey you. But Elric was already writing. Mephistopheles' eye twitched. Why are you acting like a dog? He finally shouted. Elric didn't even look up. The foundation of soul speech is ancient knowledge you won't find in any book, he said calmly. His notebook was full of scribbles, diagrams, and dozens of spell structures. Mephistopheles tried to say something, but the soul speech seal choked his voice. Elric showed him a sheet of paper. If you want to speak, explain this spell. I might let you talk. Mephistopheles muttered curses under his breath, barely audible. Elric lifted the paper again. You know you have to write more than yesterday. Don't slack. Mephistopheles froze. Elric grinned. If you write several pages a day, I'll remove the spell for 3 days. The Demon King's fist clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. You brat. The dark magic in these texts would tear your disrespectful body and soul apart. Mephistopheles snapped. What you've studied is only the introduction. But Elric didn't back away. He looked at the ice-crusted spell circle he'd created. There's so much power in it, he whispered. Mephistopheles stared at him, confused. Why weren't there any signs of dark corruption? His body should have changed by now. He should have been twisted by demonic influence. Elric noticed the demon's expression. What's wrong with your face? You look like my body was supposed to mutate, but nothing happened. Mephistopheles looked away sharply. I don't know what you're talking about. Elric smiled. I reached a new level, didn't I? Mephistopheles' eyes widened, then narrowed. He knows. He knows everything. Elric flipped to a new page in his notebook, genuinely surprised by his progress. Mephistopheles cursed loudly. You damn. Elric casually used soul speech again. Silence. Mephistopheles' mouth snapped shut for the second time. Elric blinked, impressed. Still works. Mephistopheles sagged in defeat. Fine, he said weakly. I have nothing left to teach you, except true speech. Birds flew overhead, cutting across the sky. Elric looked forward. You mean the highest rank of soul speech, he said quietly. Beyond everything else, except the voice of God. Divine speech. Mephistopheles' silence confirmed it. The demon spoke with a calm, almost bored tone, telling Elric that at his current level, he couldn't help with something like this. And unlike humans, the monster added, demons don't lie. Elric stared ahead, confused. The demon continued, saying the Melvinger family had always known this truth. Magic only becomes real on the battlefield. That was the core principle of the Melvingers, the family that had defended the continent from demons for generations. A memory surfaced. His father, calm, steady, holding young Elric in his arms on the very land that had been torn apart during the war. He never spoke of the scars left behind. Yet even then, Elric could feel how much his father missed the battlefield, the days when he fought side by side with Elric's grandfather. Little Elric tugged at his father's clothes, saying that when he grew up and went to fight, he'd use magic just like Grandpa. His father looked away, silent. His sister leaned in with a bright smile and asked him what he needed to become a strong mage. Annoyed, Elric muttered that he needed to study. She laughed softly, telling him he couldn't magically become absurdly strong like their father. Their father clicked his tongue in confusion, telling her not to talk like he wasn't standing right there. Their mother pushed the stroller and scolded him to stop acting so proud. Elric listened as his father finally began explaining how one truly strengthens magic. But the memory suddenly shattered. Everything went blank, and his father's figure faded away. His mother's voice echoed next, telling him to read a study on the relationship between the ancient geometric system and the language system of the new era. But Elric snapped, shouting that he wanted to play with father instead. His father smiled gently, telling her that studying was important, but kids needed to play too. His mother glared at him, accusing him of spoiling Elric and causing bad habits to take root. The memory shifted again. Crying filled the house. Elric and his sister sat beside their parents' bed. Their father's illness was worsening, and the mother who cared for them also collapsed soon after. In the end, their father used the little life he had left to keep her alive a bit longer, so they could leave the world together. Their father whispered to their mother that she had always shone brighter than anyone. With a tired smile, she replied that ever since meeting him, she hadn't had a single day without happiness. They held each other's hands tightly as they thanked their children. Their mother turned weakly to her daughter, asking if she was still there, urging her to take care of her little brother. Their father looked at Elric, eyes heavy with guilt, saying that the illness blocking his magic was his fault. Elric broke down, screaming through tears, asking how his father could just leave him like this. Elric didn't know what to do. His father gently cupped his face, smiling weakly as he told him that he was lucky to have spent his life with a son like him. Elric froze, stunned. His father's voice grew softer as he told him he didn't need to become a mage. He just needed people who would make him happy. Then his father's hand slipped, slowly falling. Elric stared at the motionless hand still intertwined with his mother's. He turned away, his vision blurring. Outside, the boy looked at the world with hollow eyes. He whispered to himself that the world didn't work the way his father hoped. If you weren't strong, you were thrown aside. That was reality. He clenched his fists. He would become stronger, so strong that no one could ever ignore him again. With that resolve burning inside him, Elric repeated the truth drilled into the Melvinger bloodline. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. He needed a place to grow stronger, a place brutal enough to force his magic forward. His first thought was the ghostly Crimson Forest, a region crawling with ghost-type monsters. The second was the Goblin Cave, but it was always crowded with adventurers. Then he remembered his father's words, ancient shelters scattered across the continent, built by their ancestors. Elric turned to the demon beside him. We're going, he said firmly, to the Yeti Highlands. Morning light filtered through the forest as Elric bathed in a cold stream. He washed his face and sighed. If anyone recognizes me, that'll be a problem, he muttered. He raised his hand and cast water magic over himself. Moisturizing spells swirled like mist, soaking his hair. Then he activated cutting magic. Strands fell into the stream as water magic swept away the excess. When he finished, he activated the power of transformation, shifting his features just enough to hide who he was. With a new face and a confident smirk, Elric stepped out of the water. Voices echoed from the nearby guild house. Hey, the kid's lucky. Our group's heading out now. A man pointed ahead. But Yeti Highlands. No one goes there these days. And he's going alone. Elric shook his head. Not alone. A few will come with me. Two boys with a small child stepped forward, smiling at the newcomer. Four herbalists waited off to the side. 3 monster hunters stood behind them. 5 more adventurers stood quietly, their energies hidden. The child stepped up first, cheerful and unafraid. I'll introduce myself. In our clan, we get named after the month we're born. I'm Mingma. It means the second dawn of the week. The Demon King floated behind Elric with an irritated scowl. This brat talks too much, he muttered. Elric crouched a little, looking at the child. What's your? Elric asked the child if he could buy a crystal communication sphere anywhere nearby. All the boys shook their heads at once. There wasn't a single crystal sphere in their entire village. If you need to contact someone, just use a dove or write a letter, one of them said. Mingma laughed cheerfully. Let's just go. I'll tell you everything on the way. But Elric frowned inwardly. If I don't contact my sister soon, she's going to kill me. The group traveled deeper into the Yeti Highlands. Mingma kept chattering, jumping from story to story without taking a breath. The Demon King walked ahead through the rocky terrain, his brows furrowed as he muttered that this place felt familiar. This is the habitat of the Yeti, Mephistopheles said coldly. Elric stared at him in surprise. He'd always thought Yetis were just monsters. He never imagined they had any connection to demons. Mephistopheles stopped, his back turned to Elric. They were worthless creatures, he said. But their former king had his uses. Because of that, the demon lord granted him mercy. His fate was brighter than the rest. Elric blinked. The Yeti had a king. Mephistopheles nodded slightly. His grave should be here somewhere. Elric stared at him. Do you know where it is? No idea. Mephistopheles answered instantly. Elric narrowed his eyes, annoyed. If the Yetis were tied to demons, then their king's grave had to have some connection to his family's ancient hideout. His father's voice echoed in his mind. The hideout was built to protect the family's legacy. He saw the memory clearly, his father's steady gaze, the pendant hanging at his chest. When you become the head of the family, Elric, the first place you must go is the Yeti Highlands. You must confirm our legacy and honor our ancestors. Elric looked down at his father's amulet, wondering if it held answers he hadn't unlocked yet. They kept walking, the boys still listening to Mingma's endless stream of stories. Dark, strange energy began leaking from the sword Elric carried. The demon snapped. Can you shut that thing up already? Elric glanced at the blade in confusion. Why hadn't a single Yeti appeared yet? This place was supposed to be crawling with them. Mingma finally stopped talking and grinned. We should hurry. The road gets harder from here. Night fell. The group made fires around the camp. Flames flickered across the clearing. Elric walked up to one of the fires. Mind if I borrow some? He crouched, exhausted, warming his hands. He glanced at one of the older boys and muttered, Your strength, it's almost on the level of a noble knight. The boys exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Their stance was subtle, but Elric picked up on it immediately. They weren't here for him. They had a mission of their own. A secret one. One silhouette stood out, the leader. His presence was sharper, heavier. Elric slowly reached up and removed his hood. Elric stared at the scene in disbelief. Everyone suddenly looked away, flustered. Isabel stepped forward with a bright smile, casually announcing that she was just using everything for its intended purpose. One of the men whistled, impressed. Another adventurer stepped closer, laughing as he asked her why she had been hiding such a cute face. They couldn't get enough of looking at her. But someone else in the group wasn't smiling. A man gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. Magic surged around him, too quickly, too violently. Before anyone could react, one of the heroes shot forward like a flash of light. The tip of his sword stopped right at the man's throat. That's unforgivable, the hero growled. You'll pay with your life. The others screamed in panic, yelling for him to put the sword down. Elric and the demon watched the chaos unfold with matching confused smiles. They had absolutely no idea what was happening. The group settled near the fire, tension still crackling in the air. The furious hero pointed his sword at the trembling man. Let him go, Isabel shouted, her voice echoing across the yard. The swordsman hesitated, then slowly lowered the blade. The man backed away with a sorrowful expression, unable to look anyone in the eye. Elric let out a loud shout from the fire pit, scolding all of them to calm down before they killed each other. The silhouette who started it all froze, unsure of what to do. No one else moved. No one dared breathe. Then, chaos erupted. The man raised his sword defensively, and countless attacks rained across the yard. Mima's eyes widened. What is happening? Blood splattered as someone was struck down instantly. Protect the princess. Elric roared. Everyone scrambled in confusion. Icicles, hundreds of them, fell like daggers from the sky. Elric sprinted, weaving through the barrage. More attacks streaked toward him, too many to count. He threw up shield after shield, blocking the incoming hailstorm of death. Ice shattered around him as he covered the others. Screams echoed. Swords clashed desperately. One adventurer fell, pierced clean through. Another collapsed moments later. Bodies dropped fast. Elric gritted his teeth, furious. The demon floated behind him, watching with casual interest as the slaughter unfolded. Ah, the Crimson Eyes tribe. Mephistopheles chuckled. Such a stupid bunch. Elric stiffened. Reflected in his eyes, silhouettes. Dozens of armed Yeti emerging through the snow. I heard Yeti move in groups of 10, he muttered. But this was far more than 10. The monsters marched toward them in formation, organized, ruthless, unrelenting. This is too much. Elric shouted. We destroy them. One of the men screamed, swinging his blade wildly. The Yetis lunged. Hands like boulders smashed into the adventurers. Bones cracked. Bodies flew. The demon smirked. Hardcore difficulty, he said. The highest challenge life can give. Shut up, Sean yelled, slapping another silent spell over Mephistopheles' mouth. The demon's eyes bulged as the magical tape resealed itself. Elric stared ahead, jaw clenched. The Yetis were coming. Even after everything, Elric could see the Yetis were just as shocked as they were. Power surged in their eyes, raw mana overflowing. Weapons, pistols, and blades were flung across the battlefield as if the entire world had been pulled apart. Elric glanced at the sky. I want to see more, but the time amp won't hold. He realized something terrifying. One wrong move, and the entire group was done for. But if he made the first decisive strike, the situation would flip entirely. Objects crashed apart in every direction. Elric felt his body illuminate from the inside, every nerve firing at once. He activated information cancellation. The weapon's energy redirected into his own body, focusing into his core. Elric leaped down into the middle of the monsters. Dozens of Yetis stood before him in a rigid line, unsure how to react. One Yeti twitched. Its gaze shifted sideways, sensing something or someone it couldn't understand. Elric didn't wait. He shot forward and smashed his fist into the monster's skull. The entire row erupted. The Yetis roared at once, charging him from every direction. Elric clenched his teeth and threw out waves of magic, trying to slow them. Then, boom, an explosion rippled across the entire highland, shaking the ground. He looked to the side. More Yetis were advancing. Fine. Then he'd burn them all. Elric activated burning magic. Flames exploded outward, swirling like living beasts. Cold fragments shattered through the air, then sharpened into icy blades. The Yetis froze, watching the storm gather around Elric. He unleashed piercing force. The shard shot forward like a rain of knives. Sharp weapons tore through the Yetis' bodies one after another. Within seconds, the field was quiet. The monsters were down, except two. Elric approached the two surviving Yetis. Where are you going? he asked calmly. They said nothing. Elric smiled faintly and activated the binding force. The two were instantly immobilized. He finally exhaled and dropped to the ground, looking at the defeated bodies around him. I'm an unbelievably handsome man, he muttered, sitting on one of them. All right, he said, dusting off his hands. We talk now. Mephistopheles. The demon materialized instantly, staring blankly at Elric, head tilted. Why are you still mute? Elric asked. Mephistopheles lifted his finger proudly and screamed like he'd been waiting all day to yell. Elric cut him off immediately. Shut up. Mephistopheles froze mid-pose, offended, finger still pointing. Elric turned around. We don't have time. You're my translator. Mephistopheles sighed, annoyed. Why me? Just do it. Elric faced the Yetis. Tell them if they talk, I'll spare their lives. Mephistopheles squatted next to the monsters and spoke in a harsh, unknown tongue. The Yeti answered. Mephistopheles turned to Elric. He says he'll tell you, if you untie him. Elric raised a brow. And why should I trust that? Mephistopheles added, frowning. Because right now, this is when face-to-face negotiation works better than intimidation. Elric snapped his fingers. Fine. I'll release them. Hurry and talk. Mephistopheles leaned forward, whispering something into the monster's ear. The Yeti's expression shifted. Mephistopheles kept whispering into the monster's ear, and a sarcastic grin slowly spread across his face. Elric narrowed his eyes. Something fell off. He activated his translation ability, quietly, without letting Mephistopheles notice. And then he heard it. Mephistopheles wasn't negotiating. He wasn't translating. He was telling the Yeti, let's send this annoying human to hell together. Elric barely had time to react. A massive bear-like Yeti lunged at him, rising on all fours with a thunderous roar. Elric was knocked back, but he didn't panic. While sliding across the ground, he pointed his finger and unleashed an ice block, slamming his attacker into the snow. He lay there for a moment, breathing hard, still pointing upward. Then he looked forward, pale and shaken. That was close. He glanced at Mephistopheles and the bound monster, both trembling like they had just seen a ghost. A second later, Elric's fear vanished, replaced by a cold, wicked smile. So, he said, voice dropping, should we continue our little conversation? A loud scream echoed across the forest. Some time later, Elric ran across the snow, following a fleeing Yeti. He clicked his tongue. Because of you idiots, all the decent Yetis ended up dying. Mephistopheles, walking beside him, made a face. You're the one who killed them, he thought bitterly. Suddenly, Elric clutched his chest. His heartbeat stopped for an instant. Cold, sharp, terrifying. The dragon's heart, filled with the mana of a dragon and a demon king. I can only use about 3%. If I push further, my body will explode. The Yeti village came into view. Elric exhaled slowly. If I fight like last time, I might die. He clenched his fists. But I can't back down. Not over something like this. If I retreat now, I'll never revive my family. He narrowed his eyes, and then a thought stabbed into him. Is that noble lady okay? Meanwhile, blood splattered across the snow. Chun looked up, horrified, breathing hard along with the surviving members of his group. A girl with blue hair stumbled forward, panic in her voice. One person is missing. Chun wiped the blood from his mouth and muttered. Either he died running, or he's hiding somewhere. He forced a small smile. Let's assume he escaped safely. The girl glanced around the devastated battlefield, anxiety tightening her voice. I hope so. I really hope he's okay. Back to Elric. He stood facing the entrance of the Yeti settlement, his expression dark and sharp. Dozens of massive Yetis emerged from the shadows, surrounding him. Elric crossed his arms, smirking. No need for pointless bloodshed. Just bring me your tribe's leader. The Yetis growled, stepping closer. Then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Moo! The Yetis instantly scattered to the sides. A massive foot slammed into the snow, shaking the entire mountain. Elric froze. Emerging from the darkness was a monster so huge it dwarfed the others. A titan covered in scars, each one telling the story of a brutal life. It glared down at Elric, frowning. Elric stepped forward, facing the enormous Yeti leader. I need to ask you something, he said calmly. The leader growled low, studying him. Elric reached into his pocket and pulled out a small blue crystal. His expression tightened. I hope it doesn't come to this, he thought. If negotiations fail, I'll have to kill him before he even moves. Before Elric could continue, the leader lowered his massive body and spoke. Green eyes, what is your name? Elric blinked, surprised. Elric Melvinger. The leader stared at him for a long moment, then nodded. Follow me. Elric, the leader, and a few Yetis began moving through the snowy paths. Without warning, the leader said, There's a legend in our tribe. Elric raised a brow. What kind of legend? The answer froze him in place. Long ago, a king ruled this mountain. Elric turned sharply. Mephistopheles was already in front of him, looking irritated, as if expecting trouble. The Yeti leader bowed his head respectfully as he continued. The legend says, There was only one human the king called his friend. An image flashed in Elric's mind. A towering Yeti king, standing beside a man. The human had light green eyes, and his name was Melvin. Elric felt his heartbeat skip. So one of my ancestors was the Yeti king's friend? The leader's voice hardened. The head of our tribe made a promise to that king, to protect the house of Melvin. Elric exhaled, eyes narrowing. Then tell me, where is he? The leader clenched his teeth. Below. He led Elric to the edge of a sheer cliff. Both of them leaned forward, peering into the darkness below. Elric felt his stomach twist. Deep in the black abyss, a tiny structure flickered into view. There's a house under this rock. He stared harder, horrified and amazed. Is that really? A violent wind blew upward from the depths. An updraft, Elric realized. Even the Yeti stepped back from the edge. One time a year, the leader said. That is the only moment our tribe can descend. When the wind stops. Mephistopheles suddenly materialized beside Elric, grinning mockingly. With your magic? You can't even protect yourself from freezing, he scoffed. What will you do down there? At your current skill level, it's impossible. Elric said nothing. He stared into the abyss, silent. Mephistopheles continued. Seriously. If you go down there, you... But Elric cut him off in his mind. He's right. With my skills, it's dangerous. But if I retreat here, I'll never take another step forward. He stepped closer to the cliff's edge. And if my ancestors are watching, if they want to judge the strength of their descendants. Elric took one last breath. Then I should show them properly. And he jumped, falling straight into the darkness. A fearless smile spreading across his face. Above him, Mephistopheles screamed, You crazy bastard. Elric shot downward like a falling meteor, wind tearing past his ears. I'm gonna die. He gritted his teeth, refusing to panic. The speed only increased. This was far worse than he expected. Mephistopheles finally caught up, face twisted with disgust. Concentrate, you idiot. If you don't, you're dead. Elric forced his legs down, adjusting his posture mid-fall. Right, this is what I need to do. He narrowed his eyes, steadying himself despite the violent descent. But he was still dropping too fast. Slowly. I need to do this slowly. Far below, the tiny house came into view, just a speck in the darkness. He used thread, mana bursting beneath his feet. The house grew larger, then larger again, then massive. The yellow glow flared beside his foot. A magic circle sparked to life as he kicked off the cliffside wall, accelerating into a controlled slide. One more jump, another burst, and he was almost there. He slammed into the ground at brutal speed. Boom! Stones exploded away from him, in every direction. Elric stood up with a threatening glare, and then collapsed flat on his back. I thought I was dead, he gasped. Mephistopheles floated down, expression blank. I have no words, he muttered. Only emotions. Elric laughed breathlessly, then turned toward the ancient house. In any case, this place is too simple. He approached, grabbed a handle, and a purple seal flashed violently. Ancient magic. Elric stepped back, eyes narrowing. I didn't think unlocking it would be difficult, he muttered. Mephistopheles shook his head. Try translating the mana pattern into words. Elric placed his hand over the glowing seal. A noble magician family, a demon king, a demon hunter, a yeti, a squirrel delivering bread, history. He stopped. No reaction. This isn't a mana drawing, he muttered. There must be a key. Then it hit him. The family emblem. What if I put the Melvinger crest into the seal? He pulled out the emblem, pressed it into the circle. Flash. The door glowed, and slowly opened. Inside was a colossal hall filled with relics, scrolls, tools, artifacts. A treasure hoard of ancient magic. Elric grabbed a book off the nearest shelf and froze. Then he snapped. He sprinted around the library like a madman, shouting. This is the basic doctrine of magic. Fairy magic. Beastman magic. Even black magic. Mephistopheles watched him spin in circles. The winter sage must have lived here, he said quietly. Elric peeked around a corner, eyes wide. What are you talking about? For once, Mephistopheles lowered his head, silent for several seconds. Someone who knew the Yeti King, and the Melvinger ancestors. Someone who knew both worlds. He finally asked, What book did you just pick up? Elric held it up. A massive tome with an ornate, ancient cover. A book fit for a legend. Elric wiped the dust off the old pages and opened the book. The history of the Melvingers, he muttered. The pages were worn, stained with age. But the words hit him immediately. The destruction of demons is the sole duty of our family. Elric froze. That wasn't what he heard in his dream. He turned the page, and a faint green glow seeped out from the ink, swirling above the parchment. A voice echoed from the text itself. This shall become the vessel, once all prerequisites are fulfilled. Green seals spun into existence around him. The room filled with an eerie green aura. Elric continued reading. The debt given to our family by the heavens can be repaid. The entire chamber was bathed in emerald light. Elric's eyes narrowed. If I could absorb demons properly, including the ones I'm absorbing right now. He flipped to the next line. Only then will a new harmonic combination of magic be born. Then, an ominous pulse. The air trembled. Elric read deeper, and power surged into his gaze. Eat, absorb, devour, fill yourself with demons. His family's old seal glowed, cracked, and shattered. A new seal formed in its place, polished, intricate, embedded with rare jewels. The Shin seal. A giant crystal in the center of it burst into light. Visions flashed before Elric. Memories, battles, family, death, hope, everything. The descendant who passes the first trial, claims the first pendant, and absorbs the first demon, begins the true lineage. The world went white. Sometime later, Elric lay on soft grass, staring at the sky in confusion. Where am I? He pushed himself up. A voice spoke behind him. So, you must be our descendant. The one chosen to inherit our destiny. Elric spun around. A tall man approached slowly. A monocle over one eye. Light stubble on his chin. Sharp, refined aura. Elric stood, frowning. Who are you? The man placed a hand over his heart. I am Otto Han Melving. Then his expression hardened. I am the one who guides and tests the future heirs of our blood. Elric stiffened. Otto Han. He remembered the stories. The ancient founders of their magic system. The 5 revered ancestors who shaped the Melvinger family. Otto Han smiled faintly. So you know me after all? Elric swallowed, still confused. You're the revered ancestor. The Winter Sage. Otto Han blinked, then frowned, then stared sharply. No one in the world should know that nickname. Unless someone told you. Elric raised a hand hesitantly. Mephistopheles said something like that. Otto Han's face went white. Mephistopheles. The demonic king of original sin. Yes. Elric answered casually. Otto Han stepped forward immediately, slapped his hand on Elric's shoulder, and burst out laughing. Otto Han laughed, so hard he could barely breathe. To think the first demon you absorbed was that one. He wiped a tear from his eye, smiling wildly. We have a marvelous descendant. In fact, maybe I should increase the difficulty of your tasks. At the same time, Mephistopheles clenched his fists, shaking with fury. Who dares insult the great king? He roared. I'll cut off their limbs and... Back to Elric. Elric raised his hand. So, about the task. What will I be dedic? Otto Han placed a firm hand on his head, stopping him. You must have many questions. He smiled gently, eyes closed. And yes, sometimes I wonder why our family complicates everything. We could simply write notes, but no. Elric stared at him, stunned. Otto Han extended his hand. Lightning crackled around his fingers, and a white seal formed in his palm. Because, he said, we created something like a wheel. A surge of aura exploded around him. He flicked his wrist, and a glowing projectile shot forward, spinning faster and faster, its power growing with every rotation. Once it starts spinning, Otto Han said, it cannot be stopped. We can't trust something like this to just anyone. So we must examine every error carefully, no matter how long it takes. He turned to Elric. And since you passed our test, the choice is yours alone. Elric stared at the white seal hovering in front of him. Whether to stop the wheel, or spin it. Otto Han repeated. The choice is only yours. Elric didn't answer. He just stared at the seal. Jaw clenched, veins tight. If I make the wrong choice, everything in my life could shatter. He pictured the seal inside his mind. The weight of his family's past pressing down on him. Then, without hesitation, he grasped the seal tightly. This is my last chance. Otto Han exhaled in relief. Good, he said. I respect your decision. Elric looked him straight in the eyes. I will revive our family. Otto Han froze, speechless. Elric continued. I will fulfill the dreams of my grandfather, and every ancestor who fought before me. Images flashed in his mind. Heroes of the Melvinger line battling colossal demons, standing against impossible odds. I will carve my name into history, he said, voice steady. As a powerful magician of these lands, he pictured himself in the distant future, standing before a giant statue of himself, towering over the capital. Elric lifted his hand. A magical seal appeared in his palm. Elric placed the glowing seal on the ground. It immediately began jolting left and right, bouncing with insane speed, as if something inside it was trying to break free. Both Elric and Otto Han watched silently. Then Otto Han's eyes widened in surprise. A huge smile spread across his face. He slapped Elric hard on the shoulder. Wonderful. Such courage truly befits our heir. Elric winced. That actually hurts. Otto Han ignored him, lifting his hand. A second later, flash. The world shifted. Elric staggered as freezing winds hit him from all sides. They were standing on icy mountains. Endless snow, razor-sharp cliffs, and a cold that cut straight through the bone. He shivered uncontrollably. H, how do we get here? Where is this? Otto Han folded his arms. This is the test area. Here, you will receive your first task. Elric gritted his teeth. A test in a place like this. Then I'll become even stronger than before. Otto Han turned, noticing Elric's grin. You're smiling? Good. You'll need that spirit for what comes next. He pointed into the distance. Look over there. Where exactly? Elric asked. Further. Otto Hahn said. Look deeper. Elric narrowed his eyes. Far away, something pulsed in the blizzard. Dark, heavy, suffocating energy. Then his vision blurred, and a massive shadow appeared in front of his mind's eye. A huge Yeti. What is that? Otto Hahn lifted a hand, conjuring visions of several Yetis. That, he said, is the king of the icy mountains. The first and last ruler who united all the Yetis under one banner. He continued. He wanted to restore the Yetis to their former status as demons. But eventually, he was consumed by his own ambition, corrupted by it, and he became a demon himself. Elric stared at the monstrous energy in shock. Otto Hahn added calmly, that is the second demon you must absorb. Elric spun around, furious. He pointed off to the side and shouted, I'm supposed to finish that thing off. Otto Hahn shook his head. No, you do not kill him. You absorb him. He pointed toward the swirling darkness. From this point forward, you must absorb demons and tear away their seals, the source of their life energy. His voice grew darker. In a demon's mind, the emotions of fear, despair, sorrow slowly twist into ego. That ego then grows into evil thoughts and ambition. That is the essence of a demon. Elric looked down. Black marks were appearing across his hand, twisting like vines under his skin. Otto Hahn nodded. Each demon has its own desires, its own nature. That is why they differ in character, rank, and emblem. He pointed to the blackening marks. The source of their evil thoughts, the core of their twisted soul, is what we call a seal. Otto Hahn's expression sharpened. The seal of original sin. The embodiment of Mephistopheles himself, standing right before him. Elric froze, staring at his own hand in disbelief. The mark glowing across his skin wasn't just any symbol. It was the seal of the tiger, the ancient crest belonging to the demon king of mountains. Before he could even process it, Otto Hahn grabbed his wrist, his voice cutting through the cold air like thunder. From now on, you will hunt demons, he declared, and you will take their seals, the very sources of their life. His hand descended onto Elric's shoulder, and the moment their energy linked, a violent surge shot through Elric's entire body. He gasped, eyes widening, as Otto Hahn roared, absorbing the demon's essence in an instant. Elric stared forward, overwhelmed. Otto Hahn, his ancestor, stood tall, his voice heavy with power. All of their abilities will become yours. Secundus lifted his gaze toward the massive storm of dark energy swirling before them. Monstrous, suffocating, impossibly vast. If he could take that into himself, just how powerful would he become? The thought alone made his heart pound. He lowered his head, breath quickening, unable to hold back the excitement rising inside him. Then, boom, energy exploded around him. Elric shot upward, aura flaring violently, his eyes sharpening as he activated weapon manifestation. A single dash, and he blasted forward like a comet, fist clenched, rushing straight at the enemy. But Otto Hahn's voice cracked across the battlefield like a whip. Remember, you do not kill them, you absorb them. Elric skidded to a halt, teeth clenched. Absorb, not kill. But how? He turned back toward the dark mass, examining it closely. The swirling shadows, the monstrous presence within. That's when he finally saw it. A silhouette, towering, hulking, the Yeti King. Shock struck him. This mana, could it really be Mephistopheles? Mephistopheles, hearing the Yeti King's mocking challenge, glared ahead, his aura turning razor sharp. The Yeti King's voice boomed, daring him to show what he could do. But Otto Hahn shut it down with a single cold stare. Elric pushed forward again, speed ripping through the frozen air, until suddenly, he froze mid-flight. A wall of darkness stood in his path. Hundreds of black silhouettes emerged from the storm, lined up like an army of executioners. Their presence alone made his breath hitch. The Mountain King's warriors, he whispered. There were so many, far more than he expected, and each one radiated power leagues above anything he had fought before. Then he saw him, a massive Yeti with a heavy beard and a sword almost the size of a tree. Just the sight of him made Elric swallow hard. Especially that guy. Do I even have the skills to beat something like that? His eyes drifted to the seal on his hand. If only he could activate the seal of original sin, he could end this in minutes. Maybe even take down the king of the icy mountains himself. But he couldn't. He didn't know how. For now, that power was nothing but a dream. A sudden roar ripped through the battlefield. One of the warriors lunged, mouth wide, voice shaking the entire mountain. Elric slowly lowered his hand. No shortcuts. No forbidden power. This is the first test, he whispered. Using that seal would just be cheating. He raised his palm, and a flame ignited, burning fiercely in the heart of the frozen world. The moment Elric unleashed burst, the entire battlefield trembled. A heartbeat later, a blazing fireball slammed into the nearest Yeti soldier. The blast so violent it nearly swallowed Elric himself. He staggered back, and then froze. A sword materialized right in front of his eyes. For a split second, he stood in a trance, unable to move, breath caught in his throat. Then crack. Blue lightning tore across his body, instincts exploding awake as he dodged the killing blow by a hair's breadth. He exhaled sharply, chest heaving. The Yetis pushed straight through the explosion, emerging from the flames like monsters carved out of nightmares. In seconds, they were on him. Elric threw one hand upward, then slammed both palms together. Raise and penetrate. Ice spikes erupted violently beneath the enemy ranks, launching several Yeti warriors into the air. The rest were shredded by the hail of deadly fragments. Elric's eyes hardened. More shadows rushed toward him from the distance. So, they were once part of the demonic society, he muttered. But they were abandoned. One of the Yetis growled, teeth clenched, eyes filled with wounded rage. Elric took a step forward, gaze burning. I get it. You're terrified of being thrown away again, once you're weak. The Yetis roared and charged as one. Elric didn't flinch. If this test is what I need to grow stronger. He thrust his hands forward, brows tightening. Then I'll take it as many times as it takes. A massive crimson sphere formed between his palms, swelling, pulsing, burning hot enough to melt the frozen air. Then it detonated, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. The approaching Yetis vanished in an instant, erased by pure force. A beam of molten light carved through the battlefield, wiping out everything in its path. But then doom. A colossal Yeti warrior slammed his sword into the ground. The shockwave ripped through Elric before he could react. Blood burst from his mouth as the impact launched him backward, tumbling across the icy floor. He crashed face first and lay still. He lifted his head weakly, vision shaking. At this rate, I'll lose. Mana spilled from his lips like steam. No, not like this, he growled. I won't fail the first trial so miserably. A fierce aura erupted around him, blasting outward. He forced himself up, every cell screaming, power flooding out of him uncontrollably. Even if his body couldn't handle it, even if it tore him apart, he pushed off the ground with all four limbs, launching himself forward like a wild beast. He closed the distance in a blink. I'll extract more mana, whatever it takes. The massive Yeti looked down at him, eyes cold, and swung. Elric twisted out of the blade's path, sparks cutting across his cheek. He lifted his gaze. That feeling. His pulse roared. This is from a demonic heart. The Yeti attacked again fast. Faster than before. But Elric was faster. He ducked under the strike, dashed in close, and delivered a brutal, clean, devastating blow straight to the monster's core. A strike precise enough to kill a demon outright. Elric raised his hand again, whispering the next command. Bloom and scatter. In an instant, the massive monster froze solid. A heartbeat later, crack. A forest of ice spikes erupted and tore through its body, stopping the beast mid-roar. Elric lowered his head, shoulders trembling. A dark aura seeped from his body like smoke. His breath hitched, mouth open as he struggled to inhale. Then his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the icy floor. For a moment, he simply lay there, eyes closed. Then he forced them open, scanning the frozen battlefield. What was that? He muttered. He turned and saw it. A towering mass of dark aura gathering behind him, thick and suffocating. No matter how you look at it, this is way too ruthless for a first trial. He glanced at the defeated monster, clutching his chest. It felt like his heart was about to burst out of his ribcage. Were the Guardians appearing again? What was he supposed to do? The dark aura drifted toward him like a living shadow. Desperate, Elric thrust out his hand. A blue flame erupted into existence, calm, cold, and beautiful. He stared down at his palm, stunned, as the seal etched into his hand blazed with light. The dark energy was being pulled toward it, absorbed into the glowing mark. A new seal, he whispered. It wasn't as overwhelming as the seal of original sin, but its power was undeniable. Somehow, the mana from his demonic heart had stabilized. Footsteps crunched behind him. Adohan approached, voice calm but heavy with meaning. Demons call the seals by their true names. If you want to wield a demon's power, you must know that name. Elric frowned. And how am I supposed to know that? It's not like they'll just tell me. Adohan stared at the newly gathered army of Yeti guards. You don't need to worry. When the time comes, you'll know. Elric closed his eyes, lowering his head. Energy gathered between his palms, slow at first, then rapidly spiraling. The Yeti's true name, he murmured, is cruelty. He couldn't explain how he knew it. He just did. The seal pulsed, answering him. Snow fell thicker, harsher, across the mountains as Elric rose to his feet. Dozens of Yetis advanced through the storm. He stared at them, unblinking. If they're cold, he smirked, then they're heartless. He unleashed a narrow stream of ice that blasted through several opponents at once. But the rest took to the sky, surrounding themselves with shields before diving at him. Boom! A massive ice explosion engulfed the battlefield. Elric staggered backward, barely able to stand. His legs shook violently. And mana consumption is a little high, he muttered with a pained smile. Then, a giant seal appeared beneath his feet, expanding outward in a burst of brilliant blue. Every enemy trapped inside froze instantly, encased in shimmering glacier-like ice. This is the power of the seal. The magic circle widened again and again, swallowing the battlefield whole. Yetis fell one after another, turned into frozen statues, shattered by the pressure of the aura. Elric looked at the mountain of frozen bodies and let out a tired, breathless laugh. Now I just have to. Guh. Blood erupted from his mouth. He dropped to his knees. Then he collapsed. Elric's vision began to fade. His thoughts blurred. The world turned into static. Why is this happening? Everything went black. Elric jolted awake. He sucked in air like a drowning man, chest rising and falling rapidly. Sweat dripped down his face. He was no longer on the battlefield. He was lying on the cold floor of the library. Books were scattered everywhere, shelves shaking, and beneath him the stone tiles were cracked. He stared at the destruction with wide eyes. What was that? A calm voice answered. Mephistopheles appeared beside him, arms folded, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Looks like you ran into a pretty rough test, he said casually. The demon looked away, clicking his tongue. I figured something happened when your pendant went berserk the moment you fainted. Doesn't take a genius to guess it wasn't pleasant. Elric lowered his head. A task. It had to be a task. Which meant, I'm not dead. He looked at his hand, the blue seal still glowing faintly, and suddenly the realization hit him like a dagger. I trusted the seal too much, he muttered. That's how I got careless. The moment his mana dried up, his consciousness collapsed. He remembered standing on that massive magic circle, remembered the overwhelming force flooding his veins. That power was beyond anything I imagined. He stared at the seal, shivering. If this incomplete seal was already so strong, then the seal of original sin, fully awakened. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Mephistopheles glanced over. So, that's the seal of cruelty, huh? The snow sage set you up with quite the trick. Elric raised his head, frustration creeping into his voice. Then how do I use the seal of original sin? Mephistopheles didn't even pretend to consider it. I was helping a friend by letting him ask my true name, he said with a dark glare. You really thought I'd reveal that to you so easily? His expression hardened. No matter what humiliation you drag me through, I will never speak a single syllable of my true name. Elric groaned, turning away and scratching the back of his head. So much for just asking. He frowned deeper. He really expected Mephistopheles to tell him. But of course he wouldn't. Seal names were everything to demons. Elric looked at the massive shadow, engraved into the seal of original sin, and sighed. If I gave him full control of the original sin seal, he'd lose everything that makes him a demon. No wonder he's guarding it. For now, he'd have to step back. He hid the blue seal and exhaled. And besides, this one belongs to a demon king, he thought. If I can't even withstand the Yeti's seal, the king's power is way beyond me. Elric finally stood, brushed the dust off, and extended a hand toward Mephistopheles with a sharp grin. You know the king of the icy mountains, right? Mephistopheles turned, suspicious. Why the sudden interest? Elric's smile widened. Because this place is his grave, and I need to win. Mephistopheles paused. Then his lips pulled into a massive, feral grin as he burst out laughing. I knew Otto Hahn was insane. Mephistopheles scoffed under his breath, unable to believe it. Letting a brat hunt an entity, even he acknowledged? Ridiculous. Elric, however, simply smiled. I've got some good ideas, he said confidently. Mephistopheles drifted to the side, eyes narrowed. None of your ideas are good. Elric just spread his arms wide, grinning. Oh, come on. You're not even part of the demonic race anymore. You could at least help a little. Mephistopheles' expression snapped. His frown twisted into something sharp and furious. You idiot, he roared. Revealing the secret of a seal is exposing the weakness of an entire race. It's like ripping out a piece of the demon king himself. Elric held up 3 fingers. I'll grant you 3 days of exemption. Mephistopheles' eyebrow twitched. He closed his eyes slowly. That's supposed to mean something to me. Elric didn't back down. He shot up his entire hand, all 5 fingers extended. Fine. 5 days. Mephistopheles' jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. You dare show me that level of disrespect? Elric waved dismissively. Forget it then. And that was what broke Mephistopheles. The demon suddenly smiled, a wide, malicious, teeth-baring grin, before extending his hand. Even though it was disrespectful, he sighed dramatically. My kindness knows no bounds. I'll help you this one time. His expression hardened. Listen carefully. With the seal you have now, you can forget the test entirely. You'll never even get close to the Mountain King. Elric blinked. Then what do I do? Mephistopheles folded his arms and smiled again, but this time there was cruelty behind it. Well, I wouldn't say there's no way. The icy mountains returned. The wind stabbed like knives. The cold wrapped around him like chains. Elric squinted ahead. Damn, I really didn't want to come back here. A swirl of dark aura hovered before him. A reminder, a clue, a hint Mephistopheles had passed on. Elric leapt forward, reaching toward the dark energy, Mephistopheles' words echoing in his mind. Seals are divided by rarity. Simple, advanced, precious, unique, mythical. Even within the same rarity, Mephistopheles had said, achievement levels change everything. That's why seals with equal rank can differ wildly in real power. Elric spun midair, dodging a downward strike from a Yeti warrior. He remembered the rest. The seal of cruelty, its precious ranked. Not low tier, not garbage, but its achievement level was barely above 1 star. A Yeti guard thrust his sword forward, aiming for Elric's throat. The protagonist slipped past the attack like water, eyes cold. And the Mountain King, Elric recalled, has a full 10 stars. He crushed the guard in an instant, ice bursting around him like shrapnel. So that was the gap. 10 stars versus 1. Mephistopheles' conclusion burned in his mind. To face the Mountain King, you must raise your seal to 10 stars, or elevate its rank to unique. Elric clenched his fist. His seal of cruelty, a single star. One tiny flame against a frozen mountain god. But his smile only grew sharper. Then I'll raise it, he exhaled. One way or another. Elric smiled wide, eyes sharp with confidence. He activated the seal on his hand, and the mark blazed to life. A single sweep, and the swirling dark matter shattered around him like smoke under a storm. Some time later, Elric knelt in deep snow, breath forming white clouds in the frozen air. Before him, a colossal dark aura rose like a mountain. So we finally meet, he whispered. The king of the icy mountains. The dark mass shifted, twisting, reshaping. Its presence was suffocating. Elric clenched his jaw. No matter how many enemies I've killed, my achievement level won't rise past 2 stars. Meaning there was only one path left. Face the king directly. The aura grew heavier. He stared into the storm. What kind of monstrous demonic energy is this? How strong was he in life to reach such a level? His fear flashed. Not from weakness, but from respect. He remembered Otto Hahn's smile. And it hit him. Of course. Only someone from MY family could be this terrifying. Definitely an ancestor, not an enemy. Later, in the icy mountains, Elric stood tall, snow whipping around him. I still have to try, he said quietly. It'll be hard, but I can't run away. He lowered his head, then straightened. A smile curved across his lips. I'll win, no matter what. Mephistopheles watched him from the side, intrigued by the stubborn spark in his eyes. But then, Elric opened his eyes again, and he wasn't in the mountains anymore. He was lying on the library floor. Books everywhere. Cracks under him. Ah, seriously. He burst into laughter. All that effort. All that fighting. And I died before I could even lift a finger at her. Flat on the floor, he muttered. And I thought I was capable of defeating her. Mephistopheles floated down, arms folded. You finally get it. Just give up. You can't absorb a seal of that level. Elric's eyes suddenly gleamed. He pointed at Mephistopheles with a smug grin. The seal of original sin trembled violently. That brat. Mephistopheles snapped. He's doing it again. Elric raised a finger. I didn't expect the king of the icy mountains to be a woman. Silence. Then Mephistopheles' face twitched. He looked away awkwardly, refusing to make eye contact. Why are you looking at me like that? He yelled, pointing straight at Elric. What's with that expression? Elric stared at him for a long moment. So that's it. There was definitely something between Mephistopheles and the Mountain Queen. But for now, he shelved it. He gazed at the seal glowing faintly on his hand. The seal of his own lineage. More important than gossip was one thing. Absorbing her power. He stretched out his hand, aura swirling. He didn't know the method yet, but his instincts roared awake. His vision lit up. Flashes of countless scenes exploding behind his eyes. If I beat all the truth out of her, he muttered, I'll figure everything out. Sometime later, Elric launched forward. Lightning burst across his arms. Thunder cracked behind his steps. His dash tore through the snow like a meteor. Elric blasted forward, lightning tearing across his body as he shot straight through the Mountain Queen's attack. But a heartbeat later, crack. His entire body froze solid. He fell like dead weight, smashing into the snow. Unable to move, unable to breathe. And that was only attempt 1. More than 100 tries followed. 100 deaths. 100 agonizing ends. Each time his consciousness faded, he thought the same thing. It hurts so damn much. On another attempt, a massive ice sphere hurtled toward him. This time, Elric planted his foot, thrust out his hand. Boom. He actually reflected it. Through the blinding blizzard, he saw her face, the Mountain Queen, and his heart raced. I can't believe it. I'm actually getting closer. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Her attacks didn't slow, didn't soften, didn't hesitate. Elric dashed forward, teeth grinding. I get it now. How the seal of cruelty works. How the Mountain King used it. But I'm just a brat who barely awakened mine. I can't match someone who mastered it for centuries. The Queen raised her hand. Elric mirrored her. Their palms collided. In that instant, Elric dug deep into her gestures, her instincts, her theories, everything. K-boom. A monstrous explosion tore the mountain apart. The shockwave carved trenches through the snow. Elric's arm cracked from the force, fractures crawling up his skin like roots. Even if I have to steal everything from her, I'll take it. Another explosion blasted him into the air, tearing him apart. Mephistopheles watched from the side, arms folded. It'd be normal for someone's ego to break, he muttered, after dying 100 times with zero progress. Elric lay ahead of him, arms torn off, body mangled, and he was smiling. Mephistopheles exhaled, eyes narrowing. He's not just talented, he has an iron will, a hunger for improvement without end. Another attempt. Elric rushed forward, only for his head to be sliced off in a blink. Another attempt. His hand dissolved into dark aura, but he kept coming back. Again and again. He slammed his foot down, seal glowing violently. I already reached 3 stars, he laughed. He dodged as a massive axe whistled past his skull, barely missing. The Mountain Queen's blade cut the air with terrifying precision. Elric slipped under it at the last moment, countering with a punch. She doesn't give me a single second to breathe. The Queen flipped her blade, switching her grip with flawless mastery. A freezing aura burst around her weapon, colder than death itself. Elric froze, in fear, then quickly thrust both hands forward. Protective barrier. For a moment, it held. Then, crack. The Queen shattered it and struck him cleanly. Elric staggered, teeth clenched, fighting against the overwhelming dark energy, crushing his body. Is this really my limit? Ordinary theft wasn't enough. Mimicking wasn't enough. Learning wasn't enough. He stared at the Mountain Queen as she raised her weapon again, power surging. And he understood. To beat her, to absorb her seal, to overcome his limit. He needed something more than technique. He needed domination. Elric clenched his teeth. To defeat the Mountain Queen, I must restrain her. He stopped mid-step. No, that's not enough. He dashed forward, lightning bursting beneath his feet. I have to become her. Dark energy wrapped around him like a storm, crushing from every direction. His seal burned on his hand, too bright, too violent. His face drained of color. Did I die again? He whispered. The world twisted, then steadied. Mephistopheles hovered above him, arms folded, looking down with a cold smirk. Then prove it, he said. Elric blinked. What are you doing here? Mephistopheles' eyes narrowed. Prove you're worthy of being part of our race. Then everything shifted. He was no longer himself. He was her, the ruler of the icy mountains. Elric found himself inside the Mountain Queen's body, his palms pressed to the frozen ground as her seal glowed beneath him. When he opened his eyes again, a massive Yeti stood before him. He knows she reached out a small hand. A child's hand. What is this? Elric breathed. A shaman stood nearby, lifting his arms to the sky. The Lord of all demons has sent us an oracle, he roared. A Yeti elder holding a small child lifted her high. Our queen, the one destined to rule the highlands. A tiny Yeti girl waved her hand, eyes sparkling with innocence. The shaman shouted, the mountain range will be hers. Elric felt the truth strike him. She was born a ruler, destined to command the icy mountains. He watched the small girl stare into swirling dark matter, and felt the Mountain Queen's thoughts echo through him. This was her memory. The girl grew, eyes sharpening, resolve hardening. She became the first in the history of the icy mountains to unite every tribe. But power in one region was never enough. Her crimson eyes glowed like burning stars. I must reclaim the peaks that once belonged to us. I must restore our ancestral glory. She turned to her warriors, towering Yetis ready for war. Listen, she roared. We were once part of the great demon army. She raised her axe as the mountains trembled. And we will take back what is rightfully ours. Her armies stormed forward, crushing knights and demons alike. Snow turned to blood. Mountains cracked. Cities fell. She stood under a black sun. An eclipse, feeling triumph, surged through her. Finally, we are recognized again as demons. But the moment her ambition swelled, her warriors collapsed one by one. The battlefield fell silent, and a presence far greater than the mountain itself descended. Mephistopheles, the original sin, the demon king. He stood before her, smiling down, shadow covering the world. She trembled. An insurmountable wall. He approached slowly, gripped her, forced her to bow. She realized there was no victory, no escape, no defiance. She could only accept defeat. In shame, the Mountain Queen lowered her gaze to the icy peaks she once vowed to rule. But even as defeat wrapped around her like frost, one thought burned fiercely. I must clear my true name. I must strengthen my seal. She stared into the dark aura swirling beneath her feet. This is only the first step. She turned, determination flaring in her crimson eyes. Just a little more, and Mephistopheles would have acknowledged me. I was so close. Suddenly, a voice thundered from the sky. Stop. A girl descended, a knight following behind her. The queen's heart tightened. My path is blocked. Knights surged toward her, blades drawn. And then she saw Otto Hahn, standing ahead of them. A wall of power, so immense that her breath stopped. Compared to him, even Mephistopheles felt distant, unreachable. The queen of the icy mountains drew her axe and roared. All troops attacked, but the moment she turned, her forces disintegrated. One by one, her subordinates turned into dust. They didn't even scream. They simply ceased to exist. What is happening? She cried. A warrior shot past her, cleaving through her soldiers with a single strike. Thousands of Yeti warriors were torn apart in an instant. Even their bones couldn't withstand the force. A terrified Yeti screamed, "Help me, I don't want to die." Others backed away, their eyes empty with fear. A massive demon appeared, towering over them, roaring like a beast of calamity. Then, something fell from the sky like a meteor, the shockwave blowing apart the snowfield. The queen raised her axe to block, sliding backward in the frozen dust storm. Still, she planted her feet, took her stance, and shouted to the survivors. "Calm your fear. We are the great demon race. There is nothing we cannot do." She inhaled and let out a war cry that shook the mountains. "Show them our wrath." A heartbeat later, splash, blood erupted everywhere. The queen's eyes trembled. What is this? Her allies' heads tore off all at once, fountains of blood shooting skyward. Their bodies collapsed like puppets cut from their strings. She stood alone, unable to understand how death claimed them faster than thought itself. Otto Hahn stepped forward, lifting his hand. The world burned behind him. The queen staggered, whispering through cracked lips. "We lost the war against the humans you led, and were driven back to these mountains." Her face twisted with despair. Why? Why is this happening to us? She glared at the distant human army. They already have everything they ever wanted. Why won't they let us have even a grain of what we want? She crawled forward, fingers digging into the snow. A mark formed on her hand, and from deep within her chest, an enormous dark energy burst outward. Elric watched in silence. He didn't move, didn't speak. He simply observed her with heavy eyes, the weight of centuries etched into her grief. After several seconds, he stepped closer. This is her burden, her destiny, her duty. Aloud, he said quietly, even through all this despair. Elric stared at the raging dark aura engulfing the mountain queen. You still stood alone. Elric stepped closer, voice low but steady. You endured all of it. In his mind, he saw it. Himself as a small child, walking toward her through the snow, and the queen mirroring the gesture, extending her hand with the same lonely determination. Countless hardships, countless losses. He stretched his hand toward her. To bring your race back to its former glory, you kept walking, even when it broke you. The queen's eyes trembled. They cried together, two souls bound by different eras, different duties, but the same unbearable weight. Elric wrapped his arms around her. This burden is greater than anyone can imagine. A clash of weapons echoed in the distance. Elric remembered. After that day, Otto Hahn settled in the icy mountains, watching over the queen. Battle after battle, their blades crossed so many times that the hatred faded, replaced with respect. They weren't enemies anymore. They weren't allies either. They simply understood each other. They shared moments. They shared mountains. They shared silence. But even so, the queen's darkness never disappeared. A demonic aura burned from her body. Her eyes filled with rage, trembling with old hunger. I must restore our race's pride," she whispered. Her voice cracked. She couldn't break free from her temptations. Her ambition became chains. Her determination became poison. In the end, she became a monster. Otto Hahn folded his hands, dark aura building between his palms. He clapped them together and unleashed a shockwave. Did he enter life that day? Even Elric didn't know. He narrowed his eyes, then snapped them open. A voice spoke. "So, you must be that descendant." The mountain queen stood beside him, regal, stern, chin raised. "One-handed Otto Hahn told me about you," she said, smiling faintly. "Considering you burned away most of my mana, and even severed my arm, your reputation wasn't empty bragging." Elric stepped forward, extending his hand. "I pity you." The queen lowered her head, then turned away sharply. "I may have died miserably, unable to abandon my ambition," she said. "But I was a queen, and I was a warrior." Her eyes hardened. "So I do not accept pity from an enemy." Elric flinched at her tone. The Ice Mountain Queen simply smiled, cold, resigned. "It seems our fight is nearing its end." She lifted her gaze toward the sky. "I should apologize to my subjects who sacrificed themselves. I must honor their memory." Elric clenched his fist. The queen whispered, voice trembling. "Why did I obsess so desperately over rejoining the demon army?" Dark aura poured from her like a tide. Why, when being happy with the ones I loved should have been enough? Her screech tore the mountains apart. The dark aura burst away from her in every direction. Elric watched silently, then whispered, "She's being consumed by demonic energy." He narrowed his eyes. "What do I do now?" But before he could answer the thought, a surge of crimson power exploded around her. A violent red aura engulfed the mountain peak. Elric gritted his teeth. "No. Focus. My enemy is the Ice Mountain Queen, the ruler who united an entire chaotic mountain race. The one whose will alone reshaped the frozen north. The queen lifted her head. Her eyes glowed with pure, unrestrained fury. The battlefield trembled. Elric stared at her, the queen of the Ice Mountain Yetis. In his mind, she wasn't just a monster. She was their greatest warrior, a foe worthy of being absorbed. A foe he must absorb. Demonic energy poured off her in waves as she stepped forward, eyes burning with killing intent. Elric lifted his hand, jaw tight. If he held back even a fraction, that would be an insult to her strength. So he let his aura explode. Power flared around him, the air trembling as he took his stance. They leaped at the same moment, two beasts charging straight toward each other. No hesitation, no fear. Elric could almost feel the weight of her oath, the pride she carried, the debt she had sworn to repay. The queen stomped the ground with a thunderous crack. Elric answered by launching himself forward, their bodies streaking through the frozen air like falling stars. Their eyes locked, rage burning, madness boiling. They swung. Her demonic energy roared out like a tempest. His power surged forward to meet it. The collision shook the entire mountain, pressure ripping the air apart. Her giant axe whistled down. Elric seized a fallen axe from the ground, muscles bulging, and met her strike head-on. The impact blasted her back a few steps. Gritting his teeth, he charged again. I have to become stronger than her. I must. They traded blows at blinding speed. Steel clashed against steel. Aura clashed against demonic fury. At one point they were so close their breaths mixed, both fully intent on killing the other. The queen stomped again, her life hanging on this battle. Elric matched her movement perfectly, launching forward with equal desperation. A blinding flash exploded between them. The shockwave shattered stone, sent massive boulders flying, tore the ground apart. Elric felt every pebble, every vibration, through his body. Raising his hand, he moved to strike, feeling something strange inside him, as if fighting her filled him with a twisted sense of joy. The queen's brows furrowed. She drew her fist back. Another flash burst forth. Elric was thrown aside, vision white for a heartbeat. She came at him with her axe, but he managed to parry, twisting his body away. She chased him like a wild beast. Elric spun, opened his mouth wide, and let out a roar that shook the earth. The queen staggered back. Both pushed off the ground again. Both soared. Both landed facing each other in identical stances, battered, trembling, and ready to finish it. Elric's teeth clenched, so hard they might break. Rage burned behind his eyes. Across from him, the queen's gaze was just as wild. We're at our limit, he thought. This final dash, this will decide it. They moved. In a blink, they were beside each other, power exploding in all directions. And in that instant, Elric realized something. The technique she was about to unleash, the move that once crushed countless races beneath her feet. This was the secret art of the queen of the Ice Mountains. The queen glared ahead with a terrifying calm, her killing intent bursting like frost in the air. She lifted her palm, massive, icy, and filled with destructive power. Elric mirrored her, eyes blazing with the same ferocity. The moment their palms collided, the world exploded. A blinding surge of power erupted between them, lighting up the mountains like a second sun. The ground beneath their feet split open, cracks racing across the ice like spiderwebs. For a heartbeat, everything vanished into dust and roaring wind. Then, two silhouettes appeared in the haze. Elric stood unmoving, arms still outstretched. The queen, her massive frame trembling, had a gaping hole torn through her body. Elric's eyes widened in horror. He had struck with everything he had, but even he hadn't expected this. The queen stared forward silently for a few seconds. Then, slowly, she lifted her head and laughed. It wasn't madness this time. It was relief, peace. She whispered that this would be the last time. Her words made Elric's entire body shake. He lowered his head, teeth clenched, trying to hold himself together. Then her final words came. Thank you. Elric's eyes snapped open in shock. The queen turned away, tears pooling in her eyes. She dropped to one knee. As the sun broke through the icy sky, its warm light fell on her face. She smiled, softly, looking ahead one final time. Elric stood over her, unable to speak. Then, her body dissolved into glowing particles and evaporated into the wind. Silence. Elric looked down at the seal on his hand. Blue energy swirled around it like a calm ocean. Suddenly, a tattoo of mountains carved itself across his skin, the symbol of the Ice Queen. At his feet, two small green leaves appeared on the frozen ground. Slowly, a stem rose from between them. A bud formed, then blossomed into a vibrant flower. Elric whispered gently, "Rest in peace, Queen." And just like that, his first trial came to an end. Otto clapped loudly behind him. Well done. You actually absorbed the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Incredible. Elric turned, exhausted. Isn't that a bit much for a first challenge? He asked with a tired smile. Han grinned. Like I said, everything about our family is intense. If you can't overcome something like that, how could you ever call yourself a Melving? Elric sighed to himself. So that's why people call them selfish. Han stepped forward, expression slightly more serious. But honestly, I'm impressed. Even with your talent, I was sure it would take at least 1 to 3 years to beat a mountain queen. Yet a fledgling mage, someone barely past the basics, did it in 1 month. Elric blinked. 1 month. Han nodded proudly. That's what I said. Elric raised a hand. No. I meant that I've only been learning magic for a single month. And since I've been stuck in this place another month, that means I started 2 months ago. Silence. Han stared at him. That's a terrible joke. Elric stiffened. I'm not joking. Han's eyes widened. Wait, you're serious? This isn't some pompous Melvinger-style speech. Before Elric could answer, Han grabbed him by the shoulders and burst out laughing. Huh, I knew it. I've always had a good sense for people. Elric groaned. Didn't you literally just say something completely opposite, even despite your talent? Han tilted his head back and roared with laughter. You bastard. Hey, it hurts. And your beard is poking me. Elric yelled. Han only laughed harder. Elric and Han stood side by side, staring at the distant frost-covered mountains. The battlefield was quiet now. Too quiet. Han broke the silence first, voice low. So, how were her final moments? The camera zooms in on the back of Elric's head. His hair shifts slightly in the cold wind as he answers. She was smiling. Han let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. That is an incredible relief. Elric lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Thank you for everything. Han smiled gently. Good luck on your way back. But Elric hesitated. A small frown touched his lips. I doubt I'll be able to visit often. Han's face darkened with a hint of loneliness. I understand. Being the head of the family, it's a heavy burden. Elric turned and began walking away. Han watched him go, expression bittersweet. Suddenly, Elric stopped, spun around, and stared back. Han blinked. Elric scratched his cheek, awkwardly. How do I get out of here? Han stretched out his hand, completely baffled. You've left tons of times already. How do you not remember? A blinding flash erupted. Elric stared forward in shock as the world dissolved in white. Then, he slammed face first onto the floor. He groaned, looking up at the ceiling. That damn old man. Mephistopheles floated nearby, with a smug grin. The old guy should have finished you off while he had the chance. Elric glared at him. How can you just kill someone with no warning? And then Mephistopheles emerged, smiling like a satisfied fox. So, did you absorb the Queen of the Ice Mountains? Elric lifted his forearm to show the new mountain-shaped tattoo. It literally happened just now. Mephistopheles threw his head back with a victorious laugh. Splendid. All thanks to my guidance, of course. Elric's voice dripped with sarcasm. Truly, you're the best demon lord in the world. Mephistopheles froze, startled. Best? Demon lord? He stared at Elric, mind spinning. It wasn't enough to call this boy a genius. He was a monster in human skin. Elric lifted a finger. But I do want to know one thing. Didn't you have some kind of special relationship with the Mountain Queen? And why didn't you let her become a demon? Mephistopheles stiffened and looked away, suddenly awkward. How did you even figure that out? I caught a glimpse of her memories. Elric replied firmly. So answer me. The demon lord's mind drifted back to a mountain built from bones. I'm a demon lord, he began coldly. She was nothing more than low-grade demon scum. At that time, I was simply bored. He looked out toward the snowy mountains, eyes narrowing. I heard rumors that someone in the ice mountains might become a demon. So, I went to see for myself. The scene shifts, Mephistopheles holding the horned creature by the chin, examining her with detached curiosity. She wasn't anywhere near the level of a proper demon queen. But her skills, they were decent. A faint smirk curled onto his lips. In the end, she was lucky she met a kind-hearted demon lord like me. If it had been Azazel or Lilith, he chuckled softly. They would have torn her into tiny pieces without a second thought. Mephistopheles flicked his hand, dismissively, as if brushing away a memory. And in the end, find me again when you've grown stronger. That's what he told her. And then the mighty demon, Lord Mephistopheles, simply turned around and left. Elric stared at him, stunned. That's it. That's the end of the story. Did you ever meet again? Mephistopheles' expression instantly twisted with irritation. Why would I see her again? Why would I go back to see her? But the image betrayed him. A blizzard sweeping over the ice mountains. Footprints on untouched snow. A lone figure with a massive axe waiting in silence. Mephistopheles gritted his teeth, eyes clouded with something dangerously close to regret. Elric noticed. He slammed his fist into his palm. I get it now. Mephistopheles snapped. Get what? Elric smirked. You're exactly like those bratty boys who bully the girl they secretly like. Instant rage flared. I'm not a brat. And don't you dare imply anything about unrequited love. Elric chuckled. So that's why, even after 1,000 years, you still haven't found anyone for yourself. Mephistopheles pointed at him, trembling with fury. You bastard. How dare you mock the great Mephistopheles? Cut to a comedic close-up of the room. Elric leaning on a desk, voice casually evil. Honestly, you're probably destined to be alone forever. Forever alone. Mephistopheles roared. I hope you die. Meanwhile, Han's fist smoldered like a volcano behind them. Otto Hahn closed his eyes, letting the smoke drift around him. One interesting kid, he thought. Leaves drifted in the wind as Han lowered his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and whispered, almost to himself. She felt the same way, didn't she? Did she hold a grudge until the end? The scene shifts sharply. Hands drenched in blood. A man holding a limp corpse. His voice shaking. How could I do this with my own hands? Bodies piled around him. Pain. Regret. Rage. Otto Hahn's voice cut through the despair. The Queen of the Ice Mountains. The man's eyes snapped open, glowing, furious. A monstrous scream tore from the creature's throat, smoke erupting around him. Kill me. Otto Hahn approached, half his face swallowed by shadow. He clasped his hands together. Forgive me. A violent blow. A hole punched clean through the creature's chest. Otto Hahn exhaled, monocle glinting as he opened his eyes fully. Thank you, and rest. Leave your regrets, your dreams, to this child. Tears welled up as he smiled softly. Maybe, in the next life, we can meet again. And I hope the world you see then is more beautiful than the one we left behind. He turned his gaze to the sunset, letting the wind carry the moment away. Back in the library, Mephistopheles frowned. What are you rummaging around for? You've turned the entire place upside down. I'm looking for something, Elric muttered. And what requires destroying an entire library? Elric finally lifted something glowing. Mephistopheles froze. Is that what I think it is? Elric held up a rock shimmering with cold light. An ice crystal? Han nodded. Take it. And find God of Camellia. Elric squinted at him. Find the god of what, exactly? Elric lifted the strange crystal, still unsure what to make of any of this. He pointed at it and asked, So, this Camilla flower thing, that's really it? Otto Hahn nodded calmly, as if everything made perfect sense to him. Then he added, almost casually, that the person connected to this flower would become Elric's next instructor. Elric scratched his head. Wait, this is the test. Seriously. Otto Hahn confirmed it without hesitation. Elric stared at the crystal again, baffled. So, how long am I supposed to be stuck doing this? At this rate, I'll be old before I'm done. For the first time, Otto Hahn's expression hardened. Until you reach the level of our progenitor. Elric froze. What rank is the progenitor? Otto Hahn didn't answer directly. He simply stood there with Elric under the gray, heavy sky, and said, In time, you'll understand everything. The progenitor fulfilled countless duties, and left behind many more for this world. And for you. They both looked up at the swirling clouds as Otto Hahn continued. We prepared trials, so you can follow his path. All you must do is walk it, steadily and without hesitation. Elric clenched his fists, determination rising in him. I won't lose what he entrusted to me. Otto Hahn's voice softened, almost regretful. I'm sorry to place such a burden on you, but this path belongs to you alone, Elric, head of the Melvinger house. Then he turned away and urged him to begin immediately. Elric glanced down at the crystal again. So basically, you're telling me to deliver this ice crystal to the god of the Camilla? That was all Mephistopheles needed to hear. The demon burst into laughter. He smirked at Elric. If it's the god of the Camilla, that means he plans to recreate winter. Elric blinked and looked at the crystal in his palm. Do you know what that's supposed to mean? Mephistopheles rolled his eyes. It's the same 4 seasons. The ones who hunted demons like us. Elric immediately jumped to his feet. Tell me everything. All of it. Now. Mephistopheles raised a brow. And why would I? Elric held up 4 fingers. 5 days of release. The demon scoffed. You think that tiny bribe works on me? Elric grinned wider. Fine. Silence release. But that's the final offer. Mephistopheles' mood changed instantly. Deal. He leaned forward, voice lowering. Listen carefully. There are 4 forces that supported your ancestors. 4 beings whose strength helped build the House of Melvinger. 4 silhouettes, known as the 4 seasons. Elric swallowed hard, listening without blinking. The demons call them that because their powers and personalities match the seasons themselves. And among them, a snowstorm whipped across the vision, forming behind Mephistopheles. Otto Hahn is the one who represents winter. He frowned, the wind howling behind him. And the fact that someone like him arranged your trials, that alone should tell you how serious all of this is. Elric froze, staring at Mephistopheles in horror. The demon only smirked and continued calmly. This can only mean one thing. He intends to pass on the very power he once held himself. A cold bead of sweat slid down Elric's cheek. If he completed this test, if he survived it, would he be allowed to challenge the other seasons too? A silhouette flickered in the swirling clouds above. Elric tightened his grip and swallowed hard. If I absorb the power of all 4 seasons, wouldn't that put me on the same level as the progenitor they once served? A tattooed hand flashed through his mind. The hand of someone who stood at the peak. And if I keep absorbing seals even stronger than the seal of cruelty? He frowned slightly as the realization hit him. Then maybe the revival of my family isn't impossible after all. He turned back to Mephistopheles. So what's so important about this ice crystal? Why would the god of the Camilla flower need it? Against a backdrop of jagged, frozen peaks, Mephistopheles finally spoke. That ice crystal is the core of winter itself. It forms only in the deepest, eternal layers of the snow-buried mountains. In other words, a violent flash tore across the sky. It's the egg of a spirit. Elric blinked, speechless. The camellia blooms only in winter, Mephistopheles went on. And there's no better pot for that flower than an ice crystal. He closed one eye, listening to Elric's next question. So where do I find the god of the camellia? Mephistopheles shrugged. Presumably, the flower temple, somewhere far in the north. Elric stepped back in shock. The flower temple? That's just a fairy tale. Doesn't that place only exist in myth? Oh, it's very real, Mephistopheles replied. And that noisy idiot is probably guarding it right now. Elric stared at him, confused. He'd have to check the records in the Imperial Library to confirm any of this. He narrowed his eyes. Isn't he acting too cooperative? What's he plotting? Mephistopheles stood there with his arms crossed. Elric could swear the demon's spiritual form looked brighter. Mephistopheles' eyes twitched with madness. So, the brat noticed it. A sliver of my power has returned. The trials are affecting my demonic energy too. He wondered if Elric could actually do anything even if he figured it out. Far in the void, Elric stood quietly, lost in thought. I have no choice, Mephistopheles mused. If he keeps passing these trials, I'll grow even stronger. Elric looked down, realizing the truth. Each trial made him stronger, but it also restored more power to Mephistopheles. A vision of Mephistopheles at his peak flashed through Elric's mind. Don't tell me, he thought, horrified. I'm helping revive the Lord of Demons. And if that happens, Mephistopheles muttered, the entire world will be thrown into real chaos. Elric lowered his head, staring at the ground with a heavy, defeated expression. Mephistopheles watched him silently, then smirked in his mind. What an adorable little face. Of course he's scared, as he should be. He folded his arms and clicked his tongue. Look, I'm not thrilled about letting the Melvingers grow stronger. But my recovery comes first. Understand? But instead of fear, Elric slowly lifted his head and grinned wickedly. Mephistopheles frowned. Why are you smiling again? Elric kept that sharp grin, and his thoughts raced. If the trials restored some of Mephistopheles' power, it meant Elric could take even more of it back. If he kept getting stronger, Mephistopheles would eventually be forced out of his body. He just had to keep pushing forward. Elric smiled with satisfaction. Mephistopheles felt a chill. This brat is unsettling enough already. Stop getting excited on your own. Elric clapped his hands lightly. Great. If everything's ready, isn't it time we head out? A spark flickered across the snowy sky. Another spark, brighter this time. Elric walked ahead with confidence. Crazy. Just a month ago, this whole journey felt impossible. Now it's easy. You're unbelievably narcissistic, Mephistopheles muttered as an avalanche thundered in the distance. Elric ignored him. Since I need a guide, why not visit the Crimson Eye tribe? He smiled again, thinking to himself. Maybe it was because he fought the Yeti for so long, or because he'd absorbed the Queen's seal, but he genuinely wanted to see them again. But then, Elric stopped. His smile died instantly. The village was a massacre. Shattered huts. Pools of blood melted into the snow. Corpses torn apart, left like trash. Elric's eyes widened in horror. What the hell happened here? A crimson silhouette lay impaled on black ice spikes. Mephistopheles hovered beside him, gaze cold with disgust. Judging by these wounds, their deaths weren't quick. Whoever did this enjoyed it. He shook his head. I don't know who or what was responsible, but the nature of this creature is more monstrous than most demons I've met. Elric didn't respond. Mephistopheles stared at the back of the boy's head. Elric finally moved, stepping deeper into the ruined village. He clenched his teeth. Yes, Yetis were monsters. They could be killed. Even he killed them. But treating them like toys, he growled under his breath. This is disgusting. The emotion swelling inside him wasn't his own. It was the Queen's power screaming inside him. Elric forced his jaw shut. I need to calm down. I'm not a Yeti. I'm not allowed to feel their emotions. But then, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in terror. Dark shadows twitched in the distance. Elric stepped forward cautiously, dropped his knees, and pushed the snow aside with his hands, searching for whatever was hidden beneath. Elric clenched his teeth and dug deeper into the snow, his fingers shaking. Then he froze, eyes widening. It looks like someone new has arrived. A small child peeked out, hands raised in innocent excitement. But the voice behind him shattered the moment. The journey ahead will only get harder. Before you set out, you should prepare yourself. Mephistopheles stood behind Elric, unimpressed, while corpses stuck out of snowdrifts, buried upside down like broken stakes. Elric's jaw tightened. This is her work, right? Mephistopheles nodded without hesitation. Elric looked ahead, breath trembling. So, they're the reason I feel this sickening rage crawling inside me. Before he could process more, the scene shifted. 3 figures in cloaks sprinted through the icy storm. Isabel gasped for breath. Her legs buckled over a ridge of snow, and she collapsed. Lady Isabel, are you all right? The two men ran to her side, eyes full of panic. I'm fine, she forced out. Don't worry about me. We don't know when those killers will strike again. Focus on finding the grave. One of the men insisted she rest. She grit her teeth. I'm the daughter of the Blue Lion. I refuse to be a burden. He flinched at her words. Young lady. Isabel staggered forward, thoughts trembling. Too many people had died. Hunted. Slaughtered. All to protect her. And she couldn't let their sacrifice be meaningless. A month had passed since the chase began. A whole month searching for that grave. She frowned over the worn-out map, exhaustion weighing on her shoulders. Where is it? Where is this grave supposed to be? Her voice cracked. Father. A banner rippled in the wind as her memories pulled her backward. The estate of the Blue Lion family. A noble clan built on strength. A clan where weakness was unacceptable. Isabel walked through the corridor beneath judging whispers. Lions only walk behind the strong. The second lady should keep quiet. Blue Lion might hear. Whispers turned to blunt mockery. Isabel gripped her practice sword. She swung. The blade slipped. It stabbed into the floor with a dull thud. She panted, face pale. Why? Why do I have no talent? Why can't I even swing a sword properly? She grabbed her head as voices echoed around her. The only daughter of the Blue Lion can't even hold a sword. That family's future looks bleak. They were cursed with a girl as their heir. What did they expect from a woman? She can't even try. Isabel trembled, unable to breathe under the weight of their scorn. How can I call myself the child of the Blue Lion? Footsteps echoed behind her. A man with a thick mustache approached slowly. The man with the mustache wasn't just anyone. He was Isabel's father, Herman Weil. They sat together under the night sky, the moonlight quiet and cold. Herman Weil sighed softly. I'm sorry for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. Isabel lowered her head. The real problem is, I'm just not good enough. Herman Weil chuckled and shook his head. You don't need to follow my path, he said warmly. You don't need to become the next Blue Lion. Isabel blinked in confusion. Then what am I supposed to be? Herman Weil smiled proudly. You are not the Blue Lion, Isabel. You are the honorable daughter of the Whale family. He flexed one of his huge arms dramatically. And look, I'm still in peak condition. Touch my steel muscles. Isabel stared at him blankly. Father, that's armor. Herman Weil kept grinning like nothing happened. Anyway, don't worry about your father. He paused. No, don't worry about the Blue Lion. Isabel's eyes filled with tears. Herman Weil reached over, patting her head. Just like before, I'll keep chasing my dream. I'll become the greatest swordsman on the entire continent. Isabel finally smiled. But that smile didn't last. The hallway was silent. Too silent. Isabel sat beside her father's bed, gripping his unresponsive hand. Why hasn't he woken up? The doctor approached with a grim expression. He is showing symptoms similar to ceiling disease, he said. His mana circulation collapsed. He overused his aura. Herman Weil lay motionless, his breath shallow. If this continues, his muscles may begin to waste away. Isabel's heart cracked. The doctor continued. We can solve it, if we manage to restore his mana flow. But with the amount of mana your father holds, it's practically impossible. Isabel lowered her head, devastated. In a case like this, the doctor added, your only hope is magical items. Isabel mounted her horse with trembling determination. I'll save you, father, no matter what. The tower's peak glowed in the distance as she rode. Normal items won't work on him, she thought. So I begged the Academy's magic tower for help. A cloaked mage frowned, raising his hand dismissively. Even their rarest items failed to help. So Isabel and her escorts kept searching. The entire continent, border to border. Weeks passed. Nothing. The Highland fortress loomed in the mountains. Not a clue. Not a whisper of hope. Then, from inside a tavern, voices drifted out. I've never heard of the tomb of the king of the icy mountains, one man said, lowering his voice. You know, the king who once ruled all the Yetis. If his tomb exists, it must be packed with treasure. Magical items beyond imagination. Isabel froze, listening. The first man continued excitedly. If we could get even one of those treasures, we'd be rich. Maybe. His friend smacked him. Idiot. That's just a fairy tale. But Isabel had already turned around, eyes wide. A fairy tale, or not. It was a lead, and she had nothing left to lose. The drunken man at the tavern slapped his table and declared loudly, if that tomb is real, I'll become a Yeti's dinner before believing it. The others turned to him, and he quickly waved his hand. Forget it, nonsense. Let's just drink. But the laughter died instantly when Isabel stepped up to their table, eyes firm. That nonsense, she said, is the straw I grabbed onto. The noisy tavern fell silent. I started investigating, she continued, and I found out the tomb of the king of the ice mountains really exists. I even discovered its exact location. Someone whispered behind her. A hand tightened around a wine glass. But there was a problem, Isabel said bitterly. My uncle heard about it. She remembered the moment clearly. Guards burst into the hall, faces pale. Lady Isabel. Run. Hands grab her arms, dragging her away. Her uncle, Paul, the man who coveted the Blue Lion's seat, had sent assassins to eliminate her. The rightful heir. Back over her map, Isabel ground her teeth. How can he be so inhuman? All because I'm the heir. Lady Isabel. A guard shouted. Hide. Now. Another guard seized her wrist. Before she could react, shadows approached. We finally found you, a voice said. A cloaked man stepped into the moonlight, smirking. Isabel's heart dropped. The 6th Squad of Blue Wolves. Her uncle's secret elite unit. Knights trained exclusively to hunt down his enemies. The man chuckled. If I'm here, then the young lady must be close as well. The guard in front of Isabel trembled with rage. You bastard. You'll pay for killing my comrades. I swear. But inside he was pleading. Run, Lady Isabel. Run and don't look back. He grabbed her harder and shouted. You can't fight them. We can't handle this squad. Isabel struggled, kicking wildly. Let me go. He'll die out there. The second guard is risking his life to buy us time, he yelled. Do you want his sacrifice to be wasted? Isabel tried to protest, but then a chilling voice echoed through the snow. Lady Isabel. She turned around, frozen in terror. The cloaked man held her loyal guard by the hair. Your knight is about to die, he sneered. Why don't you come out and watch? He rammed his blade through the guard's chest. Blood splattered onto the snow. To think the lady abandoned her glorious knight, he said mockingly. Lady Cruelty. He lifted his sword again, preparing to sever the man's head. Stop! Isabel screamed, stepping out from behind a rock, tears burning her eyes. If I'm your target, she cried, voice cracking, then take me, just take me, and let them go. The camera zooms in on her trembling face. A desperate girl, standing alone against death. The cloaked man tilted his head, almost apologetic. I'm sorry, but that won't work. Isabel's eyes widened in horror. We were ordered to kill everyone even slightly connected to this mess, he said coldly. Isabel tried to speak, but bloody handprints stained the snow beneath the corpses. If you hadn't run for so long, the man continued, smirking, maybe all these innocent people wouldn't have died. Truly pathetic. The bloody handprints dragged across the ice, mocking her. Isabel broke, stunned, devastated. They died because of me. The cloaked assassin lifted his sword and stepped forward. Well then, time to end this. But suddenly, a calm voice cut through the wind. All right, I've heard enough. The cloaked man spun around. What? Who's there? A branch creaked overhead. Snow slid off it. Someone had used transformation magic. A leg appeared first. Then a full silhouette perched casually on the branch. Elric. The assassin bared his teeth. Elric crossed his arms and said casually, just Satan passing by. Then he glared down at them. You vile bastards. He dropped from the branch and charged straight at the cloaked man. The narration tightened. Elric intervenes, stepping in as the hero of this moment. The assassins moved to counterattack, but Elric pointed his hand at them. Trash like he doesn't deserve mercy. A crystalline glow pulsed in his hand. The ice crystal. Narration continued. After completing his first trial, Elric had been ordered to recreate winter. He was ready to leave the icy mountains, but something stopped him. The bloody scene he'd witnessed. The bodies of Yetis and humans butchered mercilessly. He couldn't walk away. Meanwhile, Isabel had been racing across the continent, desperate to find the tomb of the king of the icy mountains to save her father. But her uncle Paul had unleashed the elite blue wolves to kill her. And Elric appeared exactly when the cloaked man swung his blade. The moment everything was about to end. The assassin snarled, Satan? What a ridiculous joke. Did you crawl out of some cult? He spat on the snow. You should have saved your life, and kept running. His anger exploded, and he struck forward. Elric didn't flinch. Magic crackled. The cloaked man recoiled, startled. Magic? What the hell? He leapt back, landing deep in a snowdrift. Who the hell are you? The wounded guard and Isabel stared in shock. Elric looked back at them. You two okay? Yes, the guard gasped. Isabel nodded shakily. And you? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Elric answered. Meanwhile, the cloaked assassins whispered among themselves. Mages always land like that. Maybe he tripped. Possible. But standing up again, unlikely. They were wrong. Elric rose slowly, eyes cold, killing intent rising like a storm. Elric pushed himself up, trembling slightly, not from fear, but embarrassment. If the snow wasn't this deep, my entrance would have looked way cooler. Before he could complain further, Isabel's eyes widened. Wait, isn't it the man everyone says went missing? Her heart tightened. She couldn't drag someone else into her nightmare. You, she shouted. Run away. This has nothing to do with you. But the cloaked assassin cut her off coldly. I already said this, didn't I? No witnesses live. His face twisted into anger. Kill the Satan first. The squad charged. Isabel screamed. But Elric didn't move. He just whispered. Trash. His eyes burned bright green. Trash like you doesn't deserve mercy. He activated Gust, snow exploding beneath his feet as he vanished upward. A blinding glow tore across the battlefield. The assassins looked up, too late. Elric's fist crashed down like a hammer. Blood mist filled the air. The guard stared, speechless, unable to understand what he'd just witnessed. Don't just stand there, the cloaked man roared. Kill him. Don't give him time to cast. But Elric didn't need time. He turned calmly, lifting his palm. Slash. A wave of force shot outward, freezing, compressing, and detonating all at once. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, skewering squad members before they could react. Block it. Block half. Blood sprayed across the snow. The cloaked commander reached out helplessly. Help. Someone. Another spike pierced him, blood bursting outward like a crimson cloud. He staggered, shaking, fury twisting his face. Where the hell did you come from? Do you even know who we are? Elric laughed. I don't care who you are. Bow your heads before me. Isabel peeked from behind a tree, terrified. He defeated the blue wolves, effortlessly. Who is this man? But now's not the time to think. I need to move. She watched as the last assassin lunged toward his wounded man. If I die, I'm taking you with me, he screamed. Elric frowned. He's fast. Keep your distance. Isabel yelled. Elric's eyes glowed again. Armament enhancement. Ice wrapped around his arm like armor. The assassin swung. Elric stepped in, raising his hand. Cleave. A colossal burst of ice surged forward, splitting the ground apart. The cloaked man dodged with a snarl. You think magic like that can stop me? He broke through the wave of frozen shards, screaming furiously. The cloaked man screamed. You're finished. He swung his blade. But the moment the steel touched the rising wall of ice, it stopped cold. Elric countered instantly. Penetrate. A massive slab of ice erupted in front of the assassin's face, blocking his attack completely. The man's eyes widened. Why isn't the ice breaking? From behind the wall, Elric smirked. You should be worrying about something else. He casually brushed his hair back. Because I'm about to bury your skull in the ground. The cloaked man froze, realizing far too late that he'd already lost. Elric shot forward, his figure blurring. Boom. A single impact. When the snow settled, only shredded pieces of the assassin's cloak fluttered in the wind. The surviving guard trembled. He destroyed the blue wolves in an instant. Another guard swallowed hard. A mage like this just wandering on the mountainside. Isabel stared at Elric, stunned. He looks the same age as me. How can someone that young be this strong? The wind whipped snowflakes around him, blurring his outline. With power like that, is he on the same level as Tasha? One of the 3 rising stars. How have I never heard of him? Elric stood motionless for a moment. Then he closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and finally exhaled, relief washing through him. The image of the child and the Yeti flashed before him. He opened his eyes and whispered, May the dead rest in peace. Mephistopheles appeared beside him. Hey, they're staring at you like you're about to explode. Maybe say something. Even I feel uneasy from that intensity. Elric panicked. He absolutely did not know what to say. Are you even listening to me? The demon snapped. Isabel blinked, dumbfounded by his sudden awkwardness. Elric turned to them. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The guard frowned immediately. Even if he saved us, he's a stranger. We can't lower our guard. If he has other motives, he's just as dangerous as the blue wolves. The guard glanced at Isabel. Isabel stepped forward and bowed. Thank you. Truly. The guard shouted. Lady Isabel, you don't need to bow to him. Elric's eyes widened. No, don't. It's really not necessary. But Isabel ignored them. She called out to the guards. They all stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us. Elric froze like a statue, completely overwhelmed. And no, really anyone else would have done the same, he muttered. Please just stand up. Mephistopheles snorted. Well, Isabel knows gratitude. Can't say the same for the other 2. Isabel straightened up. This may sound rude, she said carefully, but may I ask you for a favor? Elric sighed. It's time for me to go. But Isabel reached out, crossing her fingers over his palm, and said. Isabel swallowed nervously, then gathered every ounce of courage. I would like to hire you. Elric raised an eyebrow, then slowly looked up at the night sky. Moments later, a chariot pulled by horses raced through the snowy mountains. Inside sat Elric, Isabel, and her guards. Mephistopheles floated behind with a deep frown. Tisich, even I can see the corners of your mouth lifting, he muttered. If you're going to hide it, at least try harder. Elric crossed his hands behind his head. Well, it's only natural, he thought smugly. He held a small brown stone in his hand. No, not a stone. A gold emblem. Isabel had handed it to him moments earlier. Gold, and the symbol of the blue lion, Elric realized. He looked down at her. So you're from the whale family? Yes, she answered softly. Though, I'm not really worthy of being called one. Elric studied her features in the flickering light. That explains her delicate looks. Stained glass panels reflecting the blue lion's crest shimmered behind her, in his memory. Isabel, a scentless flower. Though beautiful enough to become a crown princess, her engagement had been rejected, because she was considered talentless. A blue jewel glowed faintly in the background as Elric continued his thought. In the whale family, If a lion has no fangs and no claws, he has no value. In the silhouette behind her, he recalled the rumors. After her engagement was broken, she became a recluse in her own estate. Isabel lowered her head sadly. Elric smiled gently. My name is Rick. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion. Isabel flinched. Why would it be an honor to meet someone like me? Elric closed his eyes. You should be more confident. With the tenacity you just showed, you're more than worthy of the title. Isabel's eyes filled with tears. Thank you. Elric extended a hand. You mentioned hiring someone. She nodded quickly. Yes, but I don't have anything with me right now. She hesitated, then looked up. Could you accompany us to the Imperial capital? Lady Isabel. One of the guards barked. We still haven't found what we were looking for. Isabel turned sharply. I won't risk your lives for my own greed. Before anything else, I must settle matters with my uncle. Elric turned his gaze back toward the bloody battlefield. Her uncle? These knights looked like members of the same family. There's serious discord within the Blue Lion household. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, wasn't the leader of the Blue Wolves rumored to have reflux disease? Symptoms almost identical to mana blockage. Elric's eyes narrowed. Things were starting to connect, and the picture wasn't pretty. Elric stared blankly for a moment. Then a slow grin tugged at his lips. Wasn't this the perfect chance? If he played this right, he could make the head of the Blue Lion family owe him a debt. And if the reborn Melvinger house became allies with the Blue Lions, that alone could rewrite the future. In his mind, he imagined the scene playing out. The Duke of Melvinger and the Blue Lion patriarch clasping hands, smiling like old friends. The crowd whispering. A Melvinger saved a Blue Lion heir from a fatal curse. The two great powers, magicians and warriors, binding themselves in a powerful alliance. Elric smirked. Being smart feels damn good. Goosebumps raced up his arms. Isabel, sitting across from him in the chariot, carefully explained that the coin she offered wasn't worthy of his skills, but they would pay him double once they reached their destination. Elric eyed the coin, and before he could answer, she nervously added, Do you mind? He reached out, grasped her trembling hand, and flashed a confident grin. I'll escort you safely. You have my word. Outside the chariot window, the night sky drifted by. Mephistopheles' voice echoed in his mind, annoyed as always. There's a mountain of treasure in that temple. Why would you even bother with these pennies? Elric leaned on his hand, speaking through the silent soul channel. Because I have a plan, and unlike you, I've known hunger and freezing nights. Humans need food, a warm bed. You don't. You're a ghost. Mephistopheles twisted in irritation. You people are so troublesome. Elric chuckled inwardly. This sound transmission skill is incredible. I can talk without moving my lips and spend almost no mana. The demon scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. I taught you because your silence was driving me insane every time someone showed up. Elric shot back calmly. No wonder you were raging when I shut you up earlier. Mephistopheles cursed under his breath. On the outside, Elric hadn't said a single word for minutes. Isabel blinked at him, confused. He hasn't spoken at all. He must be upset I hired him. She bit her lip. With her uncle sending assassins, and possibly an even stronger wolf squad next, they wouldn't survive without him. The chariot rolled onward through the dark. Scene shifts. High towers rose over a vast estate. A man sat upon the throne, fingers tapping the armrest as a report was delivered. The sixth wolf squad was destroyed. His eyes narrowed. The man in the dark cloak dropped to his knees, forehead nearly touching the cold floor as he stammered out excuses. But the lord of the estate didn't bother listening. With a single swing of his arm, a sharp line of blood splattered across the marble. He stood sideways, calm as ever, and asked, Where do you think El is headed? One of the subordinates swallowed hard before answering. She has left the territory of the icy mountains. It's been confirmed. The doors to the hall opened as more people slipped inside, heads bowed. Most likely, the man added, she will return to the Imperial capital soon. That means, the Lord replied coldly, she intends to contact him. The leader of the first Blue Wolf squad lowered his gaze. It seems very likely, my lord. The uncle's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. El, that stupid child. His voice dripped with contempt. How dare a weak, pathetic girl dream of negotiating with me? He turned, cape sweeping across the floor, and sat back on the throne. Hilton, he called, voice echoing across the chamber. You have only one chance. Scene shifts. The horses came to a stop. Elric and the others looked around from the slope, overlooking a bustling stone city. They had arrived in Laseni. Isabel rubbed her shoulder, wincing. Her entire body was stiff. They hadn't stopped once, and somehow reached in just 2 days. Mephistopheles collapsed dramatically. My whole body aches, why didn't we rest? Elric laughed. Funny, coming from a ghost. The demon glared. He clearly hadn't realized his upside-down posture was the reason he suffered the whole ride. As they entered the massive archway of Laseni's gate, Elric noticed men in blue robes standing guard. Inside the fortress hall, mercenaries knelt before Hilton. Send the second Blue Wolf squad. Hilton ordered. One man raised his head carefully, voice trembling. Oh, Lord Hilton, does it truly require one of our strongest squads? The young lady returning could be seen as raising a white flag. Crack. A blow rang out. Blood sprayed. The pack moves as one. Hilton snarled. If she's heading from the icy mountains to the imperial capital, she must pass through Lyseni. Elric, eyes widened. So this was their trap. Hilton grinned viciously. Let Lyseni, the land of the blue lion flag, become their grave. Isabel grit her teeth. I knew things would be difficult under this lord, but this is insane. Chin whispered. Should we turn back? No, she replied sharply. They already saw us. Turning back will only make them suspicious. One of the warriors pointed toward their carriage. Hey, look over there. Isabel quickly looked at Elric. We need to get out of the carriage quietly and find another route. No need. Elric cut her off. That wicked grin spread across his face. The girl froze. What were you planning? Elric lifted a hand. Transfiguration. Moments later, they rode straight past the Blue Wolf squad, disguised perfectly. Chin stayed on horseback, eyes down. Isabel lowered her gaze as the carriage rolled through the fortress gates. The illuminated arch swallowed them whole. The heroes finally stepped into the bustling city streets, dust rising beneath their boots. Isabel climbed out of the carriage first, stretching her stiff limbs, then looked at Elric. What magic was that? How did you disguise us? Elric brushed it off with a shrug. Nothing special. I just cast an illusion that changes the outer shell. It's weak, easy to dispel, so don't rely on it too much. He turned to leave. Isabel waved both hands, bowing her head gratefully. Thank you truly. We entered the city only because of you. Elric nodded. You can rest here for the night. I've got something to take care of. I'll return soon. She told him to be careful, and the group walked off into the flow of the city. As they made their way down the busy street, Mephistopheles' voice echoed sharply in Elric's mind. Why illusion magic? You could have just killed them. Elric kept walking. I didn't even know how many enemies there were. I'm not going to waste mana on a pointless fight. I need it for emergencies. The demon crossed his arms in annoyance. And what about the seals? Are you just being lazy, or are you trying to justify yourself? Elric said nothing. Mephistopheles leaned in, squinting. In any case, shouldn't you hurry to the academy? Yes, Elric answered. But before that, there's something I need to confirm. A cold smirk crept across Mephistopheles' face. So much time passed, yet you still haven't let it go. Elric remembered Dean, the person he needed to face. If I want to reunite with him properly, I need to know what happened. Mephistopheles sighed impatiently. I don't know who this Dean fellow is, but if you're targeting him, I pity him already. Elric ignored the remark and watched a group of children swinging wooden swords nearby. A faint shimmer pulsed around them. Mephistopheles frowned. Is that mana coming from them? What is that? They stopped walking. Elric pointed toward the glow. That's an aura chain. You probably missed the moment it formed. He raised a finger and explained. Originally, mana belonged only to mages. But eventually, someone invented a technique that lets even normal warriors draw mana into their bodies. Mages use magic circles in their hearts, but martial artists strengthen themselves by wrapping energy chains around their mana accumulation points. He continued calmly. A mage's strength is measured by the number of circles. Warriors, by the number of links in their chains. For example, Lady Isabel is a first link beginner. They continued walking, the children's laughter fading behind them. Are there only 5 ranks? Mephistopheles asked. Yes, Elric replied. But there's one exception. He lowered his head as the silhouette of a massive warrior filled his memory. The Golden Lion, the only person who surpassed the 5th link. He's considered the strongest being on the entire continent. Mephistopheles scoffed. That's an arrogant nickname for a human. Elric shook his head. In raw power, he was equal to my grandfather, one of the greatest descendants of the Melvinger line. Elric stopped walking. They had finally arrived. Mephistopheles crossed his arms thoughtfully. So that's the place. I wouldn't mind meeting this Golden Lion someday. Elric ignored him and stepped up to a small counter stacked with publications. The clerk glanced up, confused. Elric thought to himself, the old man must be planning something again. But right now, I can't worry about that. He gave the clerk a friendly smile. I'd like to buy all the newspapers from the last month. He needed information, everything that happened while he was gone from the world. Scene shifts to the academy. Inside the towering castle-like building, tension hung in the air. This issue, the dean muttered, is still unresolved. A young man knelt before him, riven. He apologized, voice trembling. The Nestor guards are treating the infirmary like an iron fortress. We can't even get close. The dean's cold eyes narrowed. Since news of the nest reached the academic press, Barracks' reputation has soared beyond all other candidates. If we fail to obtain the rights to research the nest, everything collapses. He leaned forward. I need a decisive victory. Riven's lips twisted into an obedient, bitter smile. I'll carry out your orders, no matter what. The dean finally smiled. Scene shifts to Shonda. Sean sat at a table, shoulders heavy, trembling slightly. The dean's command echoed in his mind. Keep pressuring the nesters. Do not stop. A servant approached, bowing nervously. The rights to excavate the nest are still in a state of extreme conflict, sir. Other professors fear this may be seen as betraying a senior colleague. The servant hesitated. Young master, you were sighing again. Sean clenched his jaw, eyes burning. My sister, she comes every day, and that Elric bastard hasn't shown up once. His voice cracked. The readers have probably forgotten I exist. I barely get any screen time anymore. He slammed his palm on the table and stood up. No, I've already decided. I'll keep trying until Elric returns. Back to Elric. He spread the newspapers out on the table, scanning the headlines. The dean's name popped up again and again. Still as slippery as ever, Elric muttered. And Sean, he's suffering because of him. Mephistopheles glanced at Elric's expression. That dark, wicked grin was becoming dangerously familiar. Elric chuckled. That fox, the older he gets, the better he manipulates the press. He tightened his fist. Good. Let him climb higher. The higher he stands, the louder his fall will be when I make my return. He cupped his chin, thinking. But still, I feel bad for Sean. I need to help him somehow. Boom. A violent flash lit up the window. A thunderous explosion shook the entire building. Elric jolted up, eyes wide. Flames flickered wildly through the glass door. People screamed, panicking. Fire. Bring water. A little girl cried out for her mother. Someone shouted for help. Elric burst out of the building, stunned, mouth hanging open. Something massive was burning, and it wasn't an accident. Elric rushed outside and froze. The entire city was burning. Flames tore through rooftops, smoke clawed at the sky, and the streets echoed with screams. Scene shift to the inn where Isabel and the others stayed. A worried servant turned to her. My lady, do you truly trust Elric? Isabel sat at the table, hands folded. Yes, we owe him our lives. Shin stepped forward, uneasy. Maybe he's not working for Paul, but more than one faction wants your position. Someone else could have sent him. Isabel lifted a sheet of paper and thought. Shin continued, voice tense. I'm not saying he's suspicious, but we can't say for certain. We must be careful. She understood what he was trying to say, but after the attack in the icy mountains, Chun had become overly anxious. She turned toward him. Your words make sense. Chun tried to explain further, but Isabel raised a finger toward the paper. Remember one thing, she said. Doubting Elric was the same as doubting her judgment. Both men stiffened. Isabel pictured Elric's face, the sincerity in his eyes, the way he held her hand. I trust him. A face like that can only belong to someone genuine. Chin sighed. Even so, isn't he just a mercenary now, hungry for a reward? She shook her head with a small smile. That was just an act. Chin blinked. An act? She faced the servants. From the beginning, he helped us without expecting anything in return. He never tried to gain benefits. And the moment he discovered we were members of the Whale family, his expression completely changed. Her companions lowered their heads, listening silently. She continued softly. With our family's reputation shattered, he lowered himself on purpose. He didn't want me to appear weak or pitiful. Ed's eyes lit up in understanding. She nodded slowly. I see. Isabel beamed, warm light falling on her as firelight from the window flickered through the room. Scene shifts. A mountain overlooking the city, now swallowed by flames. A group of mercenaries watched the chaos from above. It's burning nicely, one of them remarked. Blue Lion Knights stood behind him, faces lit by the inferno. Simon whistled. The fourth circle spell, Advent of Heatwave, definitely worth every coin. Beskov raised an eyebrow. You think this is funny? Simon snapped back at him, waving the scroll indignantly. Hey, just earlier you supported the plan, and now you're acting serious? Do you even know how much money I put into this? Beskov frowned, rubbing his chin. With the young lady's nature, she'll definitely try to help the wounded. There wasn't a better way to lure her. Simon's voice trembled slightly. Should we add more fire? Beskov shook his head. The sixth squad was wiped out. According to Hilton, there are at least 3 enemies with her. One of them should be a mage. Be cautious. Simon ripped off his hood, annoyed. Relax. Even I could kill that entire 6 squad with my eyes closed. He licked his lips, excitement and nerves mixing. After all, he didn't come all this way for nothing. The blue wolves scanned the burning city from the ridge. Simon scoffed, closing his eyes with a grin. It would be nice to meet someone strong for once. Behind him, warriors knelt as their leader barked orders. Find a princess. Exterminate everyone except her. Scene shifts. Isabelda. She lay on the wooden floor, ears ringing, the world muffled and distorted. Screams echoed outside. Hide quickly. Those are blue wolves. They're here for you. Isabel pushed herself up, calling shakily. Jun, Ed, are you hurt? No answer. She gritted her teeth. Outside, a burning tree collapsed. A home exploded in flames. Smoke suffocated the streets. A child screamed. A woman fell to her knees, clutching her head in terror. A girl ran past with blood dripping down her face. Bodies everywhere. Blood staining the earth. Isabel stared blankly. Is this what Paul wanted? A servant shouted her name. Boom. The blast wave slammed into her, hurling her into the air. Chun, trapped under rubble, reached out desperately. My lady, run. Please. Isabel hit the ground hard, searching blindly with trembling fingers until her hand brushed the hilt of her sword. A twisted grin cut across her face. Rage boiled inside her. Rage at her helplessness. Rage at this massacre. Rage at being powerless. Ash drifted down like snow. She needed to fight back. But the truth crushed her. She didn't have the strength. She didn't have the talent to stop them. Her lip trembled. But still she refused to run. Living like this, hiding, depending on others, it disgusts me. She remembered Elric's words. From your tenacity alone, you're more than worthy of the Blue Lion name. She wanted, more than anything, to be like him. A faint light glowed in front of her. She rose, eyes blazing. I am a member of the Whale family, she whispered. Defenders of the Empire, even in the face of death. She raised her sword high, fury burning in her gaze. I will fight to the last. Boom. Smoke exploded upward. Isabel shut her eyes, then opened them slowly, and froze. The ground beneath her was coated in frost. Sparkling? What happened? She looked up. Elric stood in front of her. A burning house behind him froze solid in an instant. Snowflakes drifted down. Fire died at his feet. People gasped as the flames vanished, replaced by shimmering ice. They were saved. Isabel stared at him, tears spilling over. A flash lit the sky. Stones rained down as structures collapsed. Elric, she cried. He didn't move. She didn't know how long this path of his would take. Years, decades, maybe more. But she wished, someday, she could stand beside him. Elric clenched his teeth. The bodies inside those houses, the burnt families, the innocent screams. Why? He whispered. Why do knights kill civilians? Mephistopheles appeared behind him, watching coldly. It doesn't happen often, he said quietly. But when a Melvinger gets angry, truly angry, the spark becomes a wildfire. And once that rage ignites, stopping it is nearly impossible. He had seen it before. And now, he was seeing it again. Before Elric could even speak, the truth was already clear. Unlike ordinary people who panic and crumble when anger takes over, Melvingers become colder, sharper, more lethal. Elric stood atop the castle roof, staring down at the blue wolf squads assembling below. Mephistopheles hovered beside him, frowning. There are a lot of them, stronger than the ones before. Do you really think you can win? Below, the terrified townspeople looked up at the lone boy, standing against an army. Elric exhaled slowly. It won't be easy. My mana won't last forever, and I need to fight without hurting civilians. Light gathered beneath his feet, forming glowing circles. Mephistopheles asked quietly, So why aren't you thinking about saving yourself? Elric. Eyes flickered with green sparks. My family has a saying. He looked down at a memory. A young Melvinger soldier hugging a crying child on a battlefield. Those who have power must take responsibility. That's why, Elric whispered, in every war, Melvingers were the spearhead. Scene shifts to the blue wolves. Simon grabbed his head. My scrolls. That was fourth circle magic. I spent everything on those. Beskov cursed under his breath. Where did this brat come from? He's from the magic tower. If we provoke the tower, we're dead. He squinted at Elric standing above them. I know every follower from the tower, but I've never seen him. Be cautious. His voice hardened. We eliminate the girl and retreat immediately. Simon's expression twisted into a feral grin. And what if that mage interferes? Blue light burst across the horizon. Scene shifts. Isabel. She jolted to her feet as mercenaries lunged at her. He interferes, the captain growled, raising his blade. Then we finish him too. Isabel's eyes widened. Her legs refused to move. But Elric appeared beside her, gripping her hand firmly. She looked up. His expression had turned ice cold. Scene shifts. Aerial view. Glowing lines crisscrossed the burning city as Elric dashed through the streets, carrying Isabel in his arms. Below, mercenaries shouted. Formation. Third squad, follow me. Elric counted quickly. More than 40 opponents. Great. Blue fireballs streaked across the sky. I need to draw them somewhere empty, he thought. A sharp whistle rang out. Blue wolf warriors rushed in, blocking every exit. Elric vanished, and reappeared behind them in a flash. But more mercenaries burst from the alleyways, surrounding him completely. Elric bent his knees, spread his stance wide, and dropped down onto the ground. In an instant, he was surrounded. One of the blue wolves behind him smirked. Got you. Simonin stepped forward, trembling with excitement, sword already in hand. This is my first time hunting a mage, he shouted. Where did you hide the girl? Elric raised his arms casually. You really think I'd answer that? You're not very bright. A crooked, evil smile stretched across his face. Of course you're chasing me, like a pack of mongrels. Simonon's face tightened with rage. Can't wait to die, huh? Bring me his head. Blinding flashes rained down. Elric shielded himself with his forearms. He had already spent too much mana, freezing the entire burning city. He clenched his fist. At least the Seal's Dragonheart mana reserve has increased, but if I push too far, my body won't survive. Magic tore past him, slicing the ground. This time, there was no respawn, no second chance. One mistake, and he would die for real. He scanned quickly. 40 attackers, all moving as one. Just like El said, these wolves fight like a single organism. An axe materialized in his hand. His gaze locked onto their leader. I'll take him out first. He burst upward, but his body didn't respond the way it had during his fight with the Mountain Queen. Mephistopheles appeared beside him, watching him dodge. Are you sure you defeated the Queen of the Icy Mountains? Elric gritted his teeth. In that fight, my body moved exactly how I wanted. I was furious. The demon snorted. Idiot. A blade smashed into the ground where Elric's head had been a second earlier. Shards exploded everywhere. Mephistopheles crossed his arms. You seriously thought reality would be like the game auto-designed for you? Elric snapped. Then close your mouth if you're not helping. Human silhouettes lunged from every direction. Move, the squad leader roared. Elric parried, steel clashing, sparks bursting. Simonon rushed at him with a manic grin. Stupid choice, fighting us in close combat. Where's that overwhelming magic you used earlier? Elric's jaw tightened. Cut. A flash of steel. The mercenary staggered back, spreading his arms. That's it, he barked. That's all you've got. He swung again, a wide, savage arc that forced Elric to twist out of the way. Another blow smashed into the ground, cracking the stone. Simonon's smile only grew more twisted. Come on, Mage, entertain me some more. Elric roared, a raw scream of fury ripping from his throat. Flash. The sword thrust scraped along the ground, sparks flying. A cloud of purple smoke burst outward, and when it cleared, Elric's silhouette emerged again, eyes blazing. One of the mercenaries clicked his tongue. So, this is the result of all that running? We've got you surrounded. You're caught in a mousetrap. A spark crackled in the air. Time to end this. A sudden burst. Boom. A firework-like explosion lit up the night. Simonon blinked, confused. What was that flash? But Elric only bared his teeth. Glowing lines snaked across the ground. Every path, every corner. He had gathered them all. The entire squad was trapped inside a massive magic circle. Simonon's face twisted. Enough with these tricks. Then he froze. Above Elric, the image of a monstrous wolf materialized, its eyes glowing an unnatural green. How can a human have eyes like that? He thought, trembling. Blue wolves surged in from both sides. Kill him before the spell completes, their captain shouted. Elric smirked. Simonon raised his sword. The pentagram beneath Elric gleamed brilliantly. Going to kill me? Elric mocked. Sure try. Flashback. Earlier, when Elric carried Isabel in his arms, the mercenaries had surrounded them back then too. Elric said calmly, I'll gather them in one place, then wipe them out with a single volley. Isabel blinked. A trap? That could work. She turned red when she realized what she'd said. Elric asked her for a favor. Once the townspeople clear the square, use the signal whistle. He planned to destroy the wolf's eye, the core of the magic trap. Back to the present. The square was coated in white, frozen. The entire city was buried under a shell of ice. A warrior was frozen mid-strike. Another blue wolf locked in place, frost binding his arms. Elric shivered from the cold. Yeah, magic circles really help with mana accumulation. His gaze landed on Simonon. The man was shaking violently. It's impossible. Elric tilted his head. How stupid do you have to be to not notice a magic circle beneath your feet? He reached towards Simonon's frozen face. Stay back. Simon screamed. Elric frowned. You won't even get the mercy of a quick death. Suddenly, clang. A blade swung from his side. Beskov appeared, face shadowed. This is where your luck ends. Elric turned. More enemies approached from behind, the entirety of Formation B. They surrounded him in a tightening noose. The squad captain stepped forward, staring hard. He gathered us all to annihilate us with the circle, the man realized. Without perfect calculations and insane confidence, pulling this off would be impossible. He noticed Elric smiling. He knew. He knew we were hiding here. Is that possible? No. I couldn't sense anything. If he knew in advance, he wouldn't have used the circle so early. The captain leaned in, voice low. We'll spare your life, if you hand over the young lady. Elric blinked. Really? That's all. The captain flinched. He had just realized. They weren't hunting prey. They had walked straight into the jaws of a predator. Elric blinked slowly, almost bored, when he heard the offer. Spare his life. He wasn't planning to leave a single one of them alive. Suddenly, flash. A violent burst of light swallowed the entire square. Elric squinted slightly. You've made a terrible mistake, he said. Knights who abandon their code of honor don't deserve mercy. Beskov snarled and lunged, weapon raised. Strengthen your bodies with mana. Don't break formation, he roared to the others. Steel clashed. Elric caught the incoming blade with his bare hand, a thin shimmer coating his fingers. Blunting magic. He pulled his hand back, frowning. My curse didn't work? The mercenary's eyes sharpened. He had resisted it. Elric flicked his wrist. Impulse. The shockwave slammed forward. The enemy barely parried it. This spell is weaker too, Elric thought, sliding back with a grunt. It must be the seal of cruelty. Non-ice magic is weakening. His breath frosted. He glanced down at his own fingertips. Ice crystals clung to his skin. I need more seals. Only then can I use my full magic. He swung down, icy force bursting outward. But it was nothing like the overwhelming storm he summoned in the highlands. Here, inside the city, he couldn't unleash the seal's true power. Worse, it consumed mana like a monster. Elric crossed one palm over the other. Sparks flew. Weapons clanged. A blinding flash erupted as blades locked. He bent his back slightly, spread his legs wide. Rush. An icy whirlwind exploded around the entire squad. Beskov waved frantically. Block it. Elric struck again. Steel screamed. The squad leader spun to guard, but the hero slipped past him. A mercenary screamed. Fingers severed. Face slashed open. Elric raised his hand. 3 fingers pointed forward. He closed his eyes. Boom. An explosion erupted behind the squad. Beskov growled, dust swirling around him. I've had enough of your tricks. I won't waste another moment on you. He turned, opening his mouth to deliver the killing order, and froze. Literally. His eyes widened as he saw it. The warriors of Formation B were turning to ice. Frozen mid-movement, frost crawling up their arms, their chests, their faces. How? Beskov gasped as ice spread across his own skin. Elric tilted his head. The ice potion freezes anything it touches, even the slightest contact. You miscalculated by blocking instead of dodging. Beskov trembled. I've never heard of such a curse. Elric smirked. Why so shocked? I just infused my ice spell with a curse. He leaned in. Beskov gave a strangled laugh. So the first commander was wrong. He shouldn't have sent only us. Elric's grin widened, satisfied. The SC leader gritted his teeth. I admit it. You're unbelievable. His voice dropped, face twisting in fury. But you will regret this. Deeply. He roared. The leader of the first squad will come personally and finish you. Elric tilted his head, expression darkening. So it was him. He turned away from the frozen Beskov, raising his hand toward him. The one responsible for all of this, he said quietly, shouldn't expect a peaceful end. The frozen sculpture of Beskov glistened under the moonlight. Elric's eyes glowed in the dark, perfectly round, terrifyingly calm. Don't worry, he whispered, voice cold as death. You won't be bored on your way to hell. Soon, he'd sent him there. Scene shifts. Outskirts of the city, buried in ice. 2 mercenaries limped towards Simonin, trembling. Sir, take this. Simonon's face twitched. What is it? They revealed a scroll. A thick, ominous parchment, sealed with the mark of the 6th circle. The fire burial spell, one whispered. They had escaped only because Beskov sacrificed himself. Simonin lowered his head. But we can't just leave. We're blue wolves. He slammed his hand down on his knee. Run until your feet bleed. Ignite flames everywhere. And if that's still not enough, burn your own bodies if you must. Simonin's eyes bulged with madness as he held the scroll. It doesn't matter if the girl survives. We will reduce this city to ASH. Scene shifts. A giant block of ice behind the temple dot. A voice echoed over the ruined city. Blue wolves can't flee like beaten mongrels. Elric and Mephistopheles stood atop a cliff. The same voice repeated, now filled with rising hysteria. Run until your feet are rubbed raw. Burn everything. And if that isn't enough, cover your own flesh in flames. Mephistopheles smirked. Looks like they're planning something awful. Elric heart jolted. What are you talking about? His green eyes flickered. Kaboom. A massive explosion shattered the silence. Sparks rained down over the ice-covered city. Elric clenched his teeth. Humans, truly, are the only race crazier than demons. Brilliant sparks drifted over rooftops, closing in on houses. No matter how humans hid their nature, their true madness always revealed itself. Elric, expression twisted with fury. There are still 3 wolves left, but I can't see any of them. His eyes darted around. But the scroll, that cursed 6th circle scroll, was all that mattered now. One mistake, and the entire city would be burned alive. Far away, Simonin grinned wildly, flames reflecting in his eyes. Will your magic save you this time, Mage? Elric shot across the street, surrounded by streaking sparks. Simonin raised the burning scroll, laughing hysterically. Too late. You won't stop it. Not now. The spell's words never had the chance to fully form. Elric turned around, both hands raised, ready to unleash something that would decide everything. Elric gripped his sword tightly. The mercenary stared in shock, because in the blink of an eye, he had lost his arm. Elric stood in a furious stance, sparks spinning wildly around him, frost biting at the air. I noticed it back in the mountains, he growled. But she's truly fearless. Isabel swung her sword, face burning with determination. Elric smirked. To use a spell like that without hesitation. Just think about it. A plus-grade talent? She absolutely earned it. Isabel glared forward, eyes blazing. Simonin lunged at her with a dagger, screaming, "Die!" A flash. A freezing spell burst outward. Simonin froze mid-strike. People nearby muttered, "How stubborn is he? Why fight so hard if he's going to die anyway? And what's wrong with his face? He only lost an arm." Elric. Eyes glowed bright green. He reached toward the frozen Simonin. "I'm sick of this," he muttered. But Simonin's frozen lips twitched. "You really think this is the end?" Elric paused. What? The question hung in the air. Had he really forgotten the remaining two? More sparks shot across the sky. Bright, deadly, racing toward the houses. A voice echoed above the roar of flames. "While you two were busy with me, my subordinates should have completed their preparations." A blue wolf officer in a robe stood on the rooftop. "Even if we're defeated," he said proudly, "we will not disappoint our master." In Elric's mind, the image of the burning six-circle scroll flashed again. He miscalculated. Soon this entire city will drown in flames and human screams. Elric exhaled, closing his eyes, then said calmly, "I already dealt with them." The frozen man twitched. What? Elric tilted his head. "Weren't you wondering about my magic earlier?" Simonin's earlier memory replayed. The man on the roof, and Elric standing beneath a sky filled with sparks. Elric turned, and the spell began. Pierce. A smile appeared on his lips. Burst. Flash. The air ruptured with exploding light. What is happening?" Simonin screamed, panic twisting his voice. Flashes burst around him. Eyes shattered. Sparks flew like shattered stars. The frozen mercenary stared at Elric in terror. Even their trump card, even the six-circle scroll, was useless. All three blue wolves stood stunned beneath the open sky. Simonin stammered, shaking violently. This is impossible. This is a joke. It has to be a joke." He turned desperately toward Isabel. Wait. Listen, please. If you let me live, I'll put in a good word for you. For Mr. W. I swear, at the start we were only supposed to scare you, then escort you to him. I'm the leader of the third squad. He'll listen. He will listen." His voice cracked with fear. But there was no sympathy left for men who burn an entire city. Isabel glared straight at Simonin, fury burning in her eyes. "Do not dare desecrate the name of the whale family." Simonin trembled. Sparks danced around him like burning embers. Isabel lowered her gaze, suddenly embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I lost my self-control." Elric shook his head. "It's fine. I plan to leave him to you anyway. Are you hurt?" Isabel covered her eyes, cheeks turning pink. "And no, I'm okay." Elric stepped closer, expression softening. "Your body is in shock. Hold still." He placed a hand gently on her shoulder. A warm glow spread beneath his palm. "Elric," she whispered. "Yeah," he answered. "Just a moment." A voice echoed through the cold air. "Leave, when the blue wolves alive." Isabel blinked, and suddenly, memories and images surged through her mind. Castle walls, knights standing rigidly, men and women bowing, not out of respect, but obligation, only because she was the daughter of their lord. Not love, not admiration, just duty. Talentless Ares, a girl unworthy of the whale name. She remembered the blue wolves, some polite, some cold, and some glaring at her with open contempt. All their eyes, empty and chilling. Bowing before her now, Simonin asked weakly, Why are you letting me live?" Isabel's gaze sharpened. "Someone has to deliver my message to my uncle." The remaining blue wolves flinched. They were terrified of her now. She stepped forward confidently. "Tell Paul this. The title of Blue Lion will never pass to him." Behind her, Elric stood like a shadow of power, eyes glowing brightly. For a moment she thought, let's be honest, they're scared of him, not me. The ice binding Simonin cracked and fell away. Elric gave him a lazy wave. In Isabel's mind, a sudden ache. If only I had the same strength, the same talent. Elric lifted 2 fingers in a casual thumbs up and smiled. Isabel clenched her fist. "No, I need to pull myself together," she thought. "I can't keep pitying myself. If I want power, I have to change." She took a breath. Finally, the girl of the whale family stood tall. Elric looked at her. "So, where are you heading next?" Isabel smiled. "To see my father in Karoe. We'll make a new plan." Elric nodded knowingly. "Want to increase your combat power?" She looked at the smiling protagonist. "Yes, I'll ask for help from my father's old comrades. The ones who owe him." Elric grinned. "A wise choice. No one will dare attack the fortress of the Blue Lion." Isabel pressed her lips together firmly and took her first real step forward. Her lips barely moved, yet her voice held firm, an answer shaped entirely by his presence. Standing before the protagonist, Isabel's thoughts churned. If father doesn't wake up, this battle will be impossible. With Elric, their chances would skyrocket. But lions were forbidden from relying on magicians, and she already owed him far too much. Isabel lowered her eyes, sadness flickering across them. She didn't want this moment to end like that. but they had no choice. Then Elric stepped forward and quietly handed her a stack of papers. Take this. She blinked at the sheets. A dissertation. They stood facing each other. Elric exhaled and admitted, forgive my boldness, but I heard the blue lion's symptoms resemble the occlusion disease. I wasn't sure, so I. He closed his eyes with a calm confidence, and Isabel watched, stunned, as he continued. I believe this can cure him. What does that mean? The question echoed in her mind. Isabel glanced at the men, kneeling nearby, confused. What does he mean? One of them opened his mouth to answer, just as Elric lifted his hand, a bright glow forming beneath his palm. First, he said, I need to apologize for hiding my identity. Isabel froze. Hiding. His appearance began to shift, features settling into a form she recognized from old portraits and imperial records. My name, he said, is Elric Melving. Her eyes widened. And I'm the current head of the Melvinger house. He clasped his hands together. The Duke of the Shining Star. That title alone shook her. A title granted only to the Melvinger who defeated the demon army, the mage whose brilliance had once turned entire battlefields into starlight. Though the title held no political power, its prestige was absolute. The Duke of the Shining Star, Isabel whispered. But then confusion hit her. You're supposed to be lying in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital. Everyone said you. Elric smiled, almost apologetically. There are circumstances I can't explain. But yes, I suffered from the same illness as your father. Her breath caught. And what you're holding, he continued, nodding at the pages in her trembling hands, is the treatment method I developed after recovering. Since the blue line affliction mirrors the symptoms of occlusion disease, it should help him. Isabel's eyes widened, disbelief crashing into hope. And besides, Elric added quietly, you deserve the chance to punish every traitor who wronged you. It would be a tragedy for the blue lion to fall a moment like this. Isabel's lips parted in shock. And then, quietly, a single tear slid down her cheek. How can I ever thank you? She whispered. Elric gently placed a hand on her head. You don't need to. She looked up, eyes shimmering with tears, but he continued calmly. You'll understand soon enough. It will happen on its own. Silence fell between them. They stood side by side, the air warm with unspoken emotion. Elric studied her with narrowed eyes. Isabel smiled, first small, then wider, as another tear rolled down her face. Then at least, she said softly, let me repay your kindness this time, even if just a little. Her smile sharpened into a playful grin. So, would the great Elric like me to make him a hero? Around them, half-ruined houses framed the scene. Workers rushed back and forth, shouting for space, calling for patience, offering help to the injured. The entire town moved like a wounded but determined beast trying to stand again. Mephistopheles, arms crossed, voice annoyed, asked, Are you sure it was wise to reveal your identity so easily? Elric didn't hesitate. That man, Paul W., he'll come for me anyway. The workers kept repairing rubble, unaware of the storm brewing. Elric looked over the town and thought back to the countless blue wolves he'd cut down. A man like Paul wouldn't accept defeat. Not quietly. Elric turned to Mephistopheles. And besides, my magic isn't exactly subtle. Once I flip the academy upside down, everything will come out anyway. Mephistopheles squinted at him. So you want to prepare the ground first? The townspeople cheered in the distance, raising their hands as the rebuilding effort pushed forward. Elric lifted his own hand lazily and said, You could call it that. But saving the Blue Lion house, that alone will push their restoration forward. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. Oof. You even secured yourself a solid ally. I thought you were smart only in magic, but you're a strategist too. Elric didn't answer. His eyes had drifted to a woman holding her child. She stepped closer. Are you really leaving? Can't you stay a little longer? Elric shook his head. No, I've already taken too much of your hospitality. You'll all return to your normal lives soon. He glanced at the small child sleeping on his mother's shoulder. She bowed her head deeply. If you hadn't dealt with those bastards, She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Elric turned away, uncomfortable with the weight of her gratitude. I don't know how to thank you enough, she said. His eye twitched. Why are you still making that guilty face? I told you. I only did my duty. A man stepped forward, thumping a hand against his chest. I am a knight of the whale family, Chun. I'll never forget your kindness. Elric sighed tiredly and waved him off. Enough. Please enough. It's not worth thanking me, Elric said. But before he could finish, Mephistopheles stepped in with his usual bitterness. There's no need to thank him. He only acts out of self-interest anyway. Elric shot him a mental glare. Shut up. With a calm smile, he turned back to Chun. So what will you do now? Chun straightened, jaw firm. Even if Paul W. is the direct culprit, the responsibility falls on our entire family. His eyes sharpened. On behalf of the whale family, I'll help the locals rebuild first, then head to Karoi to retrieve the young lady. Mephistopheles' frown deepened. So that's their plan. They want to sway public sentiment, while spreading bad rumors about her uncle. He clicked his tongue. That woman is far more cunning than she looks. Elric opened his mouth, responsibility weighing on his thoughts. Mephistopheles narrowed his eyes at him. Responsibility? That's what nobles are supposed to carry. The thought flickered across Elric's mind. He turned toward the crowd. People shouted thanks, begged him to visit again, told him they wanted to grow up to be like him. Dozens of hands waved at them with genuine warmth. Chin closed his eyes, satisfied. Mephistopheles jabbed him with his words. Go ahead. Shove that responsibility deep down. It's just an excuse anyway. Elric ignored him and walked toward the distant glow, toward the academy. Time to meet the dean. A massive structure rose before him, countless pillars reaching into the sky like ancient guardians. Inside, Riven bowed deeply before Barracks. The old man exploded instantly. I told you to secure the rights to that excavation. Immediately. Even if someone stands in your way. What the hell have you been doing? Riven bent even lower. I'm sorry, sir. But Sean, he interfered. He blocked everything. From now on, I won't allow him to set foot in this academy again. Barracks's face twisted. Find a way. Use the press. Bribe the authorities. I don't care. Just handle it. His shout shook the room. The dean turned away, eyes landing on the newspapers lying on a table, each one containing damning headlines. Only 3 days until the election of the new director, he muttered. If I don't get approval by then, it's over. Purple flames burst from his fingertips, burning the papers into ash. The fire hovered dangerously close to his own chin as the last page crumbled. Barrack spun around. Repeat what you said earlier. The man beside him grinned, twisting his lips into something cruel. You're finally ready to cooperate with us. On the couch sat a man with a glowing, blood-red eye, watching everything with amusement. Inside the dean's office, Barracks leaned forward, voice tense. So, you'll make me director, right? And how do you plan on getting excavation rights? The stranger on the couch smirked. All preparations are complete. We only need your consent. So, have you finally decided to cooperate with us? Barracks frowned. How will you accomplish something even we couldn't manage? The man's grin sharpened. If you doubt us this much, perhaps we don't need a contract at all. Barracks's eyes narrowed. You're not the only candidate for director, the man reminded him. The dean hesitated, then exhaled slowly. Fine, I'll trust you. What exactly do you want from me? Nothing special, the stranger replied casually. Just support us. Barracks's eyes widened. That's it, nothing else. The man stretched lazily on the couch, a wide smile on his face. That alone will be more than enough. Sunlight poured across the capital streets. 2 voices echoed between the alleys. Hey, have you heard the rumors? Rumors about what? A river flowed between the stone roads as the whispers continued. Remember that small town, Lyseni? They say the Blue Lion people caused a massive disaster there. Internal conflict again. That family always uses violence, never caring how ordinary citizens suffer. A shield bearing a crescent moon, symbol passed by as someone muttered. This time it was brutal. A ton of victims, half the houses burned. How cruel. Inside a crowded tavern, several people sat at wooden tables. And then, one of them added, some wizard showed up and stopped every last one of those scoundrels. Seriously? Someone can actually do that. Who was he? At another table, 3 men talked over their food. If the rumors are true, one said with a grin, he's a cute kid. They're calling him the hero of Lyseni. On the table beside them, a demon lay sprawled out, glaring at Elric. Ever since we arrived, the demon grumbled, people won't shut up about you. Humans lose their minds when they hear the word hero, don't they? Elric shut his eyes shyly, waving a hand as if brushing the praise away. I just came here to eat, he muttered. I haven't been to the capital in ages. And, please keep everything quiet. In his head, though, he sighed. Mephistopheles will definitely not shut up. A question lingered in the air. Did he actually want to be a hero? Isabel's face flashed before his eyes. She had told him, with that gentle smile of hers, a heroic story is the fastest way to win ordinary people's hearts. She was certain it would do him good once he revealed himself to the world. Closing her eyes, she had added, and I will create a stable foundation. I'll pressure Paul. You focus on the front. Elric wasn't sure if that was actually good for him, but her confidence was unwavering. Around him, the men at the tavern kept chatting loudly. I heard he even saved a lifeless flower. The Blue Lion's daughter. She almost became crown princess, right? Yeah. And did you hear? The hero of Lyseni is heading to the capital. If those two are dating, then who's the lucky guy, huh? Word is, the crown prince still loves her. And the culprit behind all this was some scumbag from a great magic family. So that means a love triangle. Elric, I twitched. Is this the benefit she talked about? Whispers turned his heroic deeds into some kind of romantic melodrama. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, exhausted. Forget it. I'll eat somewhere else, he said, standing up. Inside, he admitted something grudgingly. She really laid a good foundation for me. And whether it's a heroic tale or a romantic one, it all spreads my name. Stretching his shoulders, Elric let out a slow breath. Isabel's talents, they would be a massive help in restoring his family. He only hoped she'd safely reach Karoi. Turning around, he called out, Mephistopheles, get up. Before he could finish, a man materialized beside him. I found you. A shockwave blasted outward. Tables shook. People screamed. The stranger's fist slammed into Elric's chest. Smoke shot up from the street outside. People stared, terrified. What was that? Did something explode? Paul wails people. Are they causing riots even in the capital? Everyone back away. Through the smoke, the clash became clear. The man's fist collided again with Elric. Mana crackling in the air. So that smell, Mana. The stranger glared at him. You dare turn your back on me? Elric wiped dust from his cheek and smiled calmly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Elric sighed inwardly. All right. Maybe the joke went a little too far. The man in front of him clenched his fist, knuckles cracking. At least imagine what I went through because of you, he growled. If you have even a shred of conscience left, take one hit. Just one. His glare sharpened. Or, do you think I'm the kind of man who abandons his friend? Sean's eyes locked onto Elric with pure frustration. Elric raised both arms wide, smiling like an idiot. Look who it is. My amazing best friend, Sean. People nearby blinked in confusion. Wait, this is a greeting. A moment later, the chaos was gone. Elric, Sean, and Mephistopheles sat around a table, as if nothing happened. Sean clicked his tongue. Cleaning up after you is a pain. But with a hopeless guy like you, what else should I expect? Elric shrugged. If I'm so hopeless, you should at least buy me a beer. Sean glared. You're begging me for money when I own the nest. He lifted a finger. Fine. Last time. But answer me this. How's your rainbow-colored romance with the Blue Lion's daughter? Elric nearly choked. I'm joking. And we don't have that kind of relationship, he thought silently. Sean sighed. Forget it. I'm treating you. But don't think you're fooling me. The waiter arrived. We'll take iced tea, RW knife beer, capra pasta, butter raisin bacon, Sean said smoothly. Elric froze. Damn him. He forced a grin. He smelled the mana. He knows something. He's waiting for me to talk. Sean tapped his chin, watching Elric's stiff expression. Why the serious face? That's not like you. Stop that. It's annoying. The food is here. Eat before it gets cold. Mephistopheles hovered nearby, grumbling. He's right. Your face is disgusting. They clinked their glasses together. Elric leaned back. For your information, everyone around here calls me handsome. Yeah, and don't forget. You still owe me a punch, Sean shot back. Elric took a long drink. That can wait. By the way, Sean continued, lowering his voice, the preparations for the show, all according to your letter. You sure about this? What if the deal collapses? Elric didn't hesitate. No need to worry. Only two things matter right now. Settling the score with the Dean, and restoring the Melvinger family. Fully. In my own way. Sean stared at the liquid in his glass, before nodding. I'll make sure both happen. Elric tapped his glass. Good. Then continue the preparations. Sean narrowed his eyes, about to say something, but stopped midway. Because of you, Carl is suffering right now. His jaw tightened. This is bad. Really bad. That which has definitely heard the rumors by now. Elric raised a brow. You mean, Miss Tasha? He took another slow sip. Sean let out a bitter laugh. Exactly. If that dragon-obsessed maniac loses her mind over these rumors. The city streets flashed blue. Mana rippled everywhere. The towering castle walls loomed overhead as if the entire capital were shaking. The whole plane might collapse. Tasha stormed down the hallway, her footsteps echoing like thunder. The excavation rites. Were they transferred to the academy? A trembling voice answered. Yes, to the dean of the elemental magic faculty. Her fist clenched hard enough to crack bone. What? How could this happen? We're going to the hospital. Right now. Please repeat that, Tasha snapped. Yesterday, every newspaper was dragging that old man through the mud. So what changed? Hanabi swallowed, voice shaking. For some reason. Every paper suddenly flipped their stance. They're all praising Dean Barracks now. She read rapidly from the headlines. Dean Barracks restores excavation rights. Election for new director postponed. Nestor family withdraws excavation claim. Hexagram families apply pressure. Academy backs down. Tasha lowered her eyes, fury simmering. Even with the hexagram's pressure, my father would never allow this. She stepped closer. What happened with Sean? Hanabi stammered. Mitch hasn't given a clear answer yet. What? Tasha's voice dropped dangerously. He was blabbering about friendship earlier, then suddenly went silent. In the next heartbeat, her appearance shifted. Hair, eyes, aura erupting with raw power. We're changing our destination. Where to? Hanabi asked, terrified. Tasha lifted a finger. Didn't you realize? The excavation rights don't belong to our family, or the academy. The room filled with gasps. How dare they cheat us? The image of Elric, and the third son of the Nimister family, flashed in her mind. Tasha smiled, sharp and deadly. It's time I pay those cunning bastards a visit. On the other side of the city, Elric gritted his teeth. So they dare to fool me too. Maybe it was time for him to see their faces himself. Blue flashes lit up the sky, warning signs near the headmaster of Uston Academy. The entrance of Uston Academy appeared ordinary at first glance, just another grand gate leading into a school of magic. But in truth, it was far more than that. The position of Academy Director carried symbolic power on par with a marquis, a title that influenced both politics and the academic world. A role so heavy that even the heads of the hexagram families and the captains of the Imperial Magic Knights treated it with caution. A man in a black cloak walked past nobles and officials striding along the red carpet. His rank alone placed him shoulder to shoulder with the highest authorities in the Empire. The hood fell back, revealing his face. Magus of the Star, rightful heir of the great Uston Melvinger line. Because today, the election for the new director of Uston Academy was about to begin. Inside the enormous meeting chamber, rows of representatives filled every seat. Barrick stepped forward, bowing with exaggerated politeness. "Thank you all for attending this historic event," he said. Then his polite tone dropped into a confident grin. "As you all know, the opening of the Dragon's Nest is a once-in-centuries opportunity. And I, Barack Barracks, am honored to stand at the center of this moment." From above, he looked like a man bathing in his own glory. "If you vote for me, I will establish a system that allows us to uncover far greater discoveries, far greater achievements." But then, from the shadows, another voice cut through the hall. "Impressive speech," the man said. "But you speak as if the Academy already belongs to you." And he continued his speech, even though not all candidates had arrived. Outside, Sean leaned in with a stormy expression. "Are you sure Elric can handle this alone?" He glanced at the voting charts. Barracks' support is miles ahead of the other candidates. Elric sat calmly at the table. Sean continued, low and tense. "I know you planned this carefully, but half these representatives were bribed. The risk is insane." But Elric only smiled. "By tomorrow, they can do whatever they want." Across the hall, Chen approached Barracks with a polite bow. "Director, that was an excellent speech." Barracks smirked, correcting him. "The election isn't over yet, but you already speak as if I've won." He added in a soft, knowing tone. "Of course, I plan to cooperate closely with the Siesta family." Elric narrowed his eyes slightly. A voice whispered to him, "Now it's time for the other candidates. We should continue this later." Elric replied calmly, "I'm counting on you." Barracks walked away brimming with confidence. "Soon I'll be director," he thought, "and brats like them won't be my problem anymore." Lazari exited the hall as well, a dark smile spreading across his face. "Once this is over, I will stand equal to the heads of the hexagram families." So why was Barracks supporting an organization with zero backing, like Siesta? Sean grinned. He already knew the answer. A tiny red dot flickered on Barracks' face, an omen he failed to notice. Barracks thought confidently, "The moment I become director, I'll crush those useless pests." Elric smiled widely. Exactly what he expected. A voice echoed across the hall. "That concludes the speeches of all 7 candidates. Voting will begin shortly. Everyone, please take your seats." The massive room buzzed with movement. Hundreds of representatives shuffled into place. Then, candidate, Elric Melving, heads turned. A glowing symbol, a book and an owl, appeared on one of the empty seats, marking his identity. A murmur swept through the crowd. Before the announcer could even finish, a figure wrapped in black appeared in the hall, her heels striking the floor with lethal confidence. 2 men near the front stiffened. "How did she get in here?" The witch snapped her hood back. "Tasha." The gray-haired official stood instantly. "Excuse me, Miss Tasha. This is a restricted zone. Only hexagram family representatives may enter." Gasps rippled across the room. Several candidates stared at her, shocked. But Tasha only smiled. "I'm perfectly aware," she said calmly. "Today, I am representing my family, as its head." Sean clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled. Tasha wasn't finished. "And frankly," she lowered her voice, "I understand what's happening better than any of you." Elric's heartbeat skipped. "She saw me? Does she suspect something?" The announcer tapped the microphone. "Everyone, please remain in your seats." Silence in the hall. Tasha raised one hand elegantly. The entire room obeyed instinctively. Representatives lifted glowing crystals, each one storing the candidates' profiles. "These crystals allow you to view detailed information about each candidate," explained a man with glasses. "And you may cast your vote through them. The results will be tallied automatically." Elric exhaled slowly. "I've waited for this day for so long." Across the hall, a man with a curled mustache leaned back, full of confidence. "The promise I made attracted every figure connected to this academy, enough to pull even the Magic Tower and the Imperial family to my side." Images of 2 other candidates flickered holographically beside him. "And," he thought smugly, "I've already secured deals with most of today's representatives." He tapped his crystal impatiently. "Announce it." "I'm ready." Riven stepped forward, sweating through his suit. I will now announce the election results," he stammered. "Excluding the vote from the Melvinger family, who are not present today, the candidate who received the most votes is..." All eyes focused forward. Sitting proudly, arms crossed, eyes glowing with purple light. Barracks. His thoughts echoed with pride. This position belongs to me. Riven inhaled, preparing to announce the winner. But a voice thundered through the hall. Stop. Every head snapped toward the entrance. A figure in a cloak stepped inside, boots echoing against the polished floor. The man with glasses stiffened. The dark-haired girl beside him turned wide-eyed. Whispers rippled through the hall. Who dares interrupt the director election? 2 representatives stood abruptly, furious. But Kasha? She simply smiled, eyes locked straight ahead. Sean leaned back in his seat with a smirk. Forward, Elric. A shining pendant swung from the newcomer's neck, catching the light. Voices exploded from the crowd. That's Elric, the head of the Melvinger family. Impossible. Isn't he supposed to be in a coma? The man with the curled mustache glared forward, face twisting. Then Elric stepped fully into view. The Duke of the Shining Star, he announced coldly, and a legitimate participant in this election. Gasps filled the chamber. I've come to exercise my right to vote. His smirk cut through the tension like a blade. People rose from their seats in disbelief. Melvinger? That scum from the honored lineage. What is going on? This shouldn't be possible. Riven trembled. Elric. The hero approached the man with glasses, every step calm, confident. Bright magical flashes gleamed behind him. An unspoken warning. How did he get here? The mustache man thought, panic flooding his mind. Someone shouted from the audience. How can an ordinary intern interfere with the election ceremony? Elric stopped, and the air froze. Have the laws of the Empire become meaningless to you? He unfastened his cloak. I'm not an intern today. His voice echoed through the hall, commanding absolute silence. I am the Duke of the Empire, and the legal representative of my family. He pointed to the empty central seat. That chair belongs to the Melvingers. Out of respect for the Academy's founder, the head official sighed softly. I am relieved the Melvinger head is healthy, but the vote is already over. What is your intention? Arms still folded, Barracks' supporter added. Everything is already decided. We should proceed. The official cleared his throat. As required by election law of Uston Academy. Article 7, Section 2. Elric lifted his gaze to the candidates. If a candidate arouses suspicion before the final confirmation, the official continued, a re-vote may be conducted, if the majority of representatives deem it necessary. The hall buzzed with confusion. The official frowned. Are you suggesting? Elric placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder and spoke clearly. I, the Duke of the Shining Star Melvin. Every representative turned toward him in stunned silence. Consider candidate Barracks unqualified to be director of the Academy. Elric smirked, and then dropped the real bomb. Additionally, he said calmly, I accuse candidate Barracks of forging personal documents and attempting to assassinate the Duke of the Radiant Star. The entire hall froze. From above, the view showed hundreds of representatives staring in shock. Barracks shot to his feet, face burning red. Do you even understand the seriousness of that accusation? Where's your proof? The official frowned. If you participate as the representative of a prestigious magician family, you must follow the rules. Accusations without evidence carry penalties. Elric stared straight ahead, unblinking. The announcer cleared his throat. Then let us ask the assembly, does anyone support the Melvinger head's claim? Murmurs rose immediately. Baseless. He's bluffing. There's no proof. Barracks folded his arms. So he thinks he has an ace. Fine. Let him play it. The result won't change. Representatives glanced at Elric in confusion. Barracks grinned internally. He dares challenge me. I'll show him real politics. A candidate leaned forward. So, you said your words would be heard. What now, Duke? Barracks laughed. You're rushing. There is still time to reconsider before a final decision. Elric tilted his head, still insisting, even while standing on sacred ground. Barracks smirked, until Elric responded. The dragon's nest is right there. A hush fell. Elric raised a glowing crystal ball. A voice crackled from within, cold, unmistakable. No other choice. Get rid of him as planned. Take his amulet as a keepsake. Barracks' blood ran cold. That's my voice. The recording continued. Clear, damning, impossible to deny. Elric grinned. Contrary to what was announced publicly, Dean Barak did not contribute to our great discovery. Instead, he tried to eliminate me and steal my family's heirloom. Gasps erupted. Is this accusation still groundless? Elric asked. Barracks shot up from his chair, trembling. Lies. How dare you deceive the public with fabricated magic? Elric's voice cut through him like steel. A fabrication? Do you truly believe someone of your level could deceive a seventh circle mage? Or do you think you're secretly at the eighth? The hall went dead silent. Representatives exchanged terrified looks. No one, Elric continued, can fool an archmage with an illusion like that, much less the entire election assembly. A man whispered. And to think, a blockade patient suddenly rose to the eighth circle. Impossible. 2 other candidates looked away, pale. So, the dean actually tried to kill the Duke, someone muttered. The room erupted. As soon as the shining star emblem flashed, Barracks went rigid. That crystal ball, he recognized it instantly. It was the same one he'd handed Riven back in the dragon's nest, the one he'd ordered him to use to eliminate that man. Yet somehow, here it was in someone else's hand. The hall fell silent. The man on stage turned toward the bespectacled Riven, who stood frozen behind the microphone. Riven cleared his throat and announced, trying to maintain composure. Due to these unexpected developments, the election committee needs to deliberate. Everyone, please remain quiet. Barracks' jaw tightened. This brat, he actually dared to betray him. From the committee's table, Sean leaned back and spoke casually. Funny thing. Yesterday we caught someone loitering around the hospital. Turned out it was Riven. Someone replied, I figured Barrack gave him another shady task. Sean sipped through a straw, eyes narrowing. But no, this time he said he had something to deliver. He was waiting for someone to recover before handing it over. The scene shifted, a wide view of the academy. Whispers spread. Using the press, bribing higher-ups. How deep did this scheme go? Barracks glared daggers. Do it, he growled, furious that things were spiraling out of control. In the corridor, Elric stood calmly. He'd had enough of all of them. Even Riven seemed useless at first. But at least he'd held on a crystal ball. That alone was enough to crush Barracks. Elric raised his hand, voice steady. And why did Riven record the entire conversation? He continued. Insurance. He probably knew something like this would happen. Saving him back in the nest wasn't meaningless after all. The room went dead quiet. Barracks' eyes widened as Elric pressed forward. And that's not all. According to Imperial law, rights to Dragon's Nest relics belong to whoever discovers them first. Yet, Dean Barrack claimed the excavation rights for himself, without my consent. Sweat rolled down Barrack's temple. So, Elric concluded, he's guilty of far more than plotting against the Duke of the Shining Star. He attempted to steal the Melvinger family's heirloom and illegally seized excavation rights. Therefore, I demand that Dean Barrack be removed as a candidate immediately and a full investigation launched into his crimes. The committee exchanged tense looks. What should we do? One member asked. Discuss it. Another replied. If his excavation rights are invalid, then he brings no value. An elderly member frowned, staring at Elric. I feel mana from him. Has he recovered from his illness? Two other members leaned in, shocked. They say you were in a coma. But now, you look completely healthy. And, someone added, perhaps Tasha can explain that to us. The witch's lips curled into a sly grin. Oh, I'd love to, she said. But the representative of the Melvinger family only ever speaks with my brother. Not me. Then she shrugged. Anyway, that part doesn't matter. Barracks slammed a hand on the table, face burning with fury. I insist that crystal ball is a fake. I'm certain of it. It only needs to be examined. But even as he shouted, panic crawled up his spine. At this rate, I won't just lose the position of rector. I'll lose my head. For now, all he could do was deny everything, and pray Sia intervened. Barracks stood abruptly. That's when he noticed it. Lazuli, standing quietly behind Elric. Why was he beside Sean of all people? Elric turned slightly, a small, mocking smile tugging at his lips. Sean's red-scarfed assistant adjusted his glasses, clearly enjoying Barracks' meltdown. Sean raised one hand lazily. Whatever the case, Carl is practically in hell right now thanks to all this. And honestly, calling you crazy at this point doesn't even sound that harsh. Siesta might suit you better. Barracks' teeth ground together. The realization hit him like a knife. Elric had planned everything from the start, and Barrack had been completely outplayed. Elric stepped forward. With that, all issues have been settled, he announced confidently. He scratched the back of his head, casually, and added, So, let's proceed with the re-election. A murmur rippled through the hall. Now then, Elric continued, who wishes to bid for the director's position? The crowd stared, and then Elric bowed slightly. Thank you for entrusting me with the post of director of Uston Academy. A stunned Mephistopheles suddenly appeared behind him. I have no words, he muttered. How did you even pull this off? Is it boldness, stupidity, or just pure nerve? Elric didn't answer. In his mind, only one thought mattered. If I don't seize opportunities like this, when will I ever get what's mine? He also remembered. He needed to end his academic leave and secure a scholarship. But honestly, what did he even know about that process? Mephistopheles frowned. So, you just gonna let him walk out? Because right now it looks like he's running away with his tail tucked in. Barracks took one shaky step forward. Elric turned slightly, smirking. Barracks quickly looked away, refusing to meet his eyes. Inside, his thoughts were a mess. He heard me. Did he send those words straight into my mind? Elric tilted his head, amused. You know, being a seventh circle mage is impressive, even if you're going bald. Barracks froze. But if you're wondering how I heard you, Elric continued, it wasn't because of talent. A pulse of purple lightning cracked above Elric's head. Barracks exploded in rage. You insolent brat. How dare you? The moment Elric mocked him, a voice rose from the crowd. What is he doing? Before anyone could blink, someone shouted. Run. Barracks' lips stretched into a wide, twisted grin. Run? He's not running anywhere. He's going to die. Elric body tensed. His eyes locked straight ahead. Boom. A burst of purple rays exploded across the hall. Elric pressed his lips together as blue lightning crackled from his hand. Blue and purple mana collided, swirling violently like twin storms. Gasps spread through the audience. That spell, a white blizzard of the fifth circle, and someone blocked it. A purple sphere erupted from Barrick's palm. Elric's blue lightning slammed into the floor, scattering hundreds of mana rays. A gray-haired mage's eyes went wide. That's the magic of the hero of Lyseni. The two boys from earlier swallowed hard. He just reflected a sixth circle lightning strike. One whispered, "Isn't this embarrassing for a prestigious magic family?" Elric braced one hand against the ground, blue sparks drifting around him. He heard someone mutter, "A patient with a mana-blocking disease, using magic like that." Elric grinned. He thought he could handle Barracks alone. But even a balding old man was still a seventh circle mage. Reflecting his spells drank mana like water. Barracks roared and unleashed a massive blast of purple lightning. Elric didn't flinch, but he did think one thing. He'd forgotten where we are. A sharp snap echoed. Hum! A tremendous wave of fire detonated in the middle of the hall. Red flames swirled upward, lighting the arena in a burning glow. Tasha, her fingers still raised, looked down at Barracks coldly. Elric smirked. "For someone your age, you're awfully shameless. Even the first years aren't scared to put you in your place." The entire hall drowned in a curtain of fire. Takis stood at the front lines, shielding himself from the wave. "The phoenix, the witch's firebird," he muttered. Elric met Tasha's eyes. The youngest seventh circle mage. The girl who tamed the phoenix by herself. He hadn't expected Tasha to step in. But if she had, that meant one thing. The fight was already over. Elric faced Barracks again. "Any further attack from you," he declared, "will be treated as terrorism. And this time, no one will protect you." Barracks' shoulders stiffened. "And besides," Elric continued, "the heads of the hexagram are here. The election committee isn't inferior to you in strength. If you create more trouble, they'll subdue you themselves." Barracks glared, teeth grinding so hard it echoed. Is he really intending to stop me here? Halfway, he wondered. Elric straightened his tie, looking ahead with icy calm. Barracks trembled in disbelief. "A moment ago, you acted like you held the entire world in your palm. And now," his voice cracked, "you tuck your tail between your legs, in front of people like them." Elric had overpowered Barracks at every turn. Yet even now, Barracks still couldn't land a proper hit. At best, he managed to scuff Elric's clothes. And that reality burned him more than any spell. Why isn't he acting like before? Where's that overly excited, rabid dog he used to be? A violent purple beam suddenly slammed into Elric's face. Barracks snarled, eyes glowing a furious violet. Boom! A deafening blast of pink light tore through the hall. The witch, her back toward everyone, stared silently at the floor. Sean and Lazary froze, completely confused. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Riven wiped sweat from his brow, voice choking. The head of the Melvinger family has been attacked. Restrain him immediately. The hall panicked. Elric collapsed unconscious. Mephistopheles looked down at him, voice low. Seriously? Does he even deserve to call himself the king of demons? Elric lay motionless on the floor. The demon scoffed. If he'd been born one of us, he could have been a great king. Elric smirked faintly. Did you really not realize? Across the hall, the chained man twisted and screamed in agony. Elric's gaze sharpened. This is the fate of anyone who crosses me. Days later, the city buzzed with rumors. News of the chaos at Uston Academy had spread everywhere. People whispered about Elric, the boy who was supposed to be in a coma, toppling a prestigious magic family in front of the entire academy. In a bar, customers talked over drinks. Is it true? They say Elric really did all that. They're calling him the hero who saved Lyseni. At another table, men in suits discussed the scandal. Dean Barrick was expelled and arrested for attempted murder. Reporters are swarming him. And that Melvinger kid, Elric, grandson of the creator of star magic. A purple glow flickered across someone's hand as they read the latest report. How did he cure his incurable mana-blocking disease? Did he find some mystical medicine in the dragon's nest? Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl stared quietly at the man sitting on the bed. It was announced everywhere that Elric had transferred excavation rights to the Nestor family, the ones who stood by him. Sean held up a newspaper and laughed. The Melvinger family is shining again, like a star reborn. He grinned as he read out loud. The proud ascent of a hero who overcame endless ridicule and bullying. Someone beside him scoffed. Why are you reading all that to me? You're a patient, Sean replied casually. You need entertainment. Outside the hospital gates, dozens of reporters crowded the entrance. Let Elric out. Open the gates. We have the right to know the truth. Inside, Elric sat on his bed, overhearing everything. He's pretending to be sick. One reporter shouted. He's faking it. We need the truth about this pretender. Elric leaned back, eyes calm and unreadable. The storm outside was just beginning. Once upon a time, Elric was just a troublemaker, messing around, pulling stunts, living freely. And now, people were making legends about him. They whispered about who trained him, what monster shaped him, and how he returned so powerful. Elric, resting one hand on his knee, sighed. What did you think? He asked. I've been lying around for months doing nothing. Lysintha, the lady of the Blue Lion family. Sean's eyes widened. Elric looked away quickly, clearly surprised. You don't need to know about that, he muttered. Sean stared at him, confused. So, you're not planning to cause more problems, right? Elric answered with hesitation. Maybe. That didn't sound like a yes, Sean frowned. Before Sean could push further, someone spoke from behind him. Whatever plans you have, leave them for later, the voice said. My father wants to meet you. In the background, a powerful hand shimmered with multicolored rays. Elric's mind tightened. Sean's father, Guy Nestor, one of the great sages of the Ninth Circle, one of the strongest mages in the world, countable on one hand, head of the Nestor family, master of the magic tower. Even my grandfather wanted him as a disciple. A red light flared as the man in glasses stepped forward. He was called a genius among geniuses. Elric swallowed hard. They suddenly found themselves in front of something massive. Sean called their attention to it. Elric stared ahead. He knew Sean lived well. But this? If I'd known it was to this extent, Elric muttered, I would have asked him for a lot more money. A colossal, luxurious castle towered over them, the stronghold of the Nestor family. A portal pulsed above it, glowing like a second sun. The strongest family in the magic tower. Elric smiled. Someday, he vowed, he would stand on this level too. One day, he would be his equal. He stepped forward confidently. White smoke drifted around his feet, swirling like mist. A cloud of dense fog engulfed him. A voice echoed. So, you're staring pretty deeply. See something interesting? Elric whipped around. If you want something that doesn't belong to you, the man warned with a predatory smile, you should be prepared to pay for it. Elric froze. Pay. Before he could react, Sean shouted ahead. Hey, hurry up. Elric ran after him. He didn't expect what came next. His sister was there too. Only now did they hand him a folded note. Sean cursed under his breath. Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused? Contact her immediately. Elric opened the note. His sister had written, I heard you were invited to the Nestor household. Don't bother them again until I arrive. The sun dipped slowly below the horizon, painting the entire mansion in gold. The girl stood ahead of them, a suitcase in her hand, her aura sharp enough to cut stone. Sean whispered, pale. If you run, you die. Just be ready. Elric froze. Horrified wasn't even the word. He was already a corpse in his own mind. So the Melvinger family had their own demon king. And Mephistopheles didn't know. Who was this woman who could make even demons tremble? Something worse than Satan. Something that made Elric regret every choice he had ever made. Sean, in contrast, stared at her lovingly. She's an angel, he said. Elric turned slowly toward him, dead inside. Sure, he was grateful she helped him get into the academy. But if Sean had ever seen her true nature, he wouldn't dare call her an angel. To Elric, his sister was far scarier. Sean's praise only made Elric shudder. Was she called a witch for nothing? At that moment, a familiar silhouette approached. Ever since everyone started calling her a genius, she'd only grown more terrifying. She didn't even act like a normal human anymore. While Sean continued rambling, Tasha stepped right up to them, expression blank, intent clear. She was going to beat him. Elric gulped. If he said one more word, she'd hit him even harder. And she did, smacking him clean across the head. Then she turned away like nothing happened. Elric rubbed his face and quickly said, Thanks for helping during the elections. But she dismissed it with a cold. It was nothing. You could have handled it alone. Sean blinked at her. Why would a stubborn woman like her do something like that? Was she actually interested in Elric? Elric panicked. Seriously? Right in front of my friend. Is she going to act like this now? Tasha didn't answer. Instead, she asked coldly, Who lied to me first? Elric stiffened. They passed deeper into the Nestor domain, toward the true palace of the Blue Fob. To reach Sean's father's residence, they needed to cross this labyrinth first. There are traps everywhere, Tasha warned. Even a six-circle mage can die here. Stay close. But when they turned around, Elric was gone. He stood frozen behind them, staring blankly like someone lost between worlds. Elric, where did he go? Sean called out. Tasha called out. No response. Elric turned left, right, panic rising. Where were they? Where was Mephistopheles? Not that Mephistopheles would be useful in a situation like this. He stumbled forward, and then he saw it. A portal. Not a normal one. This thing pulsed with power. The magic leaking from it was overwhelming. The Nestor family, were they this powerful? Every element existed in the same space. Some violent, some overwhelmingly thick, others razor-sharp. None of them had anything in common. And yet they lived in perfect harmony, because the element of wind held everything together. Elric stood in shock, breath caught in his throat. He didn't know what this place was, but he felt something deep within him. If he wished, he could make this entire place his own. As long as Elric explored the strange space, a voice suddenly echoed from nowhere. Oh, you're looking at something quite interesting. Elric froze. His shoulders tensed as he turned slowly, in every direction. Was someone watching him? Following him? The voice continued, calm and old. Do you even know what that is? Or are you staring at it without the faintest clue? Elric's heart dropped. This wasn't random. This wasn't normal. He knew the rules. Stealing someone else's magic, even by accident, was a capital offense. And anyone capable of controlling a space like this, at minimum, they were an archmage of the Seventh Circle. What do I even do? The voice spoke again. Don't tell me you can't hear me. You reacted. I know you heard. Elric clenched his jaw. Objectively speaking, this was the Nestor family's fault. He didn't wander in on purpose. So, there was no point getting interrogated by some hidden old monster. He decided instantly. Pretend he heard nothing. Pretend he saw nothing. Get alive. He lowered his gaze and ignored the voice. So you plan to run away? You think ignoring me will work? The old man sounded almost amused. Elric felt gears turning in his head, fast. Then, without hesitation, he focused and activated Obscure. Thick white mist erupted around him. The old man's voice faltered. What? Even he couldn't see inside the labyrinth now. Elric slipped through the fog, moving quickly. He was still anxious. If he could have finished deciphering that magic pattern, he might have learned more, but staying here would only cause trouble. But something chilled him. The old man was still watching him. And this was only the beginning. The sand swirled and wrapped around Elric's legs, gripping tightly. If you want something that isn't yours, the voice echoed, you must pay for it. Meanwhile, in the outer hall, Sean glanced at his sister, worried. What do we do? We have to tell father. Before they could act, a calm, powerful presence approached. A man stepped out. Guy Nestor, head of the Nestor family. The true palace of the blue mist has opened, he said, voice cold. What is going on here? Sean spun around. Guy's eyes sharpened. You didn't even enter the palace yet. And he's already gone missing? They turned toward the glowing pentagram. Guy frowned. Father's magic. So he interfered again. Why would he do this? Has his condition worsened? Sean burst out, panicking. We can't just stand here. He's our guest. What if something happens to him? Tasha's lips curved slightly. To think her brother, who didn't even care about his own family, was this worried about Elric. Strangely, it felt nice. She lifted her head with interest. The era of the Duke of the Shining Star. Truly fascinating. Guy shifted his gaze between them. He too looked intrigued. Brother and sister exchanged glances. Because they both knew, whatever was happening inside that palace was far bigger than any of them expected. Meanwhile, deep inside the labyrinth, Elric was losing his calm. He looked away, fear flickering in his eyes. A prestigious magician family, standing at the peak of a magic tower. This is the true palace of the blue mist, the product of decades of research by that old monster. And yet, Elric had not only deciphered the formation, he had broken it, and then used it again. The old man had clearly left something behind before vanishing. An old regret, a strange child he found interesting. Elric took another careful step, then stopped dead. The old man spread both arms wide. Show me everything you can do. Elric spun around. What is even happening? He crossed his arms tightly, muttering under his breath. Why were all old mages insane? Did they all go crazy with age? A barrier suddenly formed in front of him. Elric inhaled deeply, steadying himself. Stay calm. Figure out what this is. He looked at the barrier again. This barrier wasn't created by him. It was protecting him. The mana here wasn't a single element. And yet the Nestor family was famous for their mastery of wind. A realization sparked in his mind. He's molding other elements with wind. Hot wind infused with fire turned water into steam. A gentle breeze gathered the steam, forming fog. Then, wind laced with ice thickened the fog and froze its movement. And if the old man could manipulate all of that so easily, creating a typhoon would be nothing for him. Elric braced himself and raised a shield. Even if the old man wasn't trying to kill him, this was still provocation. Fine. He would just decipher everything he couldn't understand before. He sensed it back in Lucena. Every one of his elements was weak except ice. So he'd use his own method. Convert mana, blend with wind, apply to ice. Mana gathered rapidly in his palm. If he altered the flow between the soul and seals, he could reduce consumption enough to. Elric swung. Ice spread before him. But could he blend other elements into his ice magic? Smoke coiled around him. A sphere of mana formed in front of his hand. He hurled it. The ground shook as it struck. Patterns lit across his arm, glowing fiercely. He reached forward, grabbing hold of something unseen. The wind roared to life. The old man tried to speak, but no words came out. Elric clenched his fists and disappeared. The moment the fog dispersed, he was already standing behind the others. They spun around in shock. A six-circle mage needs a full day to escape this place. Even Tasha took 4 hours and 52 minutes. But Elric, 46 minutes. Mephistopheles stared in disbelief. The seal of cruelty, a high-level formation with a 5-star rating. Even he, a demon king, was impressed. Yet Elric had not only destroyed it, he stole it. Elric had just emerged from the labyrinth when Guy Nestor rushed toward them, clearly shaken. He looked at the boys, baffled. What is wrong with all of you? You should have been preparing for the director's election. And you? His eyes landed on Elric. I heard you recently recovered from a mana-blocking disease, and now a six-circle mage is standing before me. Everyone turned to Elric in disbelief. He six-circle. He broke Tasha's record. Tasha herself was stunned. She had never expected anyone to surpass her time, least of all someone who just recovered from an incurable disease. Elric, however, didn't react at all. He simply stepped forward and shook Guy's hand. Sorry for the late introduction, he said politely. My name is Elric. Guy introduced himself in return. His eyes softened as he looked at the boy. I'm sorry, he said quietly. You've been through a lot and faced burdens you shouldn't have. Elric smiled. No apology needed. It was an interesting experience. Sean and Tasha turned toward the palace entrance. Elric followed their gaze. Their mother and the rest of their powerful family were waiting inside. Elric lowered his head. He still wasn't used to hearing the word family, but he smiled faintly. I'm on my way. The wind stirred the Nestor family flag above him. He walked forward. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Isabel rushed into a softly lit room. Father. She threw herself into her father's arms, hugging him tightly. To everyone else, she was a refined young lady. To him, she was still his little girl. He stroked her head gently. I don't understand it, he murmured. Even the doctor said it was impossible. Yet you woke me. Her voice trembled with emotion. It was Elric. He helped me. Her father's eyes widened. As expected of the Melvingers, a prestigious family of magicians. They've always been the light in the darkness. She peeked toward the open doorway. Where are you going? You just woke up. You need a rest. But he was already pulling on his pants, ignoring her protests. How can I rest after hearing that? I must find this talented boy. She tried to argue, but he was already buttoning his coat. Even if I have to cross the entire continent, he said, I'll do it. A righteous child like him, in a world as corrupt as ours. That alone is reason enough. He headed for the exit. In another place, a man knelt, one knee touching the ground. The deaths of the blue wolves. Isabel's escape. His brother healed. The blue wolf who returned alive, and then exploded right before him. All of it traced back to one mage. Far ahead, an old man sat quietly on a throne. The kneeling man bowed deeply. That mage, he must have placed a curse on me. The old man lowered his gaze. What of your brother? He left with the Blue Hawks, the man replied. It seems he's trying to contact Elric, who is currently inside the Nestor family estate. The old man fell silent, absorbing the information. So, he finally murmured, the very first thing we must do is not attack him. The old man sat back in his throne, lips curling into a wicked grin, to call upon his sworn brothers. No, he muttered. The blue lion has weakened. His brother and that damned Elric must never meet. His eyes sharpened. Finish him the moment he leaves the Nestor estate. The kneeling man trembled violently. He dared not refuse. He looked down at his hand. The mark burned faintly. He was still alive only because of it. He would never forget that. Meanwhile, Sean guided Elric deeper into the estate. Their mother and the rest of the family were waiting. Mephistopheles floated behind Elric, muttering nonstop. Elric's leg twitched nervously. Mephistopheles squinted at Guy Nestor ahead of them. Is that thing even human? Elric stiffened. Mephistopheles continued, reasoning aloud, voice filled with suspicion. If he's an ordinary human and not a Melvinger, how did he reach that level? Humans shouldn't be capable of that, without help from our kind. Elric glanced at him. In my time imprisoned, he said quietly, humans suffered too. He began counting on his fingers. The heads of the Magic Tower, the magicians of the House of the Lion, the Imperial Inspection Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Protestant Alliance. He shook his head. There are so many powerful factions. Why is this era described as one full of monsters? Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. He wanted to explain that aside from the Golden Lion, the strongest on the continent, there were others who were equal, and some who were even stronger. He smirked. There must be a reason why I, the great Mephistopheles, awakened in this era. A world where countless beasts fight to become king. Chaos everywhere. Hatred fueling them. The thrill of victory. The crunch of bones. But before he could finish, Elric simply turned and walked away. Mephistopheles choked. Iche, don't ignore me. Inside the dining hall, the boys were already gathered. Tasha was pointing at Sean, who had dropped his food because he was too busy staring at Elric. The younger siblings started yelling at her. Don't call Sean an idiot. Their mother chuckled softly. Why all this noise? Didn't I say good children stay quiet when Licini's hero is here? Elric paused, watching them, and suddenly, memories surfaced. He remembered his past, his family, how they always argued at the dinner table, how his parents watched them with gentle smiles. His father had let them bicker as they grew, believing it helped them find their own voices. Their mother always worried. She looked at Elric now, eyes soft with concern. Do you not like the food? She asked quietly. Elric blinked. He stared at the table, eyes distant. He must have looked troubled, because she flinched anxiously. He quickly shook his head. I was just caught off guard by the wonderful smell, he said. Her face softened with relief. Elric took a bite. Warmth spread through him. He closed his eyes. Eating together. It was something he had almost forgotten, and it felt wonderful. The sun was dipping behind the horizon as tea was poured into delicate cups. The boys sat quietly on the sofas, warm light filling the room. Guy sipped calmly, eyes drifting toward Elric. All of them exchanged subtle glances. Guy finally spoke. Are you angry with me? His wife looked at Elric too. Guy closed his eyes for a moment, deep in thought. The fall of the Melvinger family. A family with a 1,000-year legacy. A family that once led an empire to countless victories. Something like that shouldn't crumble overnight. But it did. He set his teacup gently onto the saucer. Ostracized by the ruling family. Betrayed by your own allies in the hexagram. Sacrificed in the name of politics. You've endured too much. He opened his eyes again. So tell me, are you offended? At us? Elric smiled softly. Everyone has their own circumstances. I'm not offended. The teacup beside him filled quietly with warm tea. The Nestor family hadn't caused the Melvingers' downfall. And, politically, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. Elric could blame them for inaction. But if he were in their place, would he have dared to act? Mephistopheles floated beside him, arms crossed. Why is a Melvinger groveling before Nestor? He muttered. 1,000 years ago, these hexagram worms were nothing but pests hanging around the Melvingers. Elric smiled faintly. That shocked Mephistopheles. Coming from someone who lived off pride and power. Had Elric come here with a purpose? The Melvingers had already lost everything. Their power was gone. Even if this was his friend's home. Elric knew he would one day surpass this place too. He needed to learn everything. Their circles, their hierarchy, the true nature of the Nestor household. Guy lifted his cup again. If you need anything, just speak. Elric looked up. Guy's gaze didn't waver from the cup. The Nestor family will give the Melvingers any support they can. Their eyes widened. Sean nearly choked. It's our gratitude for the excavation rights, Guy said calmly. And a gift from me, as the father of your friend. Don't feel burdened. He was serious. He truly was a seasoned strategist. Was he trying to strengthen ties? Repair bridges? Or did he genuinely want to support the powerless Melvingers? Elric's lips parted slightly. This offer was completely in his favor. With the Nestor's support, his position would rise sharply. But the rest of the hexagram, and half the continent, would try to crush him for it. Why was Guy choosing a side that brought him only hardships? Elric couldn't understand what he was thinking. Then, a dark silhouette appeared outside the window. A hand reached forward. Crash. The window shattered violently. The boys jumped from their seats. A blinding light spilled into the room. Elric froze for a moment. What kind of lunatic would dare attack the Nestor estate directly? A man stepped through the broken window. His footsteps were heavy. His presence suffocating. Elric's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe who it was. The intruder lifted his finger, pointed directly at Elric. Elric clenched his teeth. The stranger walked forward. The man wanted only one thing, to take the boy as his apprentice. Black, sinister spirits seeped out from the floor as tension thickened in the room. Sean had warned him once. His father was so obsessed with talent that he gathered over 100 gifted individuals inside the estate, not as vassals, but as honored guests. The true strength of the Nestor family didn't lie in titles or armies. It lay in the Senate, a council of monsters disguised as humans. And right now, that Senate was being disrespected. The stranger was asked to leave immediately. Instead, he slowly lowered his hood. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Augustine, the head of the Senate, the greatest master who trained every mage in the Nestor bloodline. Elric froze. He had heard countless legends about this man, strong enough to rival Guy, maybe even surpass him. Augustine frowned. He had rushed here so fast he'd forgotten his manners. He apologized, but Guy didn't take his eyes off him. He wanted to know one thing. Why had Augustine come? The old man pointed straight at Elric. He came for him. How shameless could he be? Wanting the boy sitting beside Sean as his apprentice. But before anyone could speak, Guy stepped forward. He announced the boy's identity. One of the 4 dukes of the Empire, Duke Melvinger. Elric rose, walked directly to Augustine, and greeted him respectfully. Mephistopheles stared in shock. Sean and Tasha's eyes widened. The old man grinned, asking if Elric remembered him. How could he not? His late father spoke of Augustine endlessly, praising him as the kind of pillar that could have saved their family from collapse. They locked eyes. Had Augustine known his father? Given his fame, it wasn't impossible. Sean and Tasha stood speechless. This old man clearly had a silver tongue. Is that why he wanted Elric as his apprentice? Elric chose to take it as a compliment. But Augustine's grin faded. If Elric already knew who he was, that made things easier. Then came the question, would Elric become his apprentice? Elric smiled softly. As the head of the Melvinger family, being offered apprenticeship under the great master of the Nestors was unbelievably generous. Too generous. So he politely asked Augustine to retract his offer. The old man snapped. Elric wasn't satisfied with the Blue Mist Labyrinth, and now he dared refuse him? Elric asked him to understand. He had just barely escaped danger back then, and Augustine had taken his magic without permission. And anyway, wasn't Elric the one who suffered first? The old man gritted his teeth, stomped the ground, and yelled for silence. Magic burst across the floor, making Guy flinch in shock. Elric's jaw dropped. The floor shimmered like a star-filled sky. He rushed forward. No, that wasn't the night sky. The glow was too light. And then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing beside Augustine. Was that teleportation? No, it wasn't. The old man had simply moved him. But who in the world could move someone like that? At a speed the eye could barely follow, the old man appeared right in front of Elric. Before the boy could even process it, Augustine grabbed him by the tinzit and lifted him off the ground. Everyone froze. The boy's jaws dropped. And then Augustine burst into laughter. Dark, triumphant laughter. Elric was his now. In the next instant, they vanished. Back at the estate, Tasha screamed at her brother, demanding why he was still standing there when his friend had just been kidnapped. Sean quietly shut his eyes. Did his sister really not understand? Elric was never the victim. He was always 3 steps ahead. Mephistopheles smirked. Once again, Elric had left them speechless. It looked like they would soon have their hands on a monster who dared to use this creepy old man as a teacher. No, as a prelude to something bigger. Elric blinked his eyes open. Augustine stood, towering over him. Elric instinctively backed away, but his body wobbled, his vision blurred, and he nearly collapsed. Augustine caught him by the collar before he hit the ground. To think, the greatest master of the Nestor family had almost lost his first disciple in 90 years. Elric's heart pounded in fear and irritation. He had taken a huge risk starting this dangerous game, but even he didn't expect a man to literally kidnap him while forcing him to state a reason to become his disciple. And now, they were standing on the edge of a massive cliff. Had he chosen the wrong path? Elric clenched his teeth. He had to stay focused. He circulated his mana, but something felt wrong. His mana wasn't moving at all, as if the blocking disease had returned. He looked up. Augustine's eyes gleamed. The old man clearly sensed everything. Elric's foot slipped dangerously close to the ledge as Augustine finally opened his mouth, saying he would explain everything on the way. Then he released him. Elric dropped. Wind roared past his ears. Panic flashed in his eyes. But before he hit the depths, Mephistopheles appeared beside him. Elric felt it instantly. This guy matched him in ways that made no sense. How'd he get here? Mephistopheles didn't waste time. If they didn't act now, both of them would die. He wanted Elric to teach him the seal of original sin so they could survive. Elric stared at him, desperate. With his mana sealed, he couldn't access anything, but the atmosphere around them was flooded with energy. Elric stretched out his hand. He pulled at the flow. A ring of wind exploded under him, slowing their descent. Shards of rock tumbled past as a shockwave erupted from the cliffside. They hit the ground with a powerful impact. Elric gasped. He had almost died because of this cursed mana seal. It felt exactly like the old disease. But there was no time to rest. He looked around. This place wasn't anything like the continent he knew. He pushed himself to his feet. A voice echoed from the fog. He was inside the Labyrinth of Mist. And the palace back home, the so-called Blue Mist Palace, was nothing but a shallow imitation of this place. The voice echoing through the fog told Elric the truth. His mana had been sealed the moment he arrived. Yet somehow, he still managed to pull raw energy straight out of the atmosphere and use it. That alone proved he wasn't a bad choice. High above, Augustine stood at the edge of the cliff, watching him like a stern judge. Elric materialized on the rocky ground below, still breathless. He had come within seconds of dying. Did this old man even realize what he was doing? He claimed he wanted Elric as his apprentice, and he still did. But even so, he refused to teach him anything that belonged to the Nestor family. Elric looked up in confusion. If Augustine wasn't going to teach Nestor magic, then what was he trying to achieve? The old man finally revealed it. Aside from being a senator of the Nestor family, he was also the head of the Grassland School, a school whose teachings could only be passed down to one heir, teachings that had nothing to do with the Nestor bloodline. For Elric, that changed everything. He frowned and turned to Mephistopheles, silently asking for answers. Mephistopheles chuckled. He hadn't expected this school to still exist. Those tenacious Eastern maniacs had irritated him even when he was a king. Elric leaned in, curious. Magic martial arts? He had never read about this in any history book. Mephistopheles explained that 1,000 years ago, the Grassland School existed in the East, warriors who didn't rely on pure spells but used martial techniques enhanced by magical circulation. A hybrid art, a way to strengthen the body through mana instead of brute force. And Elric desperately needed that. Grassland's specialty was harmonizing different forms of mana, allowing a person to stabilize the chaotic swirl of energy inside them. Elric placed a hand over his chest. Different types of mana had always refused to mix within him. But wasn't that exactly why this was incredible? His heart was wrapped in multiple kinds of magic. If he could master this art, he could gain the one thing no book, no mage, no family could give him, control. And the best part? It would not bind him to the Nestor family. A perfect opportunity. So this was Augustine's plan, to teach him the Grassland School's magical martial arts. The old man looked down at him, surprised Elric even knew the name. There should have been no records left. This boy kept exceeding every expectation. Augustine decided there was no point delaying any longer. But before he could begin, Elric's gaze snapped to the side. A wave of danger washed over him. He covered part of his face with his hand. They had entered the territory of the harsh wolves. Not ordinary wolves. Beasts 3 times larger and 3 times stronger than anything found outside this labyrinth. Augustine spoke calmly. Grassland arts could only be learned through real combat. Pure theory meant nothing. To learn it, Elric had to survive. The boy steadied his breath. He took a step forward. A dark, yawning cave stood before him. His first trial had already begun. The wolves began crawling out of the cave one by one. Massive bodies, glowing eyes, saliva dripping from their jaws. Augustine stood at the cliff's edge, arms behind his back, watching calmly. Elric's mana was sealed. What could a beginner, someone who hadn't even trained for 6 months, possibly do here? 2 figures appeared behind Augustine. They didn't move. They didn't help. They simply watched. To them, this wasn't cruelty. This was the test. The old man kept observing him, expression unreadable. Elric had no real experience. But experience wasn't everything. Skill was what mattered. And if these wolves tasted human flesh, the entire labyrinth would become a bloodbath. A blur of silver, fur shot forward. Elric was slammed into the ground, his body folding under the impact. Blood burst from his mouth. He was in trouble. At this rate, he would die. But Elric gritted his teeth, palms pressing against the dirt. He forced himself upright, his mouth opening as mana flickered into existence at the tip of his fingers. A spark, a blade, a chilling gleam. He slashed. The wolf's head flew through the air, blood spraying across the rocks. In Elric's hand, a razor-sharp ice dagger glowed faintly. Augustine lowered his chin. Yes, the boy could handle this. He might even be able to fulfill the wish the school had guarded for over 1,000 years. But he was still lacking. Tins, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army, finally stepped forward. Not even the Imperial Inspectorate knew the identities of that army's members. Their leaders stood shoulder to shoulder with the greatest mages of the Tower and the strongest warriors of the Golden Lion. Their mission, free the continent from the Emperor's tyranny. A terrorist group to some, the only hope for others. And here stood its former king, the monster of monsters. Augustine seemed almost giddy to have a student again after so long. But Tins worried the old man would actually be sad if Elric died here. Elric sliced through another wolf, and then froze as a voice echoed in his mind. He was inside the territory of the fierce wolves, beasts 3 times larger and stronger than ordinary ones. He kept his ice dagger raised and listened. Grassland arts relied on practice, on survival, on killing. He had to destroy them all. Elric lifted his head. Blood soaked the ground around him. His breath trembled, but his eyes burned with determination. Mephistopheles' voice cut through the chaos. Elric had survived this far only because of luck, and that luck had already run out. A giant wolf stepped out of the fog, purple fur rippling like smoke, muscles bulging with every breath. Mephistopheles' tone hardened. This one knows you want to wipe them out. Luck won't save you now. Elric stared at the monstrous beast for several seconds, his dagger tight in his grip. Mephistopheles was right. He could pull mana from the air itself. He had done it before. He could do it again. He just needed to kill this thing, even with his mana sealed, even if it meant doing it twice or more. Elric narrowed his eyes, jaw tightening. For the first time since the icy mountains, he desperately wished he had the weaponry he used back then. Because this monster was unlike any wolf he had ever faced. If Elric had known he would be thrown into a nightmare like this, he would have trained harder, much harder. Then, out of nowhere, an image flashed inside his mind. A book, a manual of physical cultivation, detailing the factors of strengthening the body. He froze. Right, the body refinement art he once studied. That counted as training too. A grin formed on his lips. If that was the case, he only needed to imitate it. Elric stretched out his hand. The Tiger King's legacy, passed down through generations, returned to him like a forgotten instinct. He stared at his right hand, memories clicking into place. A combat technique that gave one's bones the hardness of steel. A technique that multiplied physical strength 7-fold. A technique that taught its wielder how to fight like the king of beasts. He dropped into a stance. According to the tigers, kings above all beasts, the human body was a miniature world shaped by God's hands. A massive wolf crept closer, muscles tense, eyes glowing. Elric inhaled. A deep, overwhelming breath. Just like mana circulated through nature, air circulated through the body, altering it based on how one breathed and where one focused. He filled his lungs to the limit. In that instant, countless instincts awakened inside him, one rising above all others. He moved. His fist cut through the air, swinging toward the beast. His thought sharpened. When a body changes, it moves on its own. No hesitation. No illusion. Just reality. The wolf lunged with its jaws wide open. Elric's eyes gleamed. He slipped past the attack as if he had vanished. Instinct, intuition, merged into a single fighting art. The wolf spun around, snarling. Elric didn't need a plan. Didn't need a reason. He inhaled again, every ounce of air around him, and stepped forward. His choice was always right. His fist crashed into the wolf skull with monstrous force. The beast flew like a rag doll, smashing into the ground. Tiger-style combat. Mephistopheles watched in disbelief, his voice trembling. This guy, he's a sick bastard. The giant wolf lunged again, jaws ready to tear him apart. But Elric moved like lightning. His fists blurred, delivering inhuman, beast-like blows. The wolf shrieked in agony. Elric's eyes darkened with a murderous gleam. He slammed his fist into the wolf's stomach, folding the monster in half. Mephistopheles stood speechless. How could a human fight like a wild animal? A heartbeat later, the wolf collapsed, lifeless. Elric staggered, breathing hard, surrounded by a field of corpses. He fell to the ground, chest rising and falling, staring at the destruction he'd caused. Then a calm voice echoed in his mind. "'Kay, exactly what I expected from my student." He had already killed 2 wolves. Apparently, that wasn't enough. The difficulty would have to increase. Elric kept gulping down air, each breath sharpening his instincts. Otto-Han's voice echoed inside his mind, amused. Since he had tried so hard, he deserved a hint. Find a moss growing on the shady side of the cliff. Use it. Mephistopheles, standing nearby, ground his teeth in irritation. This old man was insane too. He enjoyed watching Elric struggle. Elric whispered back, refusing to be lumped in with this lunatic. Stepping forward, tightening his belt, he muttered that Otto-Han had only said one thing. Kill them all. Eyes narrowing, Elric added coldly. Then let's see who wins. He dashed forward. 2 massive wolves lunged at him at once. Elric lowered his stance, studying their movement. Time blurred. 10 days passed like this. Long enough to break a normal person. Short enough for Elric to adapt and evolve. We shift to later. Elric stood before a rocky slope, staring at a strange flower blooming in the cracks. "It contains magical energy," he said. Mephistopheles nodded. "No idea why it's growing here of all places in demon territory." Elric fought another pack of wolves, obliterating anything that crossed his path. "If it has magic," he said, "maybe I can replenish my mana by eating it." Mephistopheles leaned closer to the petals. "For humans, it's just a medicinal herb, but for seals sure it might work." Elric smashed another wolf's skull, blood splattering. Mephistopheles shook his head. "No, it'll probably increase the level of your seal." Elric plucked the flowers anyway, examining them. Mephistopheles sighed. "The old man wouldn't send you here for nothing. But think, where did the flower come from? Maybe this place is connected to demons." Elric's eyes narrowed. A great opportunity. He glanced at the trail of blood on the ground. He was still annoyed. After all, the old man had literally thrown him off a cliff. But stepping forward, he realized the situation might actually help him strengthen the seal. And with a stronger seal, his mana reserves would increase. Behind him lay a mountain of wolf corpses. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Even he had begun to rely on the body cultivation arts again, thanks to the sealed mana, forcing him back to basics. He approached a massive stone. Looking down, he exhaled. It's about time to end this farce. A gigantic wolf stood before him, a stone embedded in its skull. Elric raised his head. "So you're the last one." But then he froze. A silhouette sat atop the wolf. A man. A rider. Elric's voice dropped to a whisper. A man's leg. Elric instinctively turned to the side, fear prickling the back of his neck, because a voice behind him said he never failed to amaze. A massive white tiger emerged from shadows. Another voice followed, casual and amused. The speaker said he'd heard from the boss that Elric was the best student in the entire academy. Elric lifted his gaze. Tin stood atop the giant wolf, arms crossed, looking down at him with clear approval. "I didn't expect this level from you," Tin said. A moment later, he hopped off the wolf and landed on the ground, dust exploding around his feet. Elric frowned as Tin stepped forward. Tin's made his decision. "If you can handle this stern wolf," he said calmly, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with a smile, "then I'll accept you as my apprentice." Before Elric could react, someone else dropped down from above. A wave of dust blasted outward. Augustine. The old man jabbed a finger forward, outrage burning in his eyes. He shouted that Tins had no idea how much effort he had put into finding Elric, and now this guy wanted to steal him? Elric and Mephistopheles stood silently, watching the 2 old monsters argue like children. Tin snapped back, yelling even louder. He asked Augustine if he had any idea how hard it was to raise wolves like these. The old ones were dead because of Elric, which meant he now had to travel to the southern lands of the dragons, catch new cubs, and feed them resurrection flowers for 5 straight years. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and muttered that Tin still seemed like the worst option out of the 2. Elric didn't know what to say, until Tin suddenly walked over, smiling, and placed both hands on his shoulders. They didn't even want his opinion? Elric asked that very question. Tins apologized. He had rushed the conversation a little, but Elric's talent was too great to ignore. And Tins knew exactly who Elric was from the wanted posters. He wanted Elric as his disciple, student of the king of monsters. But Elric shook his head. He turned toward Augustine and said that although Augustine was eccentric, he was already his teacher. He couldn't just betray him. Tins interrupted before he finished. He raised a hand, grinning widely. He would teach Elric Mirage Eyes. With this art, he said, pointing at his own eye, Elric would be able to command beasts freely, the very power that made Tins the king of monsters. Elric hesitated for a heartbeat. Then he smiled. The rule about having only one teacher, he said, was created by narrow-minded people. He looked Tins dead in the eyes. If you don't mind, teach me your techniques, too. Augustine went pale. Bastard, he whispered under his breath. Mephistopheles exhaled beside him. I knew it. He has no concept of honor. Tins burst out laughing, shouting that he already knew the Melvingers were straightforward, and he liked that. Elric smirked. Then, he said, teach me the eyes. And then, Tins lifted his hand immediately. No. He turned toward his wolf, then glanced back over his shoulder. Had Elric not heard him properly? He would only accept him as a student if he defeated the stern wolf. Still smiling, Tins added that without mastering the Mirage Eyes, Elric would never reach the level needed to handle the Grassland School's magical martial arts that relied on perfect mana circulation and physical reinforcement. Tins' smile sharpened. Looks like you absorb mana from those flowers on Sunday. Good, but this is your final test. Defeat this wolf, using only magical martial arts. The wolf vanished. One moment it stood behind Tins. The next it was already in front of Elric, colliding with the wall so hard the ground trembled. Elric looked up. Tins watched with interest. Mephistopheles let out a long, displeased sigh beside the white tiger. A heartbeat later, Elric smiled. So that's what all this was. Tins shrugged. That's right. Augustine stepped forward silently. Elric turned to him and smirked. Finally, someone who actually enjoys watching me suffer. He looked at his teacher. So, happy now? Augustine stared for a few seconds. Then he placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. Good job. A yellow aura enveloped his palm. It seems we can finally begin. Elric blinked ahead, silently, as the rising sun painted the mountains gold. Augustine continued. I can now teach you the grudge of the Night Chronicle. Before Elric could respond, countless flowers bloomed around them, glowing softly in the dim light. He walked forward, scanning the area. Where are we? Augustine replied. This is the sanctuary of the Night Chronicle. Elric stopped. The sanctuary? A wave of red, demonic energy washed over him the moment he stepped closer. The aura was oppressive, dark, heavy, almost suffocating. Why is there a demonic domain here? Mephistopheles, standing beside him, tensed. Only demon kings could create such a thing. He frowned deeply. So, this is why we found resurrection flowers here. This energy, isn't this his territory? Elric in a task didn't turn around. Mephistopheles continued. He's in the east, as far as I know. Augustine suddenly asked Elric, what do you feel? Elric stepped forward. I think the Melvinger family's demon hunter training lets me sense it clearly. Then tell me, why is there a demonic domain inside the sanctuary of the Night Chronicle? Augustine touched the doors. Seals flared across his hands. I believe I know why, he murmured. The Night Chronicle isn't from here. It came from the Far East. They walked through a long, enormous corridor. At the end stood a gigantic painting. Eastern symbols and structures all over its surface. Elric narrowed his eyes. Eastern architecture. Eastern writing. Augustine turned to him. The founder of the Night Chronicle, he said, quietly, was an alchemist from the Far East. The founder of the Night Chronicle had once been nothing more than an alchemist searching for herbs in a distant land. Augustine stood before the ancient painting and continued. The king of demons stole his wife and daughter. Blinded by revenge, the founder chased that monster all the way to the Far East. They continued walking down the long stone corridor until they reached another massive mural. This one depicting a lone man standing against impossible darkness. Augustine spoke again. But the enemy was too strong. So he changed his plan. He merged Eastern and Western magic, and even absorbed the power of a demon to surpass his limits. Elric exhaled slowly. So, he never got revenge? No, Augustine replied. He waited nearly 1,000 years. Elric looked at the old man's back, voice steady. Since you accepted me as your student, justice will finally prevail. But Augustine shook his head. You're mistaken. Justice has already prevailed. Elric blinked, confused. What do you mean? Who prevailed? Augustine motioned forward. Elric stepped into the narrow passage and froze. A labyrinth of glowing seals filled the chamber. A voice echoed from the darkness. Me? Mephistopheles stared ahead, shock widening his eyes. It's not that he's special, Mephistopheles muttered. But I can't believe someone managed to seal him. Whoever did this is a true master. Elric swallowed. If Mephistopheles recognized this demon king, then how strong was the sealed monster? And how powerful was Augustine, the man who defeated it? Augustine lowered his head. Don't praise me so easily. There were many variables in that battle. Determining the true winner is impossible. He looked up at the chains of light gripping the enormous beast. But as the founder wished, The truth must be revealed. It's time to see who really won. A colossal demon emerged from the darkness, bound by countless seals. Its presence alone made the air tremble. Augustine gestured toward it. My future successor, the one who walks my path, will help me finish this. Elric's breath grew heavy. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he stared at the monster. You can do it, Augustine said quietly. Elric stepped forward. Who is stronger? He murmured. The massive creature opened a single crimson eye. Augustine's voice echoed. Stronger than him, or stronger than what I will teach you. Elric stood beside the others, realizing he would eventually face that monster. But for now, Augustine turned to seals. I'll handle the barrier. You prepare yourself. Mephistopheles was stunned. Even the blonde apprentice nearby was speechless. Augustine raised his hand calmly. I know your fears, Elric. I know your doubts. Elric clenched his jaw, anger burning in his chest. Mephistopheles didn't speak. He simply watched. A dark aura wrapped around Augustine's arm. Black markings slithered across his skin. His cloak fluttered as his hand transformed completely. Pitch black, etched with ancient runes. It was the hand of a dark elf. Light elves lived in forests of eternal sunlight. Dark elves hid in the deepest dungeons, where no light could reach. And Augustine carried the power of both. Dark elves were once known as the followers of demons, but eventually, they were wiped from existence. Augustine lowered his transformed arm and spoke calmly. Transplanting body parts from another creature, especially a demon, is forbidden dark magic. He clenched his blackened hand, raised his thumb slightly, and added, but we learned each other's weaknesses. He closed his left eye. All of this was for your training. Elric felt excitement shoot through him. Mephistopheles knew exactly what Elric was capable of, and that only pushed him further. They stood facing each other, tension thick as steel. Tin stood nearby with his massive white tiger watching silently. Elric mentally reminded himself. He couldn't reject a master who was guiding him toward exactly what he sought. He stepped back with his right leg, cracked the bones in his fingers, and lowered his stance. I'm the head of my family, he said quietly. The blonde apprentice smiled. Augustine nodded with satisfaction. Elric asked, what's the Demon King's name? The one whose seal I have to swallow. Augustine answered. He went by many names, but the Chronicle calls him by one true title. The air thickened. They called him the cruel beast, you. Elric took a forward step. Augustine grinned. The blonde whispered, he's starting. You. The Demon King, recognized even by Mephistopheles, stood seal before them. Elric straightened and asked Mephistopheles, how do I absorb him? Mephistopheles' expression twisted with frustration. Do you even think before you speak? Absorbing a Demon King seal for the first time. Elric ignored him. He reached for the seal. His magical pendant didn't react. Then another idea struck him. He grabbed the seal and absorbed it. Sparks exploded around him. A dragon silhouette tore through the air. Tin stumbled backward in shock. Augustine's eyes widened. Paper talismans ripped free from the seal, swirling like a storm. Elric stood alone in the center of it all, smirking. Weeks of brutal training had not been pointless. The blonde apprentice let out a breath of frustration and admiration. He linked the seal with the speech of the soul. It has to work. Suddenly, the world shifted. Elric appeared in a dark forest. Fog hung low. No birds. No insects. No movement. Was anything alive here at all? Only the wind and the bubbling sludge of distant swamps broke the silence. Leaves rustled. Something wrong. Something close. A predator. Elric glanced over his shoulder, confused. Trees. Only trees. He began running through the forest. Movement flickered in the corner of his eye. Or was it the wind? The ground? Something else? His face tightened in fear. I don't sense anyone, so how? A monster materialized behind him. A deep growl vibrated through the forest, while an interesting human wandered in. Meanwhile, a girl with a suitcase walked calmly toward a glowing portal guarded by 2 sentries. Her expression didn't change. The blonde apprentice muttered, why didn't he answer my sister? Back in the forest, Elric faced the monstrous shadow before him. Should he fight it like he fought the queen of the ice mountains? The blonde, watching from the outside, whispered, I don't know. Elric didn't know how to absorb the seal, but the answer came from a monster itself, its giant eye opening right in front of him. The Melvingers, it growled, don't ask questions. They win first. Elric stiffened. How did this creature know exactly who he was? The monster leaned forward, teeth scraping. Tell me, whose seal rests on your hand? The blonde apprentice stared wide-eyed. To him, Elric was nothing more than a snack for this creature. And that was good. Elric needed the monster to keep thinking that. He stood on a floor dyed red. Blood? Magic? He couldn't tell. The monster's jaws opened wider, rage bursting through its voice. My time has come. The Melvinger child will soon devour me. Elric's body stopped moving. His eyes glowed. A white bee symbol appeared behind him, its shape sharp, divine, terrifying. The monster let out a final growl. We'll meet again. Darkness swallowed the world. Then suddenly, Elric gasped and found himself back in reality. People rushed toward him, asking if he was finished. The blonde stared in disbelief. How? How could he obtain the seal so easily? Mephistopheles folded his arms. The monster had no choice. It can reincarnate later anyway. Elric looked at his hand. A new seal had formed, deep blue, and writhing like a living flame. A new member of his power had awakened. The wicked god. Augustine peered closely and nodded. His status dropped after losing the battle. That's why the seal formed. Elric turned to his teacher. What was Mephistopheles refusing to tell me? Augustine's face darkened. He became serious. This is the seal of rage. You was originally similar to an evil spirit. With this seal, you'll sense the weaknesses of your enemies faster. The blonde student blinked. That sounds overpowered. Augustine suddenly began crying. Do you know what this means? You can awaken the sixth sense by circulating your mana. Elric simply stared at him, confused. Augustine wiped his tears and raised his voice proudly. It's called the sense of evil. Information about the seal ranks and their uses cannot be found in ordinary textbooks. This knowledge has been passed down for thousands of years. Elric's hand glowed again. Smoke rose behind him. Lightning cracked in the air. A distant light flickered. He felt something. He swallowed. That tingling in my heart, that trembling sensation, is that the sense of evil? The blonde apprentice shivered. Why am I feeling it too? Everyone turned, shocked. Sean had entered the sanctuary. Augustine and Ten stood nearby. Elric had no idea what to do. Outside, a large mansion towered over the courtyard. A maid rushed out, panicking. Lady Tasha must see it in person. Don't let her in yet. But the girl with the suitcase stepped forward calmly. I'll handle it personally. Magic circles flared to life. Stones around her began to glow. Somewhere else, Sean was chasing Elric through the courtyard. You have to stop Tasha. A red-haired boy was furious. Because of you, her competitive spirit has awakened. The city glowed under the bright sun. Tasha ran as fast as she could, praying nothing disastrous would happen. She thought bitterly. The Duke's sister had sacrificed her entire life for him, and now everything was spiraling out of control. From the red-haired girl's words, we learned a simple truth. The Duke feared his older sister more than anyone. A girl stood at the gate, suitcase in her hand. Where is my brother? She asked. The guards exchanged a stiff glance and answered. He is inside, but you cannot enter. Hayes narrowed her eyes. Call Sean. But the two guards stood firm, lowering their spears. Entry is forbidden, Lady Hayes. Before they could finish, someone stepped out behind them. Tasha. Hayes turned calmly. The red-haired girl introduced herself with confidence. Tasha bowed slightly and introduced her own name, praising Taka as if trying to defuse the tension. But Hayes had one question on her mind. Tasha quickly explained. We can't allow just anyone inside. Hayes kept a small, polite smile, the kind that hid danger. How can I prove my identity? She asked quietly. Tasha stiffened. She didn't trust this girl at all, and it showed. A faint flame of hostility burned around Hayes. There was only one solution. A duel. Until first blood. Taka snapped her fingers. Hayes' suitcase burst open with a thunderous crack. The identity verification had begun. The guard stepped back nervously. Tasha grinned. Hayes reached into the cloud of smoke and pulled out a massive warhammer. Stone shattered under its weight. A blinding beam shot into the sky. Tasha rolled her shoulders. I've only ever done this kind of thing as a kid, with Sean. She began chanting a spell, remembering that she had never once lost to her brother. Hayes lifted the hammer with a smile and hurled it with terrifying force. Tasha's eyes widened. She jerked her head back, confusion and surprise flashing across her face as the glowing sledgehammer, marked with a black skull, ripped through the air. Light exploded all around them. Hayes had won. The impact pushed both girls apart, leaving them dazed. The blonde apprentice watching from afar laughed. This looks hilarious from the outside. Meanwhile, Elric was nearly choked out, being held by the neck. Sean sprinted toward him, panicked. The blonde smirked. So, how's your sister doing? Hayes stepped forward, calling Sean's name with a serious expression. The slight parting of her lips showed she wasn't here for greetings. Tasha examined the document in her hand, still confused. Hanabi asked quietly, Is that everything? The red-haired girl explained. The Black Skull is the highest grade guilt. It only responds to the Great Lion. It will not allow itself to be wielded by anyone else. Taka nodded solemnly. That's why we must maintain good relations with Hayes' family. At the same moment, Elric was running. The sledgehammer flew. Hayes gave chase, determination burning in her eyes. Have you settled in well? She asked sweetly, while trying to crush him. You can resist me now, can't you? She swung again. Elric dodged desperately. If it weren't for the sense of evil, he thought, I would have already died. He realized something. She hadn't changed at all. And finally, Mephistopheles arrived. Elric had never seen Mephistopheles this scared before. He wasn't reacting to Hayes' mana, just her aura, and that alone was enough to terrify him. The blonde turned back. Hayes stood opposite him, hammer raised like a judge delivering punishment. She swung. Elric tried to block, but a shield burst to life in front of him, barely saving him from being smashed. "Are you crazy?" he shouted. Mephistopheles muttered. "His bones will break at this rate." Elric opened his eyes, face tense. Hayes stood in front of him, hammer pointed directly at his chest. He was sitting on the floor, breath shaky. Mephistopheles whispered, "She really thinks her brother still has the blocking disease." Elric swallowed. Hayes' voice trembled. "You didn't contact me for 6 months." Tears rose in her eyes. She had always been overprotective, always scolding him for recklessness. He used to hate that. But their parents died. She raised him alone. She had to grow up far too early, sacrificing everything for him. Elric finally understood how to revive his family, how to protect what remained. Hayes' tears fell. Mephistopheles quietly wondered, will the demons return? Hayes didn't know. None of them did. But Elric had already chosen his path. He was preparing for the north. Whatever destiny awaited him there, he would face it head on. He would do what his grandfather once did. So the family would not vanish. So the world would be purified. So every land, every corner of the continent, would shine like the stars. A tear slipped down Hayes' cheek. She smiled softly. "Don't leave without saying a word again." Mephistopheles stood silently behind them. Honestly, he wanted her to hit Elric one more time. People really did get sentimental over the smallest things. 3 months ago, night, a masked man stood with a sealed box marked by red wings. Inside was a statue. "In the name of the resurrection of Master Azazel." The masked man whispered. Daylight. A bird soared through a cloudless sky. Elric sat on a rock, 3 months younger, training. The bird dove straight toward him. He wore a blindfold. Then, one eye lit up beneath it. He lifted his hand. The bird landed gently on his palm. Tins watched from beside him, impressed. "I didn't think you'd reach perfection this quickly." Augustine stepped forward. They attacked Elric together, testing him. Elric countered with one hand, touching Augustine's chest lightly. Augustine froze. "So you've mastered the sense of evil completely." Tins nodded. "Then it's time. You need real battles now." Elric sat down and grinned. Tins and Augustine stood proudly before him. "I've learned a lot from you," Elric said. "Will you bring souvenirs when you return?" Tins teased. Mephistopheles added, "Try not to meet me again too soon." Elric smiled. Augustine and Tins exchanged glances. "It's strange hearing that," Augustine said. "Back then, we were young." Tins chuckled. "And the 3 of us wandered the whole continent together." Tins stretched his arms behind his head and asked with a grin, "Wouldn't it be more fun if our unfortunate little student comes crawling back soon?" Augustine snorted. "We are not old men yet. And that bastard didn't leave us. He abandoned his mentors just to go sightseeing in the north." Elric, without a hint of guilt, had already transferred excavation rights for the nest to Tasha. She was practically vibrating from excitement, murmuring about ancient dragon secrets. He also gained one more debt. The lady who promised to contact him seemed to have completely forgotten him. Far away, Herman stood among corpses, sword in hand, disappointment in his eyes. "You rush too much," someone told him. Another added, "Everyone knows. If you side with the Melvingers, your downfall comes instantly." Yet the soldiers began praising his niece, half seriously mocking her cleverness. Isabel and the boy stood quietly before him. Herman exhaled heavily. "We're going to the Duke of the Shining Star." The faces of those around him instantly twisted in fear. In another part of the city, 2 men walked past a row of houses. "Why didn't Paul become a blue lion?" one asked. The other shrugged. "With his sickness, getting rid of him should have been easy. But we need to put Paul back as head of the house." Quickly, as they walked, one man's eye shifted, half black, half red. He whispered, "If Paul accepts the position, then his body and power will be used for Lord Azazel." Birds circled overhead as the evening sky dimmed. At the edge of the city, a carriage waited. Elric stood there, deeply disappointed. He had wanted to go north alone, quietly, peacefully. Instead, a coachman climbed onto the seat. Mephistopheles' face darkened instantly. He hated the idea. Sean climbed in as well. Elric's expression soured. And then, on the left side, "Brother," Hayes said, crossing her legs calmly, "don't you want to travel with me?" Across from Elric sat Augustine and Tins. Augustine tapped his cane. "During this journey, Elric, you will learn proper manners." Mephistopheles groaned. "With all these people, the trip will be torture." Elric forced a smile. "Looks like a family outing." Hayes thanked the teachers for looking after her brother. Sean stared blankly out the window. The white tiger yawned loudly. Tins laughed. Augustine stared ahead with a stern expression. Elric sat stiffly, eyes dead, regretting every decision leading to this moment. When evening finally fell, the carriage rolled out of the city. Meanwhile, Guy sat comfortably in his chair, sipping tea with his secretary beside him. He placed his cup down, eyes narrowing. "So, they're heading north." Dean, standing beside him, confirmed it. Guy leaned back. "Do you have good news for me, Patriarch?" Patriarch hesitated. Guy didn't wait for an answer. He walked to the window, motioning for his secretary to join him. "Look, over there." Patriarch followed his gaze. A carriage drawn by horses glided down the road, carrying Elric and everything that would soon reshape the North. Outside the carriage window, the strangest combination of people imaginable rode together. A duke's heir, two ancient monsters posing as mentors, a deadly sister, a demon, and a tiger. Hay sat gracefully in her chair and pointed at Sean. "Behave properly in front of your elders," she said, using him as an example for Elric. Elric responded with his usual cold indifference, brushing her off. Hayes' smile sharpened. She turned to Tins and Augustine. "Gentlemen, shall we teach my brother some manners?" Tins and Augustine exchanged a delighted look. "Please," they said, "don't mind us. Teach him well." Hayes bowed politely. "Thank you for the opportunity." Elric immediately panicked. No, wait, Hayes, stop." But his sister stood up, raised her hammer, and slammed it against the back of his chair. "Out," she commanded. Elric froze. He tried desperately to calm her down, but Hayes pulled out her weapon, pointing the hammer at him. "You said something about manners, didn't you?" She grabbed him by the ear and dragged him toward the door. OW. "Hayes, stop. Let go." Elric screamed. Mephistopheles watched the scene, stunned. He clutched his chest as blue energy glowed around him. "To think I'd lived long enough to witness this," he whispered in delight. The demon was enjoying the show far more than he should. Daylight filtered through the trees as the carriage rolled along a quiet forest road. Then Carl, the coachman, tensed. He reined the horses to a full stop. Elric leaned out. "What's wrong?" But then he saw it. 3 thugs blocking the path. These weren't ordinary bandits. Their expressions were wild, hungry. One of them licked a knife. "You must be fearless to cross my territory," the ogre-like man growled. Another stepped forward, pulling out his blade. "Hand over all your jewels and goods." Carl and Elric stared blankly. The old thug blinked. "Why aren't you panicking?" He raised his knife again and charged the carriage. "Did you not hear me? Give me everything, or I spill blood." Elric sighed, opened the carriage door, and started descending, irritated beyond belief. A strong hand pulled him back. "Leave them to me," Tins said. He stepped forward, his massive white tiger padding behind him like a living mountain. The thugs' faces drained of color. A 3-meter-tall tiger stood glaring at them. Tins spread his arms proudly. "Behold, student, the reason they call me the King of Beasts." But then, a voice behind Tins muttered something. Mana surged. A massive block of ice materialized out of thin air and dropped directly toward Tins' head. From beneath the standoff between both sides, the earth trembled, forcing everyone to freeze. The thugs hit the ground instantly, too scared to even lift their heads. Tins turned to Elric, shocked, and asked if he really needed to unleash his tiger for this. Elric simply shook his head. No, there was no need for a bloodbath. He stepped forward and looked at the thugs, his voice calm but sharp. "These aren't bandits," he said. "They're just starving villagers." The oldest man collapsed to his knees, trembling as he begged for mercy. His companions followed him, voices cracking as they pleaded not to be killed. Elric narrowed his eyes. "If you were just ordinary villagers, tell me, what would you have done if we hadn't fought back?" Guilt washed over their faces. The old man lowered his head further, admitting the truth, shocking even his own partners. He begged Elric to punish him alone, saying it was his idea. But the younger men jumped in, insisting they were all to blame, that they only turned to robbery because their village was dying. Elric didn't answer immediately. Instead, he told them all to get up. "Let's see if your words are true." The sky hung heavy with clouds as Elric and his group followed the shaken villagers back home. Their once green farmlands were now gray and dead. The headman explained how years of drought wiped out the crops, killed the animals, and destroyed their hope. The next nearest village was too far. Starvation had already taken too many lives. He clutched his face, barely holding back tears as he blamed himself for their ruin. Augustine sighed and whispered to Elric, "Show them mercy. They haven't actually committed a crime." Elric watched the villagers for a long second. Aristocrats, protectors of the weak, that duty was on him too. Finally he nodded. "They're not guilty." The headman dropped to the ground again, bowing so hard his voice cracked as he thanked Elric with everything he had. Elric awkwardly scratched his cheek, not used to people treating him like a savior. But while the villagers were crying in relief, Mephistopheles wasn't relaxed at all. He kept pacing, eyes darting across the fields. Elric frowned. "What's wrong with you now?" "There's demonic energy," Mephistopheles muttered. "Weak, but coming from those fields." Elric, expression darkened. A faint smoke drifted across the horizon, and a huge shadow flickered behind the haze. The sky was clear, yet the land itself felt suffocated. They walked deeper into the dried fields, nothing but cracks, dust, and circling crows. Augustine swallowed hard. "Elric, you're sure the energy is coming from here, right?" The old man blinked in confusion. He hadn't sensed anything at all. Elric exhaled sharply. "They're here." Mephistopheles crouched low, eyes narrowing. "The source is underground, buried deep." He shot Elric a glare. "And remember our deal. All demonic energy belongs to me." Elric clicked his tongue but nodded. "Fine, we'll dig it up." He raised his voice. "Everyone, back away. Stay at a safe distance." A slash of mana tore across the ground like lightning. A moment later, something massive jolted beneath the soil and crashed upward, splitting the earth with a violent crack. The headman stumbled backward, staring wide-eyed. "A miracle," he whispered. Elric leaped off the ledge where the others stood, landing in the dust with perfect balance. He walked straight toward the new crater as Mona, spinning like a drill, unearthed a large, ancient-looking box. Augustine climbed down after him. "So, did we find anything?" Elric tilted the box slightly. "You tell me." The moment he opened it, corrupted energy exploded out, thick and suffocating. Elric and Mephistopheles exchanged looks. They both recognized this pressure. Something big, something dangerous. Augustine froze mid-step. The demonic aura poured over them like smoke. Inside the box crouched a tiny creature. Goat's head, leathery wings, twisted little body. Its eyes glowed with hunger. Mephistopheles growled. "What are you doing here?" He didn't need an answer. This wasn't just any demon. "The great demon god has 4 servants," Elric said quietly, watching the creature tremble. Mephistopheles recited them with irritation. "Est originale peccatum, Mephistopheles. Finus, Shaitan. Fornications, Lilith. And the tyrant. Insaner. Azazel. Azazel. The one whose armies dwarfed all others. The demon whose thirst for the human world had once turned entire cities into ruins." Elric lifted the totem, found inside the box. Strange markings coiled along its surface. Mephistopheles scowled. "That's Azazel's sacrificial totem. Humans were killed with that." Elric raised a brow. "Sacrifices like the ones happening in this village." Mephistopheles folded his arms, thinking, "Yes, exactly that." Elric's jaw tightened. If Azazel's followers were moving again, what were they planning? Why hide in the human world after 30 years of silence? Before he could think further, Mephistopheles snapped, "Boy, hurry and detect the remaining demonic traces. Don't forget." Augustine's expression hardened. If a demon destroyed 30 years ago is still appearing, then this is a terrible omen. He stepped forward. "This needs to be reported. Immediately." Mephistopheles snorted coldly, but didn't argue. Elric nodded in agreement. The demon, however, stomped forward. "Good. Then give me the energy. Now." Elric waved him back. Absorbing this thing here, right now, would be reckless. And honestly, idiotic. Mephistopheles' face twisted in rage. "You." Elric stepped closer. "Teach me how to use the seal magic. Then maybe I'll have a way to deal with this." No, Mephistopheles shut it down instantly. Augustine lifted the box and handed it to Sean. "Get this to headquarters. At once." Mephistopheles hovered behind Elric, still begging and whining for the demonic energy like a starved beast. Elric tried once more, asking Mephistopheles to teach him anything. Anything except seal control, but the demon refused, grumbling with irritation. Meanwhile, Augustine carefully handed the box to Sean, ordering him to deliver it as fast as possible. But before Sean could take 3 steps, something shifted behind them. A presence. Cold. Demonic. It slipped around Elric back like a shadow given life. Augustine barely had time to gasp before the creature lunged, snatching the box straight from his hands. A dragon-shaped demon burst into the open, wings of black mist unfurling as it carried the box farther and farther away, its body twisting between the trees. Mephistopheles shrieked, voice cracking in pure desperation. "My energy. Bring it back." Augustine held his head. What was that?" Elric lowered his gaze, frustration clear on his face. "That was you, a sealed demon. Looks like he wants revenge." Mephistopheles continued screaming behind them like a banshee, but Elric ignored him. "We don't have time for this. One small totem wouldn't cause all these problems. There's more hidden in this village. We keep searching." Meanwhile, underground, 2 candles flickered against rough, stone walls deep beneath the earth. A secret chamber. A statue of Azazel looming over cloaked followers. Men and women knelt before the stone figure, whispering prayers soaked in malice. One of the robed men, dressed in a crisp suit, stiffened. Someone beside him asked, "What's wrong?" "The ritual, it was disrupted," he said slowly. "An unbeliever interfered with the Great One's will." Anger erupted immediately. "Blasphemer. Heretic." They hissed the words like curses. The high priest lifted both arms, eyes burning with devotion. "O great Azazel, calm your fury. Grant us permission to punish the infidels who dare stand in your way." The chamber echoed with their chants. "The demon gods shall rise again. These lands will kneel." The priest turned sharply. "You, deliver a message to Judas. If he goes north, he must meet Kaya and begin the ritual of revival." The cultist bowed and vanished into the shadows. Nightfall. By the lakeshore. The dark sky rippled across the still water of a small lake. The group rested at the edge, weary from the chaos. Elric sat on the ground, staring at the water, lost in thought. "How? Did no one realize demons were behind this?" he murmured. Across the fields, the villagers cheered as water returned to the cracked earth. Their starvation, finally ending. By the well, A girl wept for the innocent lives taken by drought. Augustine placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. We've sent the evidence. The official who caused all this will be punished. The village chief clenched his fists. If I could, I'd cut that man's head off myself. But I have no right. Elric exhaled softly. Augustine was right. The demons here could no longer hide. Not from the authorities, and definitely not from him. But Elric's mind was already returning to his true purpose. The Flower Temple. The winter season quest. And after that, the demons. All of them. The village headman bowed deeply. You saved us. Thank you. Elric stretched out a hand with a calm smile. Take good care of your people. The wanderers turned toward their carriage, preparing to leave, when the old man suddenly yelled out. Wait, young man, your name. Elric turned, wind brushing his coat, eyes determined. Elric, he said proudly. Elric Melvinger. The instant Elric said his full name, a wave of shock rippled through the villagers. Elric Melvinger, a name whispered across the empire, a name of strength and fear. The chief stared at him with wide, trembling eyes, silently thanking the heavens for sending him, of all people. Soon after, the boys climbed back into the carriage and continued their journey. Inside the carriage, Hayes, Elric, and Sean sat across from Carl and Augustine, sharing a quiet moment, until the wheels suddenly screeched to a halt. Carl frowned. Elric, look at the road. Elric leaned out the window. Why do we stop? Then he saw them. A line of masked men stood in formation, blocking the entire road. The Imperial Family's Investigation Department. The Hunters of the Empire. Elric stepped out and approached the masked leader. What's your name? The man demanded. Elric clenched his jaw. He knew these people. Monsters who could kidnap, execute, or erase a person from existence the moment their superior pointed a finger. Their power rivaled even the Magic Tower and the House of the Great Lion. So their arrival wasn't surprising. After all, they were the ones who sent the report to headquarters. But something fell off to Elric. If the Emperor stood here, he wouldn't speak to Elric so casually. So who did these dogs think they were? Elric smiled, but it wasn't friendly. Well, isn't this interesting? He said brightly. But the uncertainty beneath it made the masked man pause. One of the bureaucrats barked angrily. Show respect when speaking to the Imperial Bureau. Elric leaned his shoulder against the carriage door. What's wrong with all of you? Murmur spread. The masked soldiers stiffened. Elric scanned their ranks and spoke coldly. You talk about respect, but look at you, running around like stray dogs on errands like this. Tell me. His eyes sharpened. Is there anyone here who respects themselves or their status? The entire road fell silent. The masked men froze, stunned by the insult. Elric didn't stop. Minor officials, daring to treat a duke with disrespect. He scoffed. Unbelievable. The commander, Patran, swallowed hard as realization hit him. They bowed. All of them. Patran cleared his throat. Are you a magician? Elric tilted his head. The chief turned to the masked man behind him, silently demanding help. But that subordinate flinched when Elric's gaze met his. Cornered, the man ripped off his mask and bowed deeply. My deepest apologies, Duke Melving. Patran followed immediately, apologizing over and over, his forehead nearly touching the dirt. Mephistopheles stood off to the side, grinning ear to ear. Watching Elric dominate these bureaucrats was one of his favorite pastimes. Elric flicked his coat. If this happens again, I'll report you to the House of Lords. The exposed subordinate choked out another apology. Patran watched him, stunned by how boldly Elric acted, but rank was rank. Patran was lower. He couldn't do anything. Then he felt a heavy gaze from above. Augustine stood on the carriage step, glaring down at him. You dare show disrespect to my student? The old man walked right up to Patran, eyes sharp as blades. I should be the one scolding you. Augustine stepped forward with the authority of a mountain, his voice cold as steel. If I weren't here today, none of you would still be standing. Your heads would have cooled on the ground long ago. Patron's face drained of color. Seeing Augustine, the most powerful mage of the tower, standing there in person left him stunned. And the realization hit him like a hammer. Elric was his student. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. But it was the truth staring him in the face. Patran swore silently. When I get back, I'm kicking the entire intelligence department out of my squad. Later, under the shade of the forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves as Elric and Patran sat at a small table, facing each other. Tension hung between them like a sword. Patran reintroduced himself again. Elric didn't bother hiding his confusion. So explain to me, Elric asked. Why did the Crown Prince send you personally? Patran inhaled sharply and forced a polite tone. Let's skip the nonsense and get straight to the point. Elric muttered something smug under his breath. Patran nearly exploded on the spot, but he kept his composure. He had to. We recently discovered traces of a group we've been searching for, he said. Elric leaned back. Which group? Grigori. The shock on Patron's face was priceless. Elric stared him dead in the eye. Did you forget which family I'm from? Through clenched teeth, Patran whispered the name. The Melvingers. Exactly. Every member of my family is a born enemy of demons. Patran forced himself to continue. In your report, Only one totem is mentioned. Where are the other 8? Elric answered without hesitation. We kept them. Patron's jaw clenched so hard he nearly cracked a tooth. According to Imperial Regulation Chapter 2.1, Patran snapped. All demonic artifacts must be surrendered as evidence. Elric smirked. In paragraph 1.8 of the possession law states that an individual may keep demonic objects for research, provided he has permission from the Administrative Bureau. He leaned forward. And I have permission. Patran stopped breathing for a moment. Elric raised an eyebrow. Strange, the Imperial Bureau didn't know. Shouldn't you be informed? Patran looked like someone had pulled the ground out from under him. Elric continued, his tone dripping with insult. So tell me, how did your researchers even learn the location of our totem? Patran gulped. That explanation does not sound official. It doesn't need to be, Elric replied coldly. Unless you want my family to expose our secrets. Patron's hands shook in rage. The boy was arrogant, untouchable, and worst of all, he could do nothing about it. Elric dusted his gloves. I've answered everything. Can we go now? Patran stood, stiff with anger, and forced a farewell before marching to his carriage. Elric watched the Imperial vehicle roll away, eyes narrowed, mentally dismissing them. Behind him, Sean grinned in disbelief. Bro, you act like you're immortal. Talking to those people like that. Elric shrugged. Hayes crossed her arms and smiled proudly. You did well. Without your intervention, this would have gotten much worse. Tins folded his arms and frowned. So, we're just going to let Patron's arrogant behavior slide. Elric shook his head immediately. Of course not. That won't remain unpunished. His eyes narrowed with irritation. I hate endings like this. If I get even the slightest chance, I'll flip those negotiations on their heads. Augustine covered his face in embarrassment, sighing at his student's personality. But Elric continued, voice firm. We need to report Patron's disrespect to his superior. He was fuming, pacing, clenching his jaw, but when he noticed Augustine's disappointed stare, he finally stopped and went quiet, thinking deeply. Elsewhere, pitch black night. Leaves drifted down as the forest road stretched into darkness. Patran knelt on one knee before a young man, wearing a ring glowing with imperial energy. Crown Prince Nan. Raise your head, the prince said calmly. Patran lifted his gaze, trembling. Nan's ring shimmered like starlight as he spoke. The fault lies with me alone. Patran gasped as the prince revealed his identity. A bat hung from a branch above them, its glowing eyes transmitting everything to Elric far away. Elric, in bat form, listened silently. Nan continued, I'm Crown Prince Nan, and it is I who underestimated Elric Melvinger, forcing that innocent boy to be shamed by our failure. Patran shook his head desperately. Your Highness, please. No, Nan's voice sharpened. If my incompetence puts my subordinates in danger, then I am unfit to command. Patran choked on his breath. He had never heard a prince apologize like this. The first priority, Nan continued, is to destroy the remaining demons. Patran bowed deeply. Yes, Your Highness. Then step closer. And tell me, what became of Gregory's puppet? Patran swallowed hard. The Gregory group, they're not human, Your Highness. Their hatred revolves around demonic totems. Their mission is tied to Azazel's legacy. And to win the war for the throne, Patran continued, we must crush all demons. Nan nodded, satisfied. No mistakes. Not anymore. Patran accepted the order with a trembling voice, then turned toward his carriage. His ward watched him leave with troubled eyes. He whispered under his breath. His Highness still can't forget his former fiancée, Isabel. He left her behind because of throne politics. The boy shook his head, but he secretly went to see her again, wearing a mask. That should have given him peace. But because of Elric, he had to beg his master for forgiveness again. Then he sighed heavily, voice dropping to a whisper. His Highness leads the Empire like a son of destiny. He shouldn't associate with a madman like Elric Melvinger. It could ruin him. He needs to get rid of that boy. From the branch above, Elric, in his bat form, heard every word, every secret, every intention. His eyes gleamed. Patran straightened up and addressed his masked subordinates. This is demon territory. Prepare yourselves. He raised his voice, resonant with authority. Burn everything in our path. Leave not a single blade of grass. A thunderous explosion erupted across Viscount Garrett's territory, sending flames roaring into the sky. Elric, Hayes, and Sean stood at the very edge of a high cliff, the raging flames below lighting their faces. They watched the chaos with pure excitement glittering in their eyes. Then, without hesitation, they jumped. The three of them shot downward like falling stars. As they descended, Elric sent the bat even farther ahead, ordering it to keep following the Inspector Bureau. He hadn't expected to overhear this much valuable information tonight. Elric grinned. The Crown Prince himself, hiding behind a mask and spying on me? Cute. But the real treasure is that secret shelter location. Below them, the Inspector Bureau tore through demons, blood spraying across the burning ruins. Elric smirked wickedly. Perfect. Let them fight. When they're busy drowning in demon blood, We'll raid their burning house. He imagined it clearly. While the agents battle for their lives, he and the others would slip into the mansion, steal the remaining totem, and vanish. Their teachers would clear a retreat path afterward. Elric pulled out an agent mask from inside his coat. The three of them slipped the masks on, exhaling as their identities vanished behind white steel. In the distance, the mansion was collapsing, its frame glowing with fire, exposing the pathway to the storage room. The timing was perfect. They ran, because once the agents reached that burning building, they would flood every corner. So Elric, Hayes, and Sean had to get in and out before that happened. Sean looked around between steps, panting. Okay, I get it. Let's just move. Elric sprinted ahead, suddenly changing direction. He gathered mana into his palm, the air humming around him. Cut. Hundreds of energy arrows launched forward, obliterating the stone wall in an explosive burst. Nearby townspeople gasped. The Inspector Bureau is here. They've broken through the wall. Elric, eyes sharpened. He whispered to Sean, keep watch. Then he unleashed another volley of arrows, this time toward the witnesses. The arrows slashed past them, throwing dust and debris into their faces. Confusion spread like wildfire. Panic, not clarity. Good. That's exactly what Elric wanted. But then something massive moved inside the burning rubble. A giant shadow tore through the flames. A creature climbed out, wings spreading wide. A demon with dragon wings, snarling as it realized exactly who was responsible. Elric narrowed his eyes. He didn't even flinch. The teachers will protect the civilians. We just fight. The demon dropped to all fours and charged at them. Elric, Hayes, and Sean sprinted straight into the attack. Sean was the first to strike, blasting the demon with a wind-filled mana slash that tore across its stomach, leaving deep wounds. More demons rose into the sky behind it, swooping down toward the trio and the remaining townspeople. Hayes tightened her grip on her hammer. Stay out of my way. She bent her knees and launched herself into the sky. The hammer glowed. An energy trail burned behind her like a comet. She brought the weapon down with one devastating strike. Boom! The demon's head shattered. Its body crumpled like wet cloth. Elric and Sean froze, stunned. Hayes! Sean whispered. Hayes blew a strand of hair off her face. I'll handle these pests. You two, get out of here. Far in the distance, someone screamed for her to stop, but Hayes didn't listen. She charged forward again. Elric sprinted across the burning rooftop, the sound of cracking tiles echoing behind him. Inside the mansion's storage room, several demons stood hunched over a strange object, whispering nervously. Careful, one demon warned the others. Even the Inspector Bureau will take time to locate this place. Another demon glanced toward a hidden corner, eyeing the secret passage connected to the holy relic. If those idiots keep wandering, he muttered, we can just slip out through the relic exit. Mana pulsed across the floor. A faint vibration, a creak above them. The demon froze. He slowly raised his head towards the ceiling. Crash! A massive stone slab dropped directly onto his skull, splitting him open. Blood splattered across the entire room. Through the shattered ceiling, Elric descended like a meteor, landing amidst the flames. He straightened up, dusted off his coat, and looked at the stunned demons with a smirk. Evening. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. The demons faltered, fear gripping their faces. This speed, this brutality, they never even imagined someone could get here this fast. Mana spiraled around Elric, swirling like a storm. He cracked his knuckles. What a solid buffet we've got here. Elsewhere, inside the burning mansion, a table vibrated. The flames roared outside. Viscount Garrett shot up from his chair. The inspector's office found the underground storage already. His subordinate panicked. We need to escape, my lord. But Garrett clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Impossible. Only my inner circle knew about the vault. How did they find it? Fire flared behind him, scorching the walls. Was there a spy among us? Before anyone could answer, boom, the floor exploded. Stones scattered everywhere. A man lay unconscious, charred debris around him. And then Patran stepped into the light, calm and sharp-eyed. So, he said, you're Viscount Garrett? Everyone in suits snapped their heads toward him. Beside Patran, a winged creature emerged from the shadows, dark energy rising from its body. Patran narrowed his eyes. Kaya. The blonde swordsman behind him gripped his weapon, eyes burning. So you've been running from us like a cowardly rat all this time, he said coldly. But we finally caught you. Kaya bared his fangs. So, Patran sent a spy, and even found my private vault? Funny. Remind me. His voice rose in a sneer. Who's the rat now? Patran stabbed his sword forward. What nonsense are you spewing? The vault. But Kaya launched himself, long nail-like claws slicing through the air. He smiled, cruel and twisted. If you want answers, maybe I'll give them, after you've tortured me and ripped off all my limbs. Patran raised his blade. By authority of the imperial family, I sentence the traitor Kaya to death. The execution begins now. He bent one knee. Kaya spread his wings. Both warriors launched forward. Boom. A colossal explosion tore through the entire building. Outside, the masked agents snapped their heads toward the blast, weapons raised. The war inside had begun. The bodies of the winged monsters were scattered around the courtyard, still twitching as the heat of the flames scorched them. A masked agent looked at Elric, voice shaking. "W, what did you do this time?" Before Elric could answer, another masked girl stiffened. Sweat rolled down her cheek. Because Elric had casually called her sister, she nearly fainted on the spot. Suddenly, boom! A man flew through the open gate like a torpedo, crashing into the dirt. Two figures strode out behind him, a blonde swordsman, and a red-haired fighter with burning eyes. The red-haired one barked. "It has to be done now." Hayes gripped her hammer with both hands, green eyes blazing. Elric asked casually, "How can you be laughing at a time like this?" Hayes spun the hammer over her head like a storm. "I don't have time to be nervous." She pulled one hand back and hurled the hammer. Crash! It tore through the building's pillars. Explosion. The entire mansion shuddered. The winged demons panicked. "The mansion is collapsing. Run!" They sprinted in all directions. The red-haired man ran after the blonde swordsman, shouting, "To the teachers! Go, go!" People who had been hiding in fear now ran toward safety. Two silhouettes appeared ahead. The red-haired man gasped. "That's the teachers." One man crossed his arms calmly. "I never thought I'd see the day my own student would ask me for this." The older man beside him smirked. "Oh, come on. You said yourself it'd be fun to play hero and mess with the inspection bureau." They walked up the stairs, unbothered by the flames. "So, apprentice," the teacher asked Elric, "what now?" "The civilians are evacuated." Elric placed a hand on the scorched door. KRA boom. The explosion behind him lit the sky orange. "We're leaving," he said calmly. Outside, sunlight over ruins. The mansion had fully collapsed. Dust filled the air. Patran stood before the rubble, rage twisting his face. That insane Kaya. He tried to bury everyone alive. Agents gathered behind him, shaken. One of them saluted. "Captain, we found it. The storage facility." Patran clenched his fists and followed them. They stood before a wooden structure, silent, intact despite the destruction. Patron's thoughts burned hotter than the fire around them. Everything went wrong. But if I present evidence of the demons to His Highness, he'll secure the throne. And I'll become the head of the Inspector Bureau. His lips curled. And if I find traces linking Elric to this incident, I can destroy the Melvinger family completely. Two agents called out. "Captain, look at this." Patron walked over, heart pounding. They stood in front of the storage door. It was empty. Completely empty. What is this?" Patron shouted. "Captain, the demons didn't take anything," the agent said nervously. We don't know what happened." Patron's face twisted. Kai's mocking expression flashed in his mind. The blonde clenched his teeth, fury rising. Someone had gotten here first. And Patron finally understood exactly who that someone was. Patron's thoughts spun. How? How is this possible? Kai didn't even know the inspector's office would show up today. He thought the bureau had sent a spy to him. So how could the storage be emptied before anyone arrived? Patron's eyes widened. Men in black suits surrounded him as the realization finally struck. It all fits now. An agent stepped forward, voice trembling. "Captain, we believe there's a demon spy inside the inspection bureau." Patron's brow twitched. The blonde swordsman, watching from afar, slowly smiled. Wide, almost laughing. Inside a safe house far from the ruins, the trio lounged on couches, catching their breath. Hayes raised an eyebrow. "What's so funny?" The blonde waved it off. "I just imagine the look on those bureau agents' faces when they opened that storage room and saw absolutely nothing." Augustine burst out laughing. "Well, that settles it. They messed with the wrong person. This is my student, after all." From the shadows, Mephistopheles materialized beside Elric. "You still holding a grudge?" Elric asked, mildly annoyed. Elric closed his eyes, letting demonic energy surge through him before releasing it toward the demon. "I absorbed the demonic energy and passed it to you. Since when did the great demon king become so petty?" Mephistopheles clenched his fists, shaking with irritation. Elric smirked. "I could teach you how to use your seal properly, you know." Mephistopheles froze. He remembered Elric holding the glowing ingots earlier, asking casually, "How many of these do you want?" They stood surrounded by demons frozen in midair. Elric raised his hand. The ingots glowed gold, then turned crimson as he activated his absorption skill. Mephistopheles nearly cried with joy. Yes, finally, real demonic energy. And the taste, magnificent. Then, it all vanished from his grasp. Mephistopheles howled. "Why did you take it back?" Elric shrugged. "We've known each other long enough. When you take something, you give something. Balance, right?" The blonde swordsman leaned back, amused. "In that case, give me the seal of original sin, and I'll return the remaining energy." Mephistopheles bared his fangs, furious. Elric ignored the tantrum. He lowered his eyes to his hand, remembering the words. To use a seal, you must be worthy of it. To be worthy, you must understand it. He visualized the blue seal, etched into his skin. If he wanted to master original sin, He needed a lower-rank seal of the same lineage first. But there was a problem. Mephistopheles never cared about rank below him. He didn't remember anyone beneath him in hierarchy. All Elric had was the faint drawing of a wolf-shaped symbol. His only clue. Suddenly, whoosh, a black aura surged near Elric. He turned toward the window. A man was walking across the ground below, his entire body wrapped in swirling dark energy. And he was coming straight toward them. A man with long, unkempt hair stood beside the carriage, his back turned, his aura cold enough to freeze the air. The mustached Riven swallowed hard, unable to speak. Kaya's red eyes narrowed. So, the thieves had been caught. Deep in the forest. Branches snapped. Someone sprinted through the trees. A creature with long ears halted, frowning. Patran, he growled, recognizing the scent instantly. His feet dug into the ground, claws carving deep marks. I'm not backing down. Kaya soared above the treetops, fury boiling in his veins. The relic. He could smell it. A scent only he could recognize. A purple seal shimmered across his skin as he calculated. Absorb the totem, strengthen the scent seal. Then I'll shred every last one of them to pieces. His red eyes glowed with murderous intent. Back at the carriage, Augustine crossed his arms as the dark aura thickened across the field. Demons walking around in broad daylight. Looks like this one's furious. Hayes jumped down beside him, hammer in hand. I'll check it out. Augustine didn't even look at her. Sit down. Don't interfere. She turned her head sharply. What's that supposed to mean? That the one who sent the invitation, Augustine said calmly, is here to meet Elric, and he should face him alone. Elric examined the relic in his hand, the faint markings glinting. He came because we didn't take everything. Hayes huffed. I wasn't talking about the seal. Elric smiled. And it would be rude to reject an invitation when the table is already set. A shadow over the carriage. Black aura swirled above the vehicle. Someone whispered. An aristocrat's carriage without guards. The long-haired man stood silently, back toward Kaya, as if mocking him. Kaya's eyes twitched. These fools think they can deceive me. With such a pathetic trick. His grin spread wide. I'll take back the totem. No matter what. A voice echoed from the darkness. So you did come. Kaya spun. A masked figure stood at the front of the carriage, holding out an object. Is this what you're looking for? The masked boy walked toward Kaya. The demon's wings tensed. Who are you? The boy touched the mask, and slowly lifted it. Behind it, Elric smiled. Kaya's expression twisted. That mask. It's hastily made you. His eyes widened. An ominous entity appeared behind him. Elric tricked us. Kaya lunged forward, screaming. I'll rip you apart. Mephisto appeared above Elric, arms folded. You sure you want to provoke him? Even with one arm gone, Kaya still has a powerful seal. Kaya swung his remaining arm, claws bright with demonic energy. Die. Elric twisted out of the way effortlessly. I didn't want to see. He landed lightly on the ground, flames spiraling around him. How much stronger I've become. Fire roared around his feet. The last time they met, Elric had made a promise to himself, and he spoke it again. I decided I'll destroy every demon. No exceptions. He clenched his fist. Golden crystals formed in front of him, glowing like miniature suns. Elric's golden crystals hovered around him, until a shadow flashed above. Kaya shot forward like a black arrow. Pierce. The word echoed in the air as Elric launched the crystals. They reflected in Kaya's burning red eyes. Kaya's arm lit with purple demonic energy. He sliced the crystals cleanly and charged. That's it. You think this pathetic power can stop me? Elric didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't even raise a guard. Kaya snarled. What kind of worthless mage lets his enemy get this close? Both raised their fists. Kaya with murderous intent. Elric with terrifying calm. This is your Yeti. Kaya roared. Their fists collided. Boom. The explosion shook the entire forest. Kaya skidded backward and hit the ground, gasping. How is he this strong? Smoke billowed around them. Through it, a dark silhouette slowly stepped forward. Elric. He looked at his hand. Veins bulged. Dark, corrupted, poisoned. Playing with death, he thought. Demonic poison seeped into his pores, turning his hand numb and burning at the same time. He closed his eyes. So, this is the seal's power. He clenched his jaw and made his decision. Freeze it. Slow the spread. Survive later. Ice crawled across his arm, sealing off the poison veins. Kaya saw it and grinned. Oh, you stopped the poison? Good. Let's see how long you last. The purple seal on Kaya's skin shimmered. He opened his mouth wide. How do you like this? He spread his wings and unleashed a poisonous windstorm. Elric saw the flash of sickly light, felt the toxin swirling toward him, and understood instantly. This crap is seeping into my body, and I can't freeze it by blocking it. His pupils narrowed, but I can redirect it. Ice burst across the ground. Snow spiraled up around him. Freeze. And turn. Elric thrust his hands forward. The storm twisted, spun, in reverse direction. A blinding blast lit up the battlefield. Kaya laughed. You fool. You think your own power can. He froze. Elric was gone. Wah. The The boy appeared behind him, breath steady. Bind. Chains of ice erupted upward, wrapping around Kaya's limbs, wings, torso, locking him in place. Kaya's eyes widened. W8. Elric raised one hand. Blue energy spiraled in his palm. No. His voice was calm. Cold. I'm not ruining my fun. Blue light surged. Power crackled. I haven't used this technique in a long time. He thrust his arm forward. SHHH cracked. The air split, and a spear of ancient ice slammed through Kaya's chest. The queen of the ice mountains. Kaya gagged, frozen in place, eyes shaking with unimaginable fear. How? You're just a human. How can you wield the queen's power? Elric stepped forward and placed his hand gently on Kaya's head. His shadow fell over the demon like a final judgment. Elric didn't even flinch. Ka spat out a question, but Elric simply opened his mouth and answered coldly. He didn't need to know anything. And in the next instant, his hand lit up. The absorption technique triggered. Ka's body collapsed at Elric's feet, lifeless, while the boy stood there staring ahead without a shred of emotion. Behind him, Nepho materialized out of the shadows, replaying Elric's earlier words in his mind. The vow to destroy every demon, no matter who they were, even while standing right in front of them. The demon chuckled darkly. They couldn't kill each other yet, sure, but Elric's message was obvious. Mephistopheles was on the hit list too. One day they would clash. The horned demon's grin stretched wide. Good. They were thinking the same thing. Elric looked down at Kaya's corpse. Then suddenly his expression twisted. A sharp pain tore through his chest, and he dropped to one knee. Voices shouted his name as people rushed toward him. But Elric already knew the cause. The poison. Too much of it had seeped in. The bandages around his hand glowed faintly, yellow energy wrapping around his body. Augustine knelt beside him, asking if he was all right. Elric exhaled slowly. Yeah, I feel better now. He raised his hand, studying it. But, are demons always this strong? The bearded instructor extended a hand, answering without hesitation. Yes, and that demon was weak. If your body hadn't already been damaged before you fought him, you would have lost. Elric stared blankly ahead. Augustine looked down at him, thinking the kid's confidence really had no limits. Elric raised his hand again, grinning. I still think I'd have won somehow. Augustine almost choked. Yet, deep down he admitted, Elric wasn't wrong. Even in that state, they still would have found a way to win. But then the instructor clicked his tongue. With a stern expression, he warned, that kind of arrogance will send you to an early grave one day. You need to learn restraint. Elric smirked. You say that, but your face doesn't match your lecture. Augustine turned red, then burst out laughing. That night, under a full moon, two men stood near the ruins of a collapsed building. What exactly did the captain want us to find here? One asked. No idea, the other replied. Just said we need to look for traces of a third person. They had been at it for days. No clues. Nothing. Until a hand burst straight through the first man's chest. Blood splattered across the second man's mask as he froze. A figure stepped out of the darkness, eyes glowing red. The surviving scout staggered back, trembling, trying to ask what happened here. But the killer grabbed him by the face, silencing him instantly. The scout's feet lifted off the ground, dangling helplessly as a cold voice echoed in his ear. Who is it? He gasped. Your voice is annoying, the stranger answered. I'll look into this myself. A glowing seal burned on the back of the cloaked man's hand. He gripped the scout's head and activated absorption. The man's hand began to smolder, the seal shining brighter and brighter as the skill devoured the victim's life. Far away, a dark-haired man closed his eyes, sensing the outcome. So, Kaya lost, he muttered. He pictured the winged demon Ka had fought. But there was something else, a third force. Someone who wasn't a demon and had no ties to the inspector's bureau. His memory flicked back to the people standing outside the empty storage chamber. And then, that cloaked man. The dark-haired boy's eyes sharpened. This is quite the unexpected surprise. A red flash burned across his pupils. The Crown Prince himself is involved. Inside an underground hall, worshippers knelt before a stone statue. The cloaked man, the Crown Prince, stepped forward, cutting through their chatter. That's enough. A man in a white coat bowed deeply and warned him. You must remember the wounds you suffered today, Your Highness, and reflect on exactly where your mistake began. Beside him, a blond man slammed his forehead into the ground. Why, yes, I'll reflect on it. Nan lifted his head, frustrated. A plan we prepared for years, crushed. What will Lord Patran do now? The blonde subordinate answered quietly. The report says Viscount Garrett wasn't the only follower of Gregory. Fortunately, our agents infiltrating other branches secured intel on their headquarters. Before the Crown Prince, another man knelt. The operation wasn't a total failure. There's still a chance to recover. Patran nodded slowly. You're right. But the Viscount's blunder was unforgivable, an embarrassment for the Fourth Bureau. Nan turned away. Clean this place up. Then moved to the meeting point. Suddenly, the Crown Prince froze. One of the masked men collapsed at his feet, screaming, Demon attack. Patran instantly drew his sword. Form a line. Protect His Highness. The massed troops clashed with demons pouring into the hall. Nan stood behind Patran, while the blonde boy shouted, "You fools! Shield the Crown Prince." A torrent of black energy shot forward, tearing through the stone floor. "Protect His Highness!" voices roared. The blonde boy glanced sideways, shocked by the demon's speed. Patran met the dark aura with a clean, flawless swing, slicing it apart. A dark-haired demon landed in front of him, smirking. Not bad for a human. Another demon flared its wings, rising into the air in fury. "How dare you!" The dark-haired demon stepped forward, raising a hand. Definite. Behind him, the Crown Prince lifted his sword. Every demon's gaze snapped toward the same direction, toward the boy and the Crown Prince standing together, ready for the next strike. The demons dove from the sky, shrieking, "The Crown Prince is down there." Patran stepped forward, blade raised, a red aura erupting around him. "I'll stop him. Get His Highness to safety, now." His killing intent blasted across the ruins as he growled, "I'll execute any traitor who dares lay a hand on the Empire's Crown Prince." The demon grinned, tongues slithering from grotesque mouths that formed around its body. Patran looks delicious. They clashed. A blinding flash. A thunderous explosion. The shockwave threw dust and debris across the battlefield as demons swarmed around the masked men. Nan turned away in disgust as the monsters cackled about bringing the prince's head to their messenger, taking the seal, and even wondering if the seal could be traded for spare limbs. Through the chaos, the young swordsman stepped forward. How dare insignificant creatures insult the future sovereign of the Empire? Blood sprayed across the ground as he cut down a demon. "I'll clear His Highness's path myself." Nan and the massed troops stared ahead as another demon lunged, laughing. "Hand the prince over. The seal will be mine." The Crown Prince tightened his grip on his sword. A mustached soldier roared, "Who dares block the path of the lion?" White rays burst outward, slicing through the winged demons. A pillar of holy light ignited the battlefield, burning the monsters to ash. Then, it appeared. A massive lion's head, made of pure brilliance, jaws open in a silent roar. A banner flapped behind it like a war cry made visible. The demon staggered back, clutching a severed limb. "TCH, lucky bastards." The young swordsman clenched his fist. "We're the Blue Lions." A rider thundered in on horseback as furious shouts echoed. "Blue Lions, advance." The bearded commander bellowed orders. "Destroy every last one of them." Two cloaked warriors carved through the demons like reapers, then stared forward in awe as someone screamed, "We're saved. The lions are here." Moonlight washed over Isabel's face as she stood among the troops, the old oak tree behind her glowing faintly. The battlefield settled. Soldiers formed ranks. The Crown Prince turned toward Patran. "We eliminated most of the demons, thanks to the lions," Patran reported. But their leader slipped away. Nin bowed his head, relief in his voice. "We're grateful, Your Highness." Herman stepped forward, lowering his head. "I'm glad you're safe. As a subject of the Empire, it is my duty to escort a member of the Imperial family to the palace. But now that the inspector's office is here, may I take my leave?" The prince nodded. "I have matters to attend to. You may go." Herman bowed deeply in gratitude. The Blue Lion captain looked ahead. "May we know where you're heading?" Herman turned his eyes toward Isabel, and she blushed. "I'm looking for Elric." Nan exhaled sharply, avoiding their gaze. Behind the prince, Isabel smiled shyly while her father stood beside her. Herman bowed one last time before leaving, and as the carriage rolled away, the girl's father whispered his farewell. Isabel's eyes sparkled, because the moment she heard the name Elric, her heart skipped. The carriage continued forward. Elric leaned out the window, and his jaw dropped. Stretching across the horizon was a colossal stone wall, vast, ancient, towering far beyond anything he imagined. "That's higher than the rumors," he breathed. His expression hardened. The flower temple was somewhere beyond that great wall. As they approached the gate, guard stepped forward. "Stop!" A soldier raised his hand. Carl tensed, whispering that they must be border guard troops. "We need to cross the border," he explained. The short-haired guard shook his head, apologetic but firm. "I'm sorry. That's impossible." Cut to the Great Wall. The carriage stood before a massive fortress gate. Again, the soldier bowed. "I'm truly sorry. Crossing is impossible at the moment." Elric stepped down from the carriage. "What happened?" The man recalled the chaos, fear flickering in his eyes. Monsters suddenly went berserk. Strange anomalies began appearing everywhere. The entire border guard is on maximum alert. Elric glanced toward the fortress and instantly felt it. An ominous energy lurking beyond the wall. He smirked. "That won't stop me." Turning to Carl, he ordered, "Show them the documents." Carl reached into his coat and walked forward, handing the guard a sealed scroll. The guard opened it and froze. "N.A.R. family. Melvinger." His face went pale. He bowed deeply and returned the letter. "My apologies. I did not recognize such distinguished people." Normally, not even a pass can override the lockdown. But in this case, we will grant an exception. He stepped aside, adding grimly, in return, please ascend to the highest watchtower you can find. If there's danger, go high. Elric narrowed his eyes. You're not sending help? The guard stiffened. No. If something happens, it will be easier for you to find your own troops. Elric stared, stunned by the blunt truth. A thunderous roar ripped through the air. A massive sandworm burst from the ground, screeching. Elric stepped forward, arm extended. Fall. The monster thrashed violently as he leapt aside. More roars erupted, several worms surfacing at once. He clicked his tongue. No end to these damn sandworms. Another worm lunged from behind. Elric spun, vaulting upward in a single explosive motion. Energy ignited around him, bright, raw, unstable. He grit his teeth. After fighting the demon earlier, he understood. He still couldn't fully control the new power coursing through him. But even so, he was ready to use every last drop of it. Elric landed beside the collapsing sandworm, dust swirling around him. If he collected more seals, his mana itself would eventually become the bottleneck. He wouldn't even be able to unleash their true power. That irritated him. He raised his hand. Appear. Another worm burst from the earth, only to crash helplessly down seconds later. Elric stared at the crater it left and clenched his jaw. He needed more than borrowed power, more than ancient seals, more than inherited magic. He needed a magic that belonged only to him, a path no one could mock, a strength so overwhelming that not a single soul would dare look down on him ever again. Footsteps approached. Are you done? One of the boys asked cautiously. Sean hugged himself, shivering violently. Why is it so cold? I've wrapped my whole body in mana already. Elric scanned the landscape with narrowed eyes. In theory, this region should have been scorching, like the heart of a desert. But winter winds cut through the air like knives. The anomalies the border guard mentioned. Is this what they meant? He looked down. Beneath their feet stretched endless black earth. This is the Black Snow Field, he muttered. Sean blinked. Black snow? Elric shook his head. It's just a name. The soil here is black year-round, rotten from poison. When the wind blows, it looks like a field of dark snow. He glanced at the worm's corpse. And the monsters here are so persistent that even Empire abandoned the idea of conquering this region. This entire forbidden zone is dangerous. So dangerous that even 8th Circle mages can die here. Sean swallowed hard. Are we really sure the Flower Temple is somewhere in this cursed wasteland? He pictured the fairy tales, peaceful gardens, friendly gods, gentle blossoms. This doesn't match the story at all, he whispered. Elric shoved Sean's arm off his shoulder. The temple exists. I verified it myself, from manuscripts preserved by both my family and the Imperial family. Augustine stepped forward. So, you know where it is? Elric shook his head slightly. Not exactly. Manuscripts alone aren't enough. He raised a finger. We need the beastmen who guard the temple. They're the only ones who can confirm the real location. Elric placed a hand over his chest. Augustine stroked his beard, frowning. Are you sure nothing will happen? Beastmen have held a grudge against humans for generations. Elric met his eyes without hesitation. We'll be fine. And if we're not, we'll find a way to defeat them. Augustine chuckled softly and stroked his beard again. I don't know what trump cards you're hiding, boy, but I'm looking forward to seeing them. He extended his hand toward the vast, endless terrain. In a place this enormous, how do you even plan to find the beastmen? Elric exhaled. I don't know yet. Mephistopheles crossed his arms silently, watching him, waiting for whatever came next. Mephistopheles folded his arms and suggested they look for maps or signs, anything. There's no way we can search this entire wasteland, he muttered. Elric nodded grimly. If only we had a compass. Before he could finish, Mephistopheles suddenly floated toward him. Elric, the ice crystal, it's shining. Elric quickly reached inside his shirt and pulled it out. Why now? Why is it glowing? He wondered. The crystal tore itself from his hand and floated into the air, bursting with bright light. Elric shielded his face with a frown. It's showing us the way. He looked up at the sky, the moonlight pouring over them. Then a smirk formed on his lips. Good. Now we know where to go. The night deepened. Moonlight blanketed the bleak land as their carriage rolled into a dense forest. Carl, stop, Elric said suddenly. The coachman pulled the reins. Sean blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Elric lifted the crystal. It stopped shining the moment we entered the forest. He scanned the lifeless trees, branches bare and skeletal. Then, a burst of light flickered deeper inside the woods. Elric and the others followed it, stepping through the silent forest floor. Do you see anything? Sean whispered. Ten's eyes glowed yellow. I'm looking through my familiar from above, but no, nothing. Elric clenched the crystal. It's clear now, he muttered. We should return to the carriage. Once we're out of the woods, it'll point the way again. But before they could turn back, a scream ripped through the forest. Elric and Sean froze, then bolted toward the sound. Branches whipped past as they sprinted, hearts pounding. There's something here, Elric growled. They behind trees. Ahead of them, a girl. Surrounded. Cornered by snarling monsters. Is she a beast man? Elric wondered. Mephistopheles squinted. Yeah, catgirl. The monsters roared and pounced. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, trembling. Anyone help me. Light exploded across the forest. She gasped. When she opened her eyes, the monsters were frozen solid, encased in jagged ice. Elric snapped his fingers. Wind ripped through the air, shattering the frozen beasts into shards. He walked up to her calmly. Are you okay? He asked. Her eyes widened. Elric grinned, raising a fist to his mouth. Surprised? If you're hurt, I can heal you. He offered his hand. Can you stand? But the girl slapped his hand away, fury igniting in her eyes. I don't need help from a human. Arrows drew tight all around them. Beastmen emerged, bows raised, surrounding Elric and his group. The catgirl frowned sharply. You foolish humans, surrender now, or die where you stand. An archer high in the trees aimed down. Sean swallowed hard, eyes locked on the arrow pointed straight at them. Hay stared at Elric, mind racing. What is he planning now? But then, a smile slid across Elric's face. He slowly raised both hands above his head. I surrender. His entire team stood there completely relaxed, not a hint of fear on their faces. Elric lifted his hands higher, palms open. Mephistopheles smirked. You never stop surprising me. Earlier, Elric hid behind a tree, watching the trembling catgirl. But he didn't look concerned. He grinned. Such an obvious bait. Green light flashed across his eyes. In that instant, he spotted them. Beastmen warriors surrounding the trees, waiting to ambush. Augustine whispered, What do you plan to do? Elric chuckled quietly. Simple. We play by their rules. A satisfied look spread across his face. We'll let them capture us and lead us straight to their lair. Anthropos, the kingdom of beastmen. The carriage rattled down the narrow street. Beastmen lined both sides, glaring as the horses clopped forward. Inside the carriage, Mephistopheles leaned toward Elric. Was it really necessary to take things this far? Elric smirked, utterly pleased with himself. To execute the perfect deception, anything is worth it. Outside, the beastmen snapped at the soldiers escorting the carriage. Why did you bring the humans here? What are you thinking? Elric watched them with calm eyes. I expected anger, but this is beyond anything I imagined. Mephistopheles sighed. Humans stole their lands and forced them here. That hatred doesn't fade in a few generations. Elric narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The carriage stopped. The catgirl stepped forward, the same one from the forest. She planted herself in front of them proudly. My name's Irina. I am the commander of the Beastmen Guard. Her gaze swept over Elric's group. If you value your lives, behave with respect. Elric's expression hardened. Irina pointed toward the towering castle in the distance. The king will interrogate you. She led them inside. Elric followed with arms crossed, footsteps steady. Mephistopheles leaned close. You definitely have something in mind. Why walk willingly into the heart of the enemy's kingdom unless... Elric smiled. I do. And trust me, the beastmen won't refuse my request. Beastmen filled the halls, glaring and whispering, their hostility sharp as blades. Elric walked through them unfazed. He finally spoke, voice low and confident. I possess the power your people have long coveted. He raised a hand. The power of the tiger. He began explaining the ancient martial art of the Tiger King. The body-forging technique once wielded by the monarch who ruled all beastmen. That clan had reigned for generations, until they vanished, their martial art fading with them. But now, a forgotten royal technique had resurfaced. The technique that once embodied a king's authority. Elric smirked, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he asked. So, tell me. He stepped forward, aura rising like a tiger waking from its slumber. Are you ready to hear what I have to offer? Elric tilted his head, eyeing Mephistopheles. If you knew how valuable this is to them. Mephistopheles smirked back. Oh, I can tell. You look way too happy about selling something that rare for a good price. Irina dropped to one knee before the throne. Your Majesty, I have brought the intruders. The great king of the beastmen sat perched high upon his throne, claws protruding from his furred paws, eyes burning with authority. You've done well, he rumbled. Then his gaze snapped toward Elric's group. What business do humans have in my territory? His voice boomed, sharp, furious. If you dare lie to me. Elric blinked, staring. This is the ruler of the beastmen. The Tiger King? The king leaned forward. You will not be leaving this place alive. Elric's jaw twitched. Is he a toddler? Hayes flushed in embarrassment. Mephistopheles folded his arms, smiling way too widely. The Tiger King is a little kid, he declared. Well, Elric, your plan is dead. Elric groaned internally. Sure, having a young ruler might help. But his age was a problem. Still, Elric stepped forward. We should at least try. If it doesn't work, we run. He lifted his chin. Are you really the king? Instantly, the furious beastman beside the throne roared. How dare you question our great? Elric calmly pressed a finger into his ear. Can someone shut him up? The king's eyes flared bright red. You dare disobey my order. He snapped at the shouting beast man. The man froze, trembling. From atop the throne, the young king glared down. Human, speak. Do you have anything worth saying? Elric smirked. He thinks I'm just a child in front of him. But that aura, yes. Tiger blood truly runs in his veins. Convincing him may not be so hard after all. Elric stepped forward with a slow, confident smile. Tell me, your majesty, have you ever heard of the art of body development? The king's eyes widened, stunned. Elric lifted a finger. If I were to sell such a technique, how much would your kingdom offer? The hall erupted. How dare a filthy human mention that sacred art? Kill him. Blasphemy. The king raised his hand. Silence. The crowd quieted instantly. Elric exhaled and flexed his arms. The shackle shattered. You're all too noisy. Beast men surged inward, surrounding the king protectively as guards closed around Elric's group. Augustine broke his own shackles with ease and stepped beside him. This could get troublesome. Need help? Elric shook his head. I can handle this. Yellow energy began crackling across his body. If they want proof, I'll show them real Tiger King technique. The king pointed at him sharply. Guards, seize the criminal. Sean blinked in shock. Ah, so this is why you were quiet the whole time. Dozens of beastmen roared and charged at Elric's group, and Elric lowered his stance, aura flaring like a golden beast awakening. Hayes's eyes softened with dangerous affection. If Elric lays even a finger on that cute tiger boy, he's dead. Tens, on the other hand, was already excited. Oh, I love watching fights like this. The beastman warrior charged. Elric smiled, calm, fearless. He rushed in to meet them head-on. He slipped past a guard and swung his arm. Ferocious tiger phenomenon. Strike after strike blurred across the hall. Gasps erupted. How does a human know that technique? The king slammed a paw against his throne. Guards, take your animal forms. The beastmen nodded and roared. Bones cracked. Clothes tore. Wolves, massive, snarling, feral, materialized before them. We're attacking. The wolf pack lunged at Elric. He clenched his fist. One breath. One stance. Tiger strike. His fist smashed into the guard's jaw, sending the wolf crashing into the stone floor. Another guard hesitated, fear creeping in. Too late. Elric swept forward again. Black tiger hunt. A ghostly tiger manifested behind him, its spectral paw slamming down on the wolf, pinning him to the ground. Irina watched the scene with trembling eyes. She dashed toward Elric, only for the king to shout, "Stop!" Irina froze. Elric grinned faintly. Then Irina spun around. The king was already standing from his throne. Elric lowered his hand, sliding the invisible blade-like aura aside. I assume, he said with a calm smile, that this demonstration is convincing enough. The king's expression was grim and focused. All eyes in the hall stared at Elric with shock and awe. The king finally spoke. Where did you obtain the art of body cultivation? Not even we possess it anymore. Green mana spiraled around the chamber. Elric stood in the center, drenched in magic. It wasn't inherited, he said. It's magic. The king recoiled. Magic? Magic circles ignited behind Elric, glowing brilliantly. Magic flows through everything in this world, he said, his voice echoing through the hall. It reveals the secrets of nature and fuses with its principles. The beastmen king stared, stunned. You mean to tell me the art of body cultivation was restored through magic? Elric grinned. That's exactly what I'm saying. Blue mana streams danced around him. The king was speechless, delighted, overwhelmed, awestruck. Mephistopheles floated beside Elric, unimpressed. He's hanging noodles on their ears again. Elric smirked. They don't know much about magic anyway. Present something unknown. Wrap in a fancy package, add a little mystery, and they'll eat it up. He glanced around the hall. Not just the young king. Even the old veterans believe every word. Mephistopheles sighed. Beastmen really are naive. Elric smiled wider. That's why they're easy to manipulate. Let's wrap this up. He bowed respectfully, closing his eyes. The art of body development, he declared, is the most treasured secret of your royal bloodline. Elric bowed respectfully. And even if this technique was recovered through magic, the true power of the art of body development should rest only in the hands of those it rightfully belongs to. The young king listened, intrigued. Elric spread his arms wide. That is why, through this deal, the ruling dynasty of the Beastmen can reclaim the glory it once lost. You rise again, and we... Stop. A voice cut him off. Elric's smile faded as he looked toward the man approaching. An elderly Beastman stepped forward, eyes sharp enough to pierce steel. You intend to sell us the art of body development for a high price. The scene froze. The Prime Minister of Anthropos, Norris. Elric's brows lowered. He understands my intentions. I need to tread carefully. He placed a hand to his chest, smiling politely. Yes, that is correct. And in return, we require information. He leaned forward slightly. We want the way to the flower temple. The hall erupted. Why would a human go there? What business does he have with the temple? As they murmured, Nora spoke calmly while passing by Elric. I understand your proposal, but we must discuss this privately before deciding. He turned away. Irina, escort the guest to the palace. Elric narrowed his eyes at Norris. Everything was going smoothly, until this old man appeared. Behind him, Mephistopheles' expression twisted in anger. A purple aura pulsed from Norris, subtle, vile. Mephistopheles hovered close and whispered sharply. Elric, Norris is a demon. The beastmen around the hall were still deep in debate. One boy, fists clenched, shouted, We must accept. This is our chance to revive the Tiger Clan. With the Tiger King's technique restored, even the Furies wouldn't dare bark at us. Another elder growled. The Furies threaten us more than humans ever did. If we regain the Tiger King's art, they won't even dare squeak. The young king listened quietly as another beastman stepped forward. What they say is true. The art of body cultivation united all beastmen races under a single banner. With it, we can throw off the humiliation of the Furies and restore the dignity of the Tiger King. The king closed his eyes. If that is all. No. Nora stepped forward, voice booming. This cannot be allowed. Gasps burst across the hall. The boy who had shouted before now trembled with rage. If we lose the very symbol of our royal family. Dark energy radiated from Norris's body, corrupt and heavy. He lifted his head, eyes glowing crimson. You speak of old symbols, but have you forgotten the reason we were cast into this cursed land? His voice dripped with bitterness. The reason we suffer. He pointed toward Elric and the humans. Humans fed us empty promises. They used us, exploited us, and when they no longer needed us, they stabbed us in the back. His gaze locked onto the king. You would trust such a creature now? The hall fell into a suffocating silence. Norris's voice grew sharper, darker. If we accept this deal, we will become the humans' playthings again. The nightmares we endured will return, worse than before. He turned toward the young king, his tone heavy. For that reason, this offer must be rejected. The hall fell silent. The king's face hardened, but the young beastman boy clenched his fists and shouted, Your Majesty, we can't let this chance slip away. The king looked up. His gaze settled on the stone statue towering above them, the statue of the former Tiger King, the man who had entrusted him with a single, unwavering order. Revive the royal line. The king's eyes softened. The previous Tiger King's last wish can only be fulfilled with the art of body development. The boy nodded fiercely. Then we should summon those people immediately. But the king shook his head. We cannot. Not with Norris opposing it. He added quietly, and he does have reasons for refusing. The boy gritted his teeth. Yes, Prime Minister Norris may be wise. They even call him the Black Sage. But he's old, and some of his decisions are simply, watch your tongue. The king's voice echoed like thunder. The Prime Minister devoted his life to this kingdom after the previous ruler's death. I will not tolerate disrespect toward him. The boy bowed deeply and apologized. Then he left. Later, Veland stood alone in a dim corridor, moonlight seeping through the palace windows. He exhaled quietly. Norris, I still believe you're not wrong. Footsteps echoed. Norris walked calmly through the same corridor. Inside Elric's room, Carl opened the door. Elric sat casually on a chair. What brings you here, Prime Minister? He asked. Norris stepped forward, face serious. I've come to make a deal. Elric spread his hands. Then take a seat. They faced each other. Elric leaned in. So how will you pay? Norris raised his hand. I will tell you the path to the Flower Temple. Elric slammed his palms on the table. Excellent. Norris's lips curled into a thin smile. And in return, you will sell the art of body development only to me. Elric lowered his head to the table with a groan. So no one else is coming. Augustine sat across from him, arms crossed. You really think someone who obtains the art of body development can just take the throne? The Prime Minister and his men repeated the same thing. Augustine sighed. I heard the Tiger King's lineage was wiped out, but this is even worse than I imagined. He looked at Elric. So, who will you sell the technique to in the end? Elric raised one finger. The one who pays the most. Light mana spiraled from his hand as he leaned back. At this point, there's a whole line of people trying to buy the skill, and the price keeps going up. He smirked. So tell me, what can the royal family offer? The room fell into a charged silence. As Elric waited for the next bid, purple mana bled off him like smoke as he stepped forward, the air trembling around his body. Elric extended a hand, and just like that, the scene snapped back to the office where he sat across from Augustine. The old man calmly explained that people were already lining up to buy this skill, that the price kept climbing, and asked what the royal family could possibly offer in return. Veland stood there, wrapped in crackling energy, glaring with clear irritation as the discussion drifted toward His Majesty. Mephistopheles folded his arms, scoffing. If these people were his subjects, he said, their heads would have rolled already. A king who couldn't even keep his own vassals in check. What kind of hopeless ruler was that? The boy clenched his fists, anger flaring. How could the Prime Minister dare act like this? Something was definitely wrong. Elric stepped beside him and reminded him he'd said the same thing moments ago. The boy smirked. It was getting interesting. Hayes snapped, rushed in, and hugged the kid tight. She scolded him for speaking like that. Elric frowned, eyes sharpening. Politics weren't a game. Hayes and the boy fell quiet, their expressions dimming. The kid exhaled and admitted she already knew. No matter the excuse, no matter the influence, without real support, it was all meaningless. Hayes watched him nervously. The boy's thoughts drifted back to when people bowed before him and his sister, praising them as the great magical family. Then the memory warped, crowds staring at them with cold eyes while the siblings stood filthy, terrified, holding hands. The moment their power vanished, every vassal, every noble, the imperial family, even the magic tower, turned their backs. Elric remembered the boy weeping in front of his devastated sister. He remembered, too, how when he grew older, the very same people who called him ashamed suddenly screamed his name with admiration the moment he became a hero. Strength. That was all this world respected. Elric faced the boy in violence, eyes steady. That's why, he said, you need to grow claws. The boy lifted his head, shocked. Elric knelt, holding the brooch in his hand. Grow them quietly, he said. Don't let anyone know. And when they grow back, use them. Strike once. Take everything you want in a single blow. A calm, dangerous smile crossed his face. And I'll help you. The boy froze, overwhelmed. His hand moved to his chest, touched, because for the first time, someone wasn't just comforting him, they were preparing him for the world. Elric leaned back, fingers tapping lightly. So that means, I'll have to leave Anthropos. The boy watched nervously as Hayes continued playing with a flustered Tiger King, who was now red-faced, and trying not to meld under her affection. Elric folded his arms. Then shouldn't we leave now? If we stay any longer, who knows what the Prime Minister or the other officials will pull. We need to gather the guard and move out immediately. Valence shook his head. We can't take the guard. He pointed at the woman behind him, a stern warrior with silver eyes and a rigid posture. This is Irina Norris, head of the Royal Guard, and my adopted daughter. I assigned her to follow me in secret. Elric, expression darkened. So the Prime Minister already knows where you are. The Tiger King sank into Hayes' lap again and sighed. I left so no one would find me, but they definitely figured it out by now. Before Elric could respond, the door slammed open. Sean burst in, panting. There are beastmen outside. A lot of them. Elric pressed a hand to his chin. Leaving unnoticed would be impossible now. Unless... His eyes widened. They didn't have to sneak out. He turned to the group. If we're all together, we could just knock everyone out and walk out the main gate. He clapped his hands confidently, crossing his arms as he laid out the plan. But the room tensed. The air thickened. A loud, metallic BOM shook the palace. Valence's ears shot up. That's the alarm. He sprinted to the window, nearly slipping past Elric. Is it the... Did the Furies really invade? Elric froze. Furies. A beastman tribe infamous for hating the Anthropos more than anyone else. If they were here, the Tiger King would refuse to leave. The group rushed to the window. Explosions rippled across the outer plaza. Light, dust, and smoke filled the sky. Elric grit his teeth. Of all times, it had to be now. The boy stared at the chaos below, trembling. Through the smoke, beastmen in dark cloaks marched forward, shouting warnings as they approached the palace gates. Elric stepped forward, his aura sharpening. Everyone, get ready. He heard his name. Elric. He spun around. Isabel stood in the doorway, brushing her hair back as if she hadn't just walked onto a battlefield. Sean and Tin stumbled in behind her, wide-eyed. Elric blinked. Isabel, what are you doing here? Before she could answer, Mephistopheles swooped around Herman like a buzzing insect, examining him from every angle. When Mephistopheles finally stopped, he pointed dramatically. What is that thing? What kind of monster is this? Elric pressed a hand to his chest and bowed his head. It's an honor to meet you. Herman bowed deeply, voice calm and humble. I'm just an ordinary warrior who happened to receive the title of Count. No need for formalities, Duke of the Shining Star. Elric stood with his group and ushered the guests inside. Herman's daughter tugged at his sleeve, whispering for him to slow down as he stepped in behind the boy. Elric turned back with a grin. So, how did you know I was here? Herman smiled. I came to personally thank the man who saved my daughter and cured her illness. Elric blinked as Herman stepped closer. But when I reached the capital, I found out you'd already left, Herman added. The boy scratched his head, awkwardly. You should have told me where to find you. We must have completely missed each other. Herman chuckled. We should have sent a letter ahead of time. Wanted it to be a surprise, but that was the mistake. We came without warning. His eyes shifted across the room. So many familiar faces. I didn't expect even the Gray Lion's hunting dog to be here. Hayes froze. Her eyebrow twitched. For the last time, she growled. I'm no one's dog. Elric turned, annoyed. Wait, you know my sister. Herman touched his chin thoughtfully. I once had a, let's say, not-so-good acquaintance. While meeting him, I noticed your sister nearby. And to think she turned out to be the Melvinger daughter. The world really is small. He shifted his attention again, this time to Augustine. And speaking of surprises, it's rare to meet the old eccentric of the Nestor family. Augustine shot him a glare. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? Herman smirked. Then what else should I call the old monster if not eccentric? Augustine stepped closer. The tension immediately spiked. Elric rushed between them, hands out. Hey, let's not start a fight in the doorway. The two men stared at each other, then finally shook hands. Herman squeezed tightly. What a squad you've gathered, he said with a grin. Even the former head of the Revolutionary Army, and a beastman prince. Tins huffed, Veland scowled, but Elric raised his hands among the group. All right, everyone, calm down. Herman looked away for a moment, thinking silently. This is why I wanted to meet him. His gaze moved over the young men behind Augustine, each one a rare talent in their own right. Those who attract the gifted always climb to unimaginable heights. He turned to his daughter, her face bright with joy, and let out a quiet exhale. Skipping the crown prince and coming here was definitely the right choice. Elric narrowed his eyes. Then how did you get here? Isabel placed a hand over her chest and bowed slightly. We heard you cross the outer wall, so we followed. But the knight we sent to scout the forest reported you were captured, so we rushed after you. Another explosion shook the building. Flames reflected in her eyes as she turned toward the window. Our people are creating a diversion, noisy enough to confuse the beastmen. If we leave, it should be now. Outside, houses burned. Smoke crawled into the sky. Elric stepped in front of Veland, thinking deeply. Next time, we might not get another chance. He exhaled. At least it's not the Fury tribe. He knelt, placed a hand over his heart, and looked up at the boy. Well, do you still want to leave this place? Veland hesitated, then smiled sadly. I do, but if I flee now, my own people would call me a traitor. The kingdom would fall into chaos. Elric placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, I just came up with a perfect solution. Outside, fires burned across the city. Irina stood proudly in front of a whole formation of beastmen warriors, their animal instincts sharpening around her. Veland walked up to her. Aren't we supposed to be defending the city? Irina didn't even blink. Our duty is to protect your majesty. The city is secondary. She clenched her fist and turned to the beastmen behind her. The king is in the hands of vile humans, but he will be saved. We will slaughter every last one of them. The beastmen roared in approval, but then Hayes and Sean attempted to slip past them toward the exit. Irina immediately spread her arms, blocking their path. Where is his majesty? Sean scratched his cheek awkwardly, forcing a smile. Well, that's kind of hard to explain. Irina's expression snapped. You dare mock me? She pointed forward. Everyone, take your beast forms. In an instant the humans transformed, fur tearing out, bones shifting, wolves emerging from their skin. Irina drew her sword and placed its edge against Sean's trembling neck. I don't know what you're planning, she hissed, but you will return the king. Now, stop. Her sword halted mid-swing. Elric stepped forward with a wide grin, holding Veland under his arm like luggage. If anyone moves, he announced, your precious monarch dies. The crowd of beastmen went wild. Are you insane? Put down our king, you filthy human. Unhand his majesty this instant. Veland, still dangling under Elric's arm, looked absolutely terrified. The boy gulped. Will this really work? Elric smirked. When someone who masters the art of body development kidnaps a king, no one dares to move recklessly. Veland didn't look reassured. Elric stepped forward, and behind him, a monstrous silhouette of pure energy roared into existence. If you want your king alive, Elric shouted, move. Now. Nora stood calmly behind him, hands folded, unfazed. Irina, however, trembled with fury. Norris leaned toward her, covering his mouth as he whispered something. Irina's fists tightened. The beastmen split to both sides instantly. Irina thrust out her hand. Fine, as you wish. Now release his majesty. Elric glanced back, lifted Veland a bit higher under his arm, and smiled. Why would I trust you? You want me to release him inside the city? With the flames? With armed beastmen everywhere? No thanks. Irina froze. Out of the city, Elric said, in a safe place. Otherwise, we both know what could happen if anyone tries to follow. Veland swallowed hard. Before the beastmen could respond, Elric launched into the air. Gasps erupted. Everyone in the palace courtyard looked up in disbelief. Far below, the city burned. Cries for help echoed from collapsing buildings. Elric soared through the sky with Veland tucked under one arm and Mephistopheles flying beside him. Veland stared down at his people, devastated. Elric noticed. You want to go back? The boy's small paw trembled. I should at least guide you to the flower temple. You won't find it without me. Elric turned to him. And after that, you going back to the kingdom? Veland's throat tightened. Just thinking about that palace makes it hard to breathe. He remembered his people. Those who believed in him, supported him, encouraged him. That's different. They're good people. If I leave them now, the kingdom will fall apart. Especially if this really is an invasion. Mephistopheles suddenly spoke, voice deep. This isn't the time for sentimental speeches. Elric frowned. What do you see? Violent's eyes widened. The sky ahead twisted violently. A colossal tornado spun in the distance. A black sandstorm? He screamed. Elric stared. The Eastern General. The tornado rumbled like a living creature. Elric stopped midair, hovering before the swirling darkness. This was the disaster that wiped out the entire northern region. If he went in there, he'd be shredded instantly. Mephistopheles' voice cut through the wind. That's not all. He bared his teeth. Something else is coming. Something worse. I can feel it riding the storm. Elric stared ahead with Mephistopheles, shock creeping up his spine. What is that? Under the colossal whirlwind, an army of monsters surged forward like a living tide. Flags snapped in the storm winds. On them, a fox with 9 tails, staring like a demon rising from legend. Dozens of beastmen roared and charged across the sand. Elric face drained of color. Run. Now. That's the Fury tribe. His mind flashed with memories. The flag of the Furies. The monstrous tiger. The wolf dripping with bloodlust. He remembered the story. The Tiger King of Anthropos once had a sworn enemy. A beastman tribe that rejected the royal family the moment they lost the art of body development. The Furies. Valence trembled. Furies here. Elric gripped the child tightly, teeth clenched. It looks like the palace spies already leaked the information about the return of the art of body development. Valence frowned. But why would they suddenly appear here? And exactly when someone with the secret art shows up. Elric blinked. Slowly, he turned to the boy. Then he lifted Valence up so their eyes lined up. So answer what I asked earlier, Elric said quietly. His eyes hardened. Are you going back to your kingdom? Or not? Valence lowered his head. His fist shook. He saw the faces of his people. Their trust, their fear, their disappointment, their belief in him. He raised his head, fire burning in his eyes. I will return, he said, and I will protect my people. Elric smiled, proud. I knew you'd say that. Valence looked away, embarrassed. But I'm weak. I have nothing. I can't keep relying on you. I can't ask for more help. Before he could finish. Bam. He headbutted Elric, right in the face. Valence grabbed his forehead and cried out, that hurts. Elric leaned forward, so their foreheads nearly touched. Between friends, stuff like that doesn't matter. Valence blinked, stunned. All you have to do is ask, Elric said. Just say it. Help me. He picked the boy up again. If you do that, every friend you have will appear the moment you need them. He glanced at Mephistopheles, who crossed his arms with a scowl. Impossible to say you're wrong, Mephistopheles muttered. Valence pressed a paw to his chest, eyebrows tightening. Can I be your friend? Elric smiled, eyes soft. It's very easy to be a friend. Sean beamed. Elric added, I'm happy just knowing my friend is happy because I'm nearby. Valence's face reddened. He smiled shyly. Elric turned back toward the monstrous whirlwind and the advancing army. Well, he said, voice sharpening, my friend is in trouble, so there's no way I'm turning a blind eye. Elric nodded to Sean. Go tell the others. Sean smirked, cracked his neck, and shouted, everyone, change of plans. Meanwhile, the Fury army surged forward. Mount charged at the front, riding atop a massive wolf, wind slashing across his face. Faster. Anthropos is close. Hugo galloped beside him. Captain, is it true? Did they really recreate the art of body development? Mount scoffed. Hard to believe, isn't it? That some nobody human revived a lost miracle. An eagle beastman flapped above them. Strange, isn't it? For such a low-grade race to possess one of the great magical mysteries. A bear snorted. True or not, we can't miss this chance. The moment to destroy Anthropos has come. Ron's eyes sharpened. And if the rumors are true, we stop the Tiger King's descendants, who lost the will of heaven, from regaining the art. In their rear ranks, the bloody king clenched the throne armrest, eyes blazing crimson. If that golden-haired, green-eyed wizard hadn't stopped us 40 years ago, our empire would have been built on the Tiger King's corpse by now. His long red hair whipped behind him as he rose. But now, with the art of body development in my hands, his 9 tails flickered threateningly in the wind. I will finally reclaim my lost 9th tail. He grinned, sharp, hungry, trembling with bloodlust. No one will stop me. Mount knelt before him. Your Majesty, your orders. Retrieve the art of body development. The king commanded. Bring glory to the Fury tribe. The entire army placed fists over their hearts. Yes, your Majesty. The king raised his arms high. When we succeed, the whole world will fall into our paws. Mount rode forward again, raising his sword. The only one who inherited the will of heaven is our bloody king. A fox sigil flared behind him. The protection of the 9-tailed sovereign will guide us. The bear roared, raising his blade. Wild beasts, take the Tiger King's head and devour it. The wolves howled as the army charged like a tidal wave. But then, a spell activated. A freezing shockwave blasted across the battlefield. An enormous glacier surged up from nothingness, cutting off their charge. I swallowed the front lines. Monsters screamed as they slipped, crashed, and collapsed in panic. A giant wolf skidded into the ice, tumbling face first. Soldiers hit the ground, trembling. Stop! Stop! The lead beastman shrieked as the ground froze under them. Ron raised his sword, stunned. Around him, dozens of his soldiers lay scattered on the ground, incapacitated. Up on the gate, Elric lowered his hand, casually. Huh, there's a lot of them. Sean raised an eyebrow. Why are we the only ones going to fight again? Hayes slammed her hammer onto her shoulder. Isn't it more fun this way? Elric, Sean, Mephistopheles, and Hayes walked forward with calm confidence, stepping out of the main gate of Anthropos to face the entire Fury army alone. The man stared at the battlefield ahead. Augustine, you really plan to just stand here and watch? Augustine shrugged lazily. There aren't that many enemies. And Elric did tell us not to interfere. The others nodded. Elric wanted this fight, so they stepped back and watched the show he had prepared for them, from a safe distance on a mountainside. As they walked along the ridge, the group whispered among themselves, replaying everything that had happened. Some wondered if they were sent here by fate. Others cursed that Elric was not just a simple mage. He was a walking disaster. Down below, one of the Fury monsters roared. A sorcerer in the Anthropos city. So they're siding with the filthy humans who got us exiled. The beast snarled, glaring at Elric and his friends. To destroy them is to reclaim our homeland. Blades rose. Wolves bare their teeth. The Furies prepared to rush. One wolf, however, froze. His eyes locked on a single figure. A lone magician with golden hair and green eyes, standing calmly among corpses. His pupils trembled. I remember him. His face. That man, 40 years ago. The one who annihilated an entire army alone. He stared at Elric again. But then, no, this one's different. Not the same man. The aura, the presence, it's different. The leader clicked his shark-like teeth. Obviously not the same. Just a coincidence. Or a trick to scare us. He raised his claw. Enough. Bring me their heads. The sky exploded with wings. Swarms of birds, ravens, crows, beasts, launched into the air, screaming. The monsters spread their own wings, summoning razor-sharp swords made of bone and wind, firing them toward the heroes. Sean lifted his head, and he smiled. A storm surged behind him. Wind twisting, compressing, exploding outward. Hurricane. Everything, birds, blades, monsters, went flying. A rain of beasts crashed to the ground. Two crow generals stared in disbelief. What magic is that? Sean raised a hand, wind spiraling around his fingers. I may not be as flashy as our hero, he said calmly, but I'm still the third son of the Nestor family. Mephistopheles smirked. See, that's why Elric drags this slacker around. Sean shot him a look, then smirked back. And it's not without reason that I was called the strongest mage of the magic tower. Wind crackled around him like a living beast. The Nestor family's element is wind, Elric added. So for Sean, this is child's play. The heroes clenched their fists. It's time, Elric said, voice deep, to let out all the stress we've been holding in. Sean stepped forward, veins bulging with mana as he shouted at the monsters. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to be used as background characters? Sean snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A violent blast of wind tore across the battlefield. Birds screamed, wings folding as they panicked and scrambled to flee. Where do you think you're going? Sean roared. But then, a massive shadow rotated above them. A spinning hammer. Sean blinked. Huh. Elric followed his gaze and saw them. A charging herd of demonic bulls. One of the bull leaders snorted, steam blasting from his nostrils. A weak breeze is nothing to the demonic bull tribe. Crush them. The army roared. But then something tapped the bull's back. He slowly turned his head. Hay stood there, smiling sweetly. Well, I've never seen a cow with a hammer before. The bull's jaw dropped. Why you dare? Crack. Her hammer curved down like a falling comet. The bull rocketed off the ground, tumbling through the air like a broken barrel. The massive beast collapsed, unconscious. The battlefield froze. Dozens of fighters stared, stunned. Hayes brushed her hair back. My hand twitched. Couldn't help it. The monsters snapped. Rubbish. Tear her apart. Weapons flew toward her. Hayes only smiled and slammed her hammer into the earth. Boom. A shockwave blasted out, shaking the ground. She spun the hammer like a windmill, scattering enemies like leaves. Elric watched her toss a bowl like it was laundry. Mephistopheles chuckled darkly. So that's why you shake every time your sister gets mad. Wolves circled the heroes. Birds shattered the ice overhead, swooping down like a black cloud. Elric cracked his knuckles. Good. My hand were getting itchy. He channeled power into his palms, veins flickering with mana. Let's restore some order. The monsters charged. Crush them. There's only 3 humans. A cloud of sparkling dust exploded around the beasts. They gagged, covering their muzzles. What is this? I can't breathe. One of them looked up and froze. Elric raised a hand. Sharp icicles materialized above the battlefield. then fell. The storm of ice impaled the front lines. Bees screamed, buried under frozen spikes. When the dust settled, only a few warriors remained. Elric stepped forward with a slow smile. Now, time to demonstrate the magic I obtained with my own hands. He gathered mana, raw, violent, burning, cruelty rage, and the heart of a dragon. Frost swirled around him. Anything his fingers brushed froze instantly. He lifted his arm. All of you, turned to fragments. Rhino beastmen screamed. Stop him. Raise the shields. Every remaining monster braced themselves, shields up, bodies trembling. Elric stepped in without hesitation, his fist blazing with raw force as he shattered the monster's shields using the fierce tiger technique from the body development arts. The ground trembled under his feet. Off to the side, the demon's voice dropped into a cautious warning. One of the fighters wasn't like the others. Elric felt it too. That heavy pressure, that killing intent. Opposite him stood the leader, a fourth-link beast, staring him down with a grin that showed he'd been waiting for this moment. You're interesting. The creature laughed, eyes narrowing as it studied him. And you're the one who dragged me into this mess. Elric didn't flinch. He just looked away with calm confidence. If we're being logical, you're not someone I could defeat easily. But he also knew he didn't have time to waste. The monster leaped at him, weapon raised, roaring that escape was impossible. Elric's eyes widened. That speed. He gathered every ounce of magic into his fist. It won't break through my defense, he muttered, rushing forward with gritted teeth. Their clash shook the chamber. The leader's sword, missing a single shard, hovered dangerously close. Then the beast spoke again, voice low and mocking, as if savoring the moment. You really thought I'd just let you walk away? Elric glanced at the ground. Flying out was impossible. The whole place was sealed. The leader snapped his head toward Hugo and barked. Lead the army. Go after the anthropos. Hugo shot into the sky with the rest of the beasts, shouting for everyone to follow. In an instant, Elric was alone with the boss. Mephistopheles' voice echoed faintly in his mind, laughing about how even demons once hesitated to provoke this tribe. Elric kept his gaze steady. Our race has weakened, but monsters like you still exist. No wonder the anthropos build a wall to keep you out. The boss grinned wide. Good. Just you and me. Magic surged around Elric's hands. He needed to end this fast. He locked eyes with the bear, anger and confidence mixing into a deadly calm. A small smirk touched his lips. The monster's expression twisted. For 40 years, I trained to erase the humiliation I suffered that day. With a violent kick, the bear launched forward, closing the distance like lightning. You might be a different person, the beast roared, but I'll tear you apart all the same, and take back my pride. Elric let out a sharp laugh. So you trained for decades. Interesting. The monster's face twisted in fury. How dare you mock me? Before Elric could respond, another figure stepped in. Herman, calm, steady, confident, declared his name with a booming voice. I'm a blue lion of the Empire. He glanced at Elric and shouted, Go. I'll deal with this one. Elric didn't waste a second. Thanks, Herman. He sprinted off. Ron turned, shocked. Blue lion? From the Empire. The boss exploded forward, leaping at Herman. You think some lion can beat a bear? Elric raised his magic sword toward Ron. Then let's find out. He and Mephistopheles rushed away with no hesitation. Elric moved quickly through the debris while answering with a small grin. Herman isn't at full power right now, but he won't lose to that bear easily. Still, his eyes drifted. I hope my sister and Sean are okay. Meanwhile, the furious clash behind them continued. Herman and the heroine both fighting with confident smiles. Elric and Mephistopheles watched for a moment, surprised at how flawlessly the two worked together. But Elric narrowed his eyes. With this many opponents, even they'll get overwhelmed. I need to encircle the beastmen and wipe them out. Before he could move, several groups of warriors burst onto the scene. Knights of the Blue Lion. Steel clashed against monster flesh as they fought fiercely. One knight split a beast clean in half, laughing as if the fight excited him. Elric, leave these guys to us. Another waved him off. Not even a mouse gets past us. Elric blinked, unsure what that even meant. Huh? What? But he didn't have time to ask. Fine, I'll deal with the rest. Birds circled overhead while he approached a tall structure, shockingly unguarded. Why is the anthro building completely empty? Elric muttered, stunned. Before anyone could respond, two knights started arguing. We need a plan. The Fury tribe won't stop even if every soldier goes outside the walls. That's what I'm saying. We can't block them like this. Their bickering escalated. The noise echoed against the stone walls. Nora stepped forward into the center of the group. His face was calm. We should surrender. The entire squad froze. The beastman stared at him in disbelief. What did you just say? A knight clenched his fist. We must protect the kingdom. Our people. One by one, more knights nodded, agreeing with him and glaring at the beastman. Beastman stared back, horrified. Are you all insane? Another knight shot back, equally confused. You want us to risk the lives of every beastman? Surrendering now is like tossing fresh meat straight into the enemy's mouth. He shouted the last words with pure frustration, and the entire chamber shook under the weight of the chaos about to explode. That was enough. Norris stepped forward calmly, his voice steady. I heard all of you. Another knight immediately barked back, agreeing with the finance minister. Beastman stared at them, stunned. He didn't even know what to say. They weren't standing in formation. They were scattered, disorganized, yelling wherever they pleased. What are you even doing? Beastman shouted, fear edging into his voice. The minister glared ahead and summoned an army of soul soldiers, their ghostly figures rising behind him. Heavy footsteps approached Elric. He looked back. The professor was walking toward him with murder in his eyes. Beastman raised his voice even louder. You're seriously going to betray your king? Your country? The professor didn't answer. His cold expression said everything. The knights stood beside him, forming a wall of steel and hostility, deciding right then to imprison the traitor. Meanwhile outside, Elric stood before the Anthropos building when a wave of monsters came charging straight at him. They aimed to kill. He didn't hold back. He unleashed all his magic at once. A crushing pressure fell on the beastmen, making them snarl and recoil. Then Elric slammed into the ground with full force. The shockwave blasted the monsters in every direction. One fighter glared forward angrily, struggling to stand. Elric walked toward them with a cold smirk. I'm just a bit annoyed I didn't get to fight that bear. So, you guys will have to entertain me. The wolves stared at him, stunned. How'd he get here so fast? One of their leaders shouted desperately. Ron won't lose. He won't lose. Another beastman roared. That kid ran away from our leader. A coward. They rushed him, claws out, desperate to tear him apart. Elric raised his hand. Calm. Confident. The body development art activated, and the Tiger King manifestation leapt forward. The monsters froze as the phantom beast's killing aura washed over them. Elric smiled. Tiger energy always terrifies creatures like you. Mephistopheles chimed in. Beastmen and the Tiger King are top-tier monsters themselves. Mephistopheles quickly asked, but how are you planning to deal with this whole horde? Elric summoned energy into a crackling sphere. The body development art works great, but against this many, it's still difficult. Suddenly, sharp icicles rained down, freezing beasts mid-charge. Every monster stopped dead, encased in ice. Elric looked around at the frozen battlefield. I need something with more scale. His steps crushed the frost beneath him. Dozens of beasts stared at him, wide-eyed. Elric pointed his fist toward them. I prefer hand-to-hand combat anyway. Meanwhile, Ron clashed with Herman in a violent duel. The bear struggled, trying to rip his weapon out of the ground. Herman watched him calmly. Your movements, they're strange. Your body isn't moving like it used to. The beast snarled. You trying to fool me? Herman stood his ground. No. You blew yourself apart trying to break through to the next level. Ron gritted his teeth, realizing Herman had seen right through him. Ron wiped the blood from his chin and stared calmly ahead. A warrior of the Fury tribe, never bows. He rose to his feet, and he and Herman faced each other like two beasts on the verge of tearing the world apart. Herman smirked. Then beware of a lion's claws. Their battle erupted instantly. Herman struck the ground with overwhelming force. Dust, debris, and shards of stone blasted into the air. Ron coughed out dark, thick blood as he dropped to his knees. Herman smiled quietly. Good fight. Ron lifted his head, eyes dim. You humans truly are unbelievable. He looked up at the sky and spoke softly, as if addressing someone far away. Bloody King, forgive me. I am defeated. Then he revealed a bomb clutched in a shaking hand. I hope you never reach your grand dream. Herman's expression twisted in shock. Ron, but it was too late. Ron hurled the bomb with all the strength he had left. Sparks exploded through the sky. A fireball erupted overhead. Elric, far away, snapped his head up, eyes widening as flames lit the clouds like a second sun. The monsters saw it too. The captain is dead. One of them whispered, trembling. He left his final order. Their expressions hardened into pure rage. Elric felt the shift in the air. That aura. Death is inevitable, he muttered. The entire pack charged at him, at full speed. Elric raised his hands, creating a massive ice barrier. But one beast, already wounded, slipped and fell. The rest kept pushing forward, cracking the ice with brute force. Clear the path, they shouted. Push through. For the Fury tribe, their goal was clear. Storm the Anthropos building and overthrow the Tiger King's dynasty. One beast sprinted toward the structure. Now, signal the others inside. Inside the building, the Fury leaders stood with confidence. The officials of Otto's have surrendered. That pathetic human mage can't stop the outcome. It's already decided. A flag hung on the wall, their signal of victory. But then, he noticed something else. Something horrifying. Heads. Human heads. Mounted on spikes along the walls. What? This shouldn't be possible. Every beast froze in disbelief. A man stood proudly on the rooftop. All traitors, he said coldly, have already been punished. Elric appeared behind him with a confident grin. The warriors of the Tiger King won't fall that easily. Archers stepped into position, their arrows already drawn. The skies rained steel. The Furies looked up. Too slow. Arrows pierced flesh, wings, claws. Monsters dropped one after another as the storm of arrows tore through their ranks. Screams echoed across the building. Elric glanced to the side. A young boy tugged his sleeve, whispering, trembling. "Mister, what's happening?" Elric looked down at him with steady eyes. Elric turned toward the small boy beside him. "I told you," he said gently. "I made a deal with you. I'll keep my promise and protect the Anthropos. Your palace." But his expression shifted the moment he looked at the Prime Minister. His eyes hardened with clear displeasure. Norris avoided meeting Elric's gaze and instead spoke calmly. "Elric, would you come outside with me for a moment? There's something I want to show you." Elric hesitated, then nodded. A faint silhouette of a young boy lingered behind Norris as they walked. Valence watched silently as Elric agreed. Before long, Elric and the Prime Minister stood before a massive monument. A towering statue, its presence overwhelming. Elric frowned at it. "What exactly did you want to show me?" Norris looked away, his voice low. "There are too many hyenas lurking in this palace." Elric narrowed his eyes. Then Norris turned fully toward the hero, bowed deeply, and said, "Please protect the Tiger King." Elric blinked in shock. Just moments ago, this man had tried to betray his own monarch. "What is this about?" Elric muttered. Even Mephistopheles' voice echoed with confusion. "I don't get it either." Norris raised his head, desperation in his eyes. "I'm prepared to pay any price, even if I must reveal the secrets of the body development technique." Elric froze. "Secret techniques? You have more." "We lost part of the first and second stages," Norris admitted, "but fragments remain." Elric looked forward, jaw tightening. "So far, I've never been able to complete my development. But if I gain the lost technique, I can perfect it." He then asked bluntly, "Why reveal something this valuable to me now?" Norris lowered his head. Elric stared, surprised by the sudden sincerity, until the man whispered, "Because you look exactly like him." Norris walked slowly across the marble tiles, guiding Elric closer. Elric leaned a hand against the statue's base, listening quietly. "It only took a single glance," Norris continued. "The same eyes. The moment we saw them, we knew. We called them precious." He pressed his hand against a hidden panel. A mechanism clicked. Elric stepped back as the wall opened. A blinding light spilled out. Elric shielded his eyes, and when the glow faded, he froze. Behind glass stood a colossal painting. His grandfather, rendered in impossible detail, glowing with life. Elric stared, breath caught in his chest. Norris stepped beside him. "When your grandfather first arrived here," he said softly, "he wore the same pendant you're wearing now." Elric touched the pendant unconsciously. "He came alone," Norris continued. "Helped us without asking for anything. If not for him, the Tiger King wouldn't exist. This kingdom wouldn't exist." Elric swallowed hard. "Do you know," Norris asked gently, "what he said when we asked why he helped us?" He smiled, sad, but full of warmth. He answered, "Because we're friends." Norris continued with a quiet reverence, but his voice was trembling. Norris continued softly, "He told us, the Melvingers have always been friends of the Beastmen." Elric nodded. "I read that, buried in the old records." Norris exhaled. "That meeting happened over 300 years ago, and instead of another enemy, reinforcements arrived." His gaze drifted into the distance. Back then, the Fury tribe had retreated from the Anthropos. Norris and Elric's grandfather watched it together. In the memory, young Norris lowered his head. "I'm sorry. I failed you." The grandfather looked at him, tired, sad. "No, I was the one who came too late." Elric listened quietly as present day, Norris spoke again. "When a man like him appeared, when your grandfather arrived, I understood everything instantly." He clenched his jaw. "But by the time I learned of your family's fall, it was already too late." Elric pressed his lips together as the Beastmen's regret echoed through the chamber. Regret that they hadn't been there when his family needed them. Elric placed a reassuring hand on Norris's shoulder. "It was hard for your people back then, too. I get it." Norris's fist trembled. "I want to ask you something." Elric glanced up at the painting of his grandfather. "The Melvinger descendant," he said with a faint smile, "will help again." A moment later, Elric walked beside Valence, explaining everything. While the Prime Minister was dealing with traitors inside, Elric said, "He was protecting me from the outside." Valence's eyes trembled with tears. Then Sean rushed over, smiling from ear to ear. "Elric." The Eastern general changed direction. "He's coming to help." Valence almost jumped from happiness. Elric smiled faintly, looking off into the distance. He steadied his breath and gathered power in both hands. This war ends now. Magic roared across the battlefield. Beastmen faltered, then began fleeing. The retreat had begun. Elric stood beside the Fury boss. The Prime Minister approached. "You fought well," Elric said calmly. Soon after, Valence, held securely in a girl's arms, was escorted to Norris and Elric. The boy stood still, watching his people. The heroes bowed deeply to their young king. Velan stepped forward, raising his small hand high. We won. The entire Fury tribe erupted in victorious roars. Elric smiled as he watched their celebration. He approached Velance. The boy extended his hand. Thank you. Not as a king. As a friend. Elric clasped the boy's hand firmly. Velance added with a grin. From now on, you're my friend too, ain't us?